All right, so if you're coming in for the first time, we are watching the FRC World Championship. We're co-streaming it, I guess is the correct term here. But yeah, Qual 2, 2056 playing their first match here, not counting practice matches, obviously, right? But first match here, going to be very impressive to see what they kind of have going on. Camera quality kind of cooked. I don't know what's going on with that. I hope they end up fixing it at some point. But let's just get into it. Start the match. Come on. All right, we got the thumbs up. Lovely. Let's see what they're doing. 5,000 setup on the other side of them. 1259, bump only robot goes forward. Oh, interesting. 3015 really just loses the auto race to 2056. You can see their dumper not able to get any fuel on that side. And even in the second pass around, not really able to get much. Look at 2056 on the other hand, right? Kind of layering everything. But it doesn't really matter. The fact that 5,000 ends up getting caught here on the trench because of the fact that 2056 is so good at auto. But if they did have 2056 on the other side, might be something that would cost them an auto period win. And then I really like this setup here. Double turret. 3015 kind of struggling to get over. And look at this 5,000. Really smart play here. Knowing that, you know, if we starve them while they're being starved, they have to go back to the middle. And if they go back to the middle, they're not spending time in their zone scoring. Just very nice choice to go steal there. I like that a lot. Let's see what else. 20, yeah, and then now you have two turrets getting ready with all the setup time in the world, and you can see they're kind of just both clearing into themselves. Really nice. I'm interested to see what they do for the middle, because you can see 3015, yep, 5,000 comes to the middle. Nice playmaking. Because 3015 was kind of sitting here in front of that hub and just firing everything back. So 5,000 decides to make the decision. I don't know if it's because they have slow fuel against the back wall, or if it's because of the fact that 3015 is just there, so they're just firing everything back. But they end up going there, and now 5,000 back to stealing again. Really like how much 5,000 prioritizes stealing in this game. I think they have a pretty good assessment of how it's kind of supposed to work. And then even on the other side, 2659 still doing more stealing over there. Like it's look at the fuel on the side. 2056 is about to go layer through it, but 3015, nice steal. Right, realizing that 2056 kind of set up too well if they want to win this match. So stealing all of that. Now I'm interested to see, do they go back to the middle here? Because it was working. And they do, but 5,000 eats in front of them. Nice decision making from 5,000. Because you can see that even though there is fuel left here, they decide to go back to the middle because, again, this is a 55-second scoring shift. When you have 55 seconds of scoring, you need to make sure that you can actually recycle this so the other lines doesn't get all that time in the world to kind of set themselves up. So really nice from 3015 there, kind of doing that seal in the middle. And 1259 playing some pretty good defense on 2056. If they held that a bit longer instead of going to score, maybe they could have stopped. Well, I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter. They ran away with this match. But it was good for a little bit there, kind of not allowing them to leave their zone. But at this point, the only thing that people are going for in this match is 3015 trying to get the RP, but it won't end up happening. Which is an interesting thing, right? When you only have, like, even though you have 3015, who's an incredibly high scoring robot, because of the fact that the other two robots in this alliance are kind of playing other roles instead of just pure scoring, not able to get even that first RP. So the increase in RP really showing out here. And I presume, yeah, Red Alliance ends up winning this. Yeah, 672. Yep, checks out. This could definitely be a combination that we see, at the finals if they end up teaming up together. 5,000 really nice turret robot. Would not be surprised at all if they end up getting picked, but I kind of think there's just better options if you want to go with any of the New England numbers, or obviously Dead and Venom, who have changed into a die rotor. Another very good option for themselves. Let's see what other field is going on right now that's quite good. Let's see. Let's check out Bread. What's going on in Curie? Oh, Quality is still going on. Is there anybody here that is of note? Not really. What else is going on? Oh, 6328 is playing on Hopper immediately after. I guess we could just wait for that one if there's nothing else. Let me know if there's a field that you guys want to see. I'm just kind of looking through notes of matches of teams that I have. This Omni FRC app is quite nice, actually. I kind of just have all of the teams I want there and just going through them and seeing what matches are on and what field. Okay, the crew's playing on Galileo apparently right now. Oh, yep, here they are. Let's see, what else is there? 190 with their rebuild. We can jump around. Oh, wait, 2056 is, we can jump back to that. Sorry, not 2056, 254 had their match here. We could probably jump back to that, see how that went. They put up 704. Okay, of course they did. Let's see how they did it. Whoa, how fast do they shoot off the line here? Wow. And okay, interesting thing here. 254 still hasn't changed their kind of pathing here. I don't know if it's because of the fact that they know that the other person on the other side can't really match them. But they go all the way deep here, even though there's kind of the rule of you get 15 penalty points if you cross that line. They still kind of toe it on the edge here. Maybe because of the fact they know they're not going to get contact on the other side, but interesting decision nonetheless to kind of keep that same pathing. And you can see that all this fuel on the other side here, they're probably going to end up collect going back around the other way, right? Yeah, when they go through their pathing the other way, they eat through the hole that they leave for themselves because they go so deep. So it's just really nice pathing overall, kind of cleaning up every single piece of fuel on their side. You can see all the fuel left is all just recycled fuel. And then at the end, they kind of jump back out because contesting the fuel at the middle is very important. 10-254 and 254 in the same alliance is very nice, though. Interesting decision here from 10-254. Not really collecting, but I like this for the blue alliance, at least strategy-wise. Not... or the 5193, I believe that is. Yeah, deciding to try to eat all the fuel that 254 would have recycled for themselves, and then kind of eating through all of that, and then try to deny 254 from getting two passes at the middle and passing. But at this point, you can kind of see what happens when there's robots with so much fuel in their hopper. Because there's so much fuel in 5193's hopper, and there are a bump-only robot, it seems. So maybe that's like an 80-ish fuel capacity. There's kind of not a lot of fuel. If you compare it to like the 2056 match we just saw, where them and 5000 are both passing back, there wasn't nearly as much fuel for 10 poofs and 254 to kind of eat through on their side. Obviously, they end up staying active the whole shift because they're just that good. But there's like, you could see the kind of value of starving and having like a big robot eating through fuel and kind of just sitting there with it until their active shift, because it just kind of negates a lot of what the other alliance wants to do. Let's see, 254 wants to go back over the... Interesting. Look at this. For everyone who uses the net, this is going to be very helpful for you. Look at this. 254 realizes that they're getting defended, and then sees that the other robot's kind of instinctively going over the bump. So just jumping over preemptively to kind of wait for it. So what does 254 do? They spit all of their fuel out, get under, and then cut back over. And by the time the defender robot actually gets over the bump in time to go play defense on them in the trench because they realize what's happening, they're already through, and they're able to pick up, you can see them picking up all of that fuel back anyways and collecting it. Now they get against the tower and they fire all of that off. Really, really nice move from them. Being aware of the kind of limitations of the robot and finding a way to circumvent that with really effective driving. 4 seconds left. Yeah, and you can see, again, 2 robots on the other side with kind of big hoppers. It's probably 120 fuel-ish getting collected over there and being held. And it's kind of made the fuel a little bit starved. And you can see Red Alliance still had a bunch of fuel in the 5th shift. But it is definitely starving the fuel. There is a noticeable difference. And then, yeah, 10-254, if you see it, 254 is able to kind of collect through everything and get full on their side. But these guys have like a 80-ish ball hopper, and they're not able to get it full because of the fact that there's so much fuel just being denied, whether it be on the other side, because neither of these robots look like they want to go steal. 254 probably content playing inside of their own zone, or like in the neutral zone, kind of collecting and then getting through, because they have a net. They don't want to get too full on the other side, otherwise they have to do kind of a weird jiggle dance to get over there. But nice match overall. Love the little move there from 254 with the net, kind of denying the defense on that side. Let's see, where else? Let's live on Curry. 60-28's about to play, I believe. No. Let's see. Where is going on? Oh, Strike Zone, of course. Yes. Strike Zone looked really nice when I watched them in a practice match yesterday. A team that kind of got left off of my predictions list just because of the fact that there were too many good teams on Curie. They didn't really fall into an upset because they were just that good. But they looked really, really nice last night. And obviously their driving skill is very impressive. If you looked at their Michigan run, ended up going through the tower on the other side of the field for collects like twice at least in like the 4 matches I saw, which is a very impressive feat to do. Like that is some hard driving skill that they ended up getting off. Let's see, starting the match soon, perhaps. Okay, yep, starting the match. Lovely. Let's see, where are they? Bottom, maybe? Yeah, they're at the bottom. Ended up losing and still collect a lot of... Wow. And they ended up kind of losing the race in the middle, and they still ended up getting a lot of fuel caught on that side, just because of the fact that their hopper's that big, and I guess their intake's that fast, where even though they get hit and they kind of get jarred around there, they still are able to collect a lot from there. Let's see. Going back over the bump, and oh wow, look at that collect. Ended up losing auto, so what do? They go for a cycle immediately, and I'm interested to see how they play this. Go out, go all the way, yep, okay, they're cleaning up the middle. Nice decision making from them. And you can see they have the citrus extendable hopper, so they're kind of passing back to themselves. And yes, I like this a lot. Okay, so you can see they're kind of passing back to themselves even in their scoring shift because of the fact that they know that this game's kind of built upon effective points, not on just raw points itself. So by passing all that fuel, the Blue Alliance now doesn't have any of that fuel to go collect for themselves and score in this period. And you could see that because of the fact that they did do that, there's now a Blue Alliance robot that has to go and steal on the other side to go deny these guys of more fuel. And you could see even in their scoring shift, because they're so starved of fuel, and the Red Alliance did a really nice job, 1498 specifically on this side here, kind of denying and just playing blocker on the Blue Alliance, trying to go into the middle here. There's now 2 Blue Alliance robots kind of eating all of the passing fuel that the Red Alliance is doing, eating through all of that. And now you can see Strike Zone, there's still a bunch there. You can see they have like a 75% full hopper with the ginormous hopper. So they're able to do a really nice dump, but I like the way that the Blue Alliance is playing it. I'm interested to see what the Red Alliance does here, because if you see there's so much fuel on the other side, I think you kind of lose this match if you don't go play steal like right now. And yep, they go do it. Lovely decision making from Strike Zone. Yep, that's a great choice. And you can see all of that fuel that they just collected, and they're now passing back to themselves, is denial fuel. And because of the fact that there's only 1 scoring shift, this is even more valuable, because the Blue Alliance will have time that they're actively supposed to be scoring, where they're going to have to go back to the middle, and you can see they're going back to the middle to go collect. And now you can see all that fuel piled up on the red side, because of the fact that they did go steal that giant piece of fuel in the trench, and the other 2 robots kind of cleaning up the middle. But it might not end up mattering. Red kind of just... are you going to be able to get another cycle off? Okay, Strike Zone's going to be able to, but yeah, just not enough scoring power to overtake the advantage that Blue got out of auto. Just kind of lost that in probably the second shift, I'd say. Probably they lost it in the second shift where blue kind of sent 2 over and started passing everything back the other way while they were passing in the neutral zone. I think if you're seeing both robots over there, you have to kind of... It's a weird decision because on one hand, you kind of, if you let them sit there, it's the world championship. There's going to be very good teams. They're actively passing it back the other way, and kind of eating through your fuel at a very high rate. But you also want to be maximizing your value, so you can't really go play like counter pass on them because it's your off shift and you want to be set up for your on shift. But I like this a lot, the decision here from the Blue Alliance to go double steal, because they were kind of getting blocked off the neutral zone. I think it actually ended up winning the match for them. So good choice for them. A nice strategy. Let's see. What else is happening? Hopper, maybe? What's going on in Hopper? Oh, Dead Venom is playing. Oh, I love this robot. This redesign is so good. I don't know if it's just straight up just High Tide or Madtown, but it looks very, very nice. I think if it works the way it worked on the practice field yesterday, could very much see them being picked by 2056 and going double turret, just because of how clean this robot is at driving. Okay, I'm going to jump back to this one. Let's check out some other fields. I feel like I haven't seen anything of Archimedes, for example. Let's see. Okay, this is a pretty good one. 9470, 27, head-to-head. The first match of the day. Okay, I like this. So are they going to start it soon? Please start soon. Okay, yeah, they're getting off the field. Lovely. Statbotic says this one is Rush favored by 20 points, but also Statbotics has Rush's EPA at a ridiculously high number, and 9470 is also kind of lower than what they were putting up at the NorCal District Champs. So take it with a grain of salt. Like, I don't doubt that Rush is putting up like 300 plus, but I don't think that 9470's EPA is like that low. So this is probably an even match if you take that into consideration. Hopefully they start it soon. Oh, you know what? Let me be a shill. I ended up making merch. You can see I have a hat here. Wow. If you're interested in that sort of thing, there is going to be a just thing in the description for a link in the description at some point for looking at that. It basically just selling a plain t-shirt with the Rebel Replay on it. There's a hat here. There's also another hat for Coffee with Coaches. It has the little robot guy that's in the bottom corner of my screen here. Oh, but yeah, you can check it out if you'd like. It's linked in the previous videos as well. I added it to the predictions. So if you're interested in that, go check it out. Otherwise, I'll post the links at some point. Start the match. Start the match. Come on. Oh, you know what? I'm going to go more in-depth into 9483's decision, because apparently they didn't redesign. Oh, no, here we go. Match starting. Lovely. And both of them not facing off against each other, so probably will end up collecting most of the fuel. Let's see. Yep, both of them kind of end up on the other side, eating through their half of the fuel. But this auto period, I think, would decide this match if I had to make a guess. Oh, no. Oh, that's not. Oh, that's tragic. Do they still win? No, they don't, because the fuel count, that's all tech fouls. Or that's all a tech foul. Let's see. 9470 still making a good decision. Collect all the way here. And then we start scoring. But okay, and there is defense getting played on Rush, which I like. Actively trying to kind of, yeah, look at that. Trying to catch the fuel, which is really nice. And then eating through it. If they just start passing, that would be perfect. I don't know what 11019 is doing. Okay, we're just playing double defense on him. But yeah, okay. 1, 2, cancel the pin. Nice. You have to rotate them. Not able to do it. Yeah, but this is nice, though. Because they have the defense, Rush is forced to go back over. And it does give them 11019 the opportunity to play defense, but they kind of didn't react fast enough. 9470. Oh my god, what a tower collect. That is beautiful. That's such a hard move to do. When you're playing this game, the tower collect through there is very impressive stuff from them, driver wise. And then let's see, it's kind of an even match still, just because of the fact that Rush hasn't been able to eat. Oh, Rush might be dead. No. Well, it was still a very even match, just because of the fact that they were playing defense on Rush where they were denying the fuel here. But a Rush being dead, I think this match is kind of just over. 94-70 doesn't really have a scoring counterpart on the other side that could match them. But really nice passing from them. Another tower collect. That's so impressive that they can pull that off that easily. But yeah, this match kind of just looks over. Very tragic. Nice defense though on the bump. That's an interesting call. I'm gonna go over that. Let's see. Because this, if they end up calling pins like this, I will be very interested to see how defense plays out. But okay, let's just go back to it because this match is basically over. Look at this. This was called as a pin. Look at this bump over here in the corner. 3, 4. So they're gonna come back over, and then 11-0-19 contacts them here. This is not a pin, obviously. It doesn't get called as one. But then 5066 moves over here and has a corner touching the hub. And that's getting counted as a pin. And now I know the rules say that it's like contact up against something. But if you're playing defense like this and you have bumper contact on the bump side, and they just choose to move over here, that is a very inconsistent ruling, because that is entirely determined on the ref determining what they see as contact kind of being used there, and what the word contact and being pushed up against something means. Because I remember 6329 got burned by this at the district champs, where they got pinned up exactly like this, and they had no pin count going, and they were just stopped there for like 8 seconds, just not able to do anything because of the fact that there was no pin called here. But I guess I will see more of these interactions as more people play defense. But if that is kind of the way that pins are getting called, I'd be very interested to see what what that's going to mean for defense as a whole, because I think that kind of just makes defense useless if you're able to just tank it for 3 seconds and do that. And then 94-70 able to get the RP out of it, but not able to get, oh my god, wow, yeah, barely not able to hit the second fuel RP. I mean, showing you how hard it is, right? This is 94-70 and 2 other robots aren't able to get the 500. This is a very hard RP to get, but this 0 RP match is going to be very big for rankings later on. Just not even able to get 1 RP out of this is going to end up mattering a lot. Let's see, what other field have we not seen? Daily, what's going on in Daily? Oh, this is the High Tide field, isn't it? High Tide Madtown. Have they played yet? Let's see, have they played yet? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, no, doesn't look like it yet, at least. Or maybe Madtown played? Oh, High Tide played. Okay, yep, let's watch it. Oh, wow, perfect timing. Okay, High Tide goes to the middle. Yeah. High Tide collect. High Tide full. And then, are they gonna... Oh, interesting. They're going for the outpost first. Huh. That's... interesting decision. Actually, I like that a lot. Let's talk about it. So they obviously don't do a double pass here. And they just go 1. But look at what they're doing here. Let's go all the way back and just draw out their path real quick. So obviously they go to the middle. They kind of use the corner of their bumper angled a bit. Like you could see that's very obviously not trying to be parallel to the center line. So they angle it a bit so fuel ends up flying towards in front of the hub. And you can see where they're pushing the fuel. And then what they do is they go all the way into the hub, collect all the way there because their hopper capacity is so giant that they then go over the bump and collect. And they know that they're so full at this point that there's no reason going back to the middle because they'll be able to be perfectly efficient for 14 seconds of scoring. So they just fire off the entire thing and then go collect the outpost as well. So that they're maximizing that in terms of efficiency also. And they flip themselves around because they have nice shoot on the move. And then now with 1 second left, you end up back at the middle of the field, able to contest the fuel. And you can see, able to contest the fuel, we get another 40-ish fuel that we're just going to layer onto that hub. Very nice decision making from them in terms of auto pathing. I really like that, especially because if you're not having to double pass to the middle, you're now also making it so you don't have accidental collisions in the middle, and you're also kind of denying fuel in a way because you're kind of staggering your going out. And when you stagger your leave, when you stagger your scoring in auto with what the other robots are going to do, because obviously on the other side it's probably 2 dumpers, they make it so the fuel isn't getting back into the field as fast as they'd expect. So there's now less fuel for the dumper to collect and a lesser chance that they're going to win auto that way. The other lines, rather. Nice defense, though. You can see it's kind of messing High Tide up. Or that might just be a camera thing where they end up getting pushed a little bit and the auto aim ends up messing up. But they lock it back in. Let's see. And did that not get called? Okay, they do call it. Yeah, okay, nice decision. So obviously a lot of the things that we've been seeing is people trying to put nets on the robot, right, to stop the fuel from getting collected. But it doesn't stop the fact that you can't contact a fuel when it comes immediately off of the hub. And so High Tide gets called for a minor, I believe, there. Just going under the hub, getting fuel landing on them, and High Tide going for their collect. Nice defense here, kind of getting in front of High Tide, forcing them to go forward, and now you can see all that tower fuel isn't able to be collected, able to get collected by 340 on the other side with the giant hopper here. But at this point, 340 is kind of just relegated to 1 bump. If High Tide and V Squad and 1325 cared enough, they could probably play defense on it very easily. But it's also 1325, 4028 in High Tide, so there's really no reason to go do that. Let's see. Yep, collect back from the middle. Does this hit 750? This might break 780. Oh, High Tide scores at the end. Is it hit 800 with Beak Squad coming back? Oh, High Tide's not firing. Oh, it could have been an 800 match. Well, yeah, very impressive. Nice movement around. High Tide, nice decision making here to go back to the middle when they see there's defense there, and their partners kind of pick up the fuel that they're now missing. And then obviously just good job playing the neutral zone, doing a little bit of stealing as well. I think that's kind of the only way that you're going to end up hitting 800 in this game, or 800 plus rather in this game, is you're going to have to steal at some point because the other alliance probably won't be able to score as much as you. And so the fuel's never going to end up getting recycled if you're not actively going to go steal at some point, which they realized and kind of adjusted for, which is nice. Oh, let's see. Where else do I want to jump to? Curry. No, I wanted to go to Hopper. Let's see. 3467 is playing. Yes, they are. Okay, let's go back. Okay. Let's see. 3467 on one side. And then generally good robots on the other side. This one is predicted. What does it have predicted? Okay. Oh, they got launched up in. And now they're stuck. Oh my god. Look, we were just talking about being in front of the hub. I think that the manual dictates every single one of these should be a penalty, or a minor rather, for every fuel that you collect. But I'm not sure what the actual way they're going to call it is. They do call a major on it. But sheesh, man, that's brutal. Let's see. 1701 giant hopper turret. Oh my, yeah, that's a beautiful archetype for a third robot, I think. Or the third robot on a good alliance. Playing defense on Wyndham too. Yeah, okay. I just like the idea of a big hopper with a turret because you can play defense on them. On a strong robot, you can collect fuel, deny a lot of fuel that way, and just kind of drain the other alliance of being able to score. But they seem like they scored too much for that to be the case. Nice driving from the other side. Let's see. 3467 trying to pass and didn't play defense at the same time. And you can see it's kind of getting in 1701's way, doing a nice job there. And now 1 second left. Fire a little bit early, but that's okay. I think they end up getting most of it. And 17-1, getting in front of 34-67 again. Nice decision making from them. A nice job playing that sort of mini defense game where you obviously want to be scoring, but getting in front of the other alliance just enough where you're now being obnoxious. And I do like this for the Blue Alliance where they're not cleaning up the back wall. Probably a symptom of the fact they don't have a turret that wants to do that. But because of the fact that there's so much fuel here, if the Red Alliance robots don't steal, they're going to end up being really starved, especially with Wyndham kind of going over to that side and eating through there. You can see, look at what 17-1 has to work with. They have barely any fuel left on this side because of the fact that all that's either in this corner or 34-67 picked it up and was passing it to themselves. And now Red, still not going for a steal. I think that's going to end up killing them this match because the fuel's kind of all piled up onto the side of the Blue Alliance. And 34-67 able to get over. And now they're going to dump all of this fuel at the end of the match here. 17-1, no, not able to see that fuel, I guess, from the driver station perspective. But does 34-67 not see it either? Do they not see the fuel that's in front of their... No, they see it. They're just taking a bit to fire. And if they fire at the end here, maybe it's a win. No, they end up winning anyways because they had some issues with trying to drive the robot at the end there. Is that just a loss? What are they? Yeah, 30 penalty points. Would have won the match, obviously, if 34-67 had an auto. They could have won the match that way. But if they just didn't end up landing in that zone in front of their hub and getting fouls for collecting fuel, ended up losing them this match in 3RP, which is going to be really big, especially with how competitive this field is. That 3RP is going to matter a lot. Might honestly be the difference between like a first seed and a third seed. Honestly, a first captain and a third captain. Oh, let's see. Who else is playing? Stopin or Johnson? Haven't seen Johnson today. Is there anybody played that's like a really high score? I want to see one of the really good bump only robots on this field, because this field is very interesting in that way. With like kind of a lot of the bump only robots. Let's see. 613. Oh, 190's rebuild played. Okay. Let's see. They barely played in practice matches yesterday because of the fact that I don't know what happened, but they were like getting onto the field in terms of like when they were scheduled, and they weren't actually showing up. So I want to see what's going on with their robot. Nice. I like the fact, throw 8 fuel off. I like that from them. So they can collect 8 more fuel instead of putting that in their hopper. Nice optimization there. And it just looks good. Let's see, collecting in front of themselves. Yep. Decent, good auto pathing, right? Not bad auto pathing. But it's not like perfectly optimal like a 254's was. But obviously they're working with a rebuild. I think that's a very fair thing to happen for them. Yep, nice scoring transition period. And then I'd like this a lot from 34-14, kind of playing the neutral zone, passing back to the middle of the field. It looks like a bump only robot. That doesn't look like a trench robot to me. But the 34-14 doing a nice job kind of being in the way. You can look at this now. They're playing defense, or they're getting defended, it seems. Yeah, they're getting defended, coming back over, having to pull, I believe that's 50-26 over to try to stop the defense on them. But you can see they end up against the back wall. Now 5 robots on the side. And this is where I'm kind of the opinion that if you see 5 robots on your side at any point of a match, I think you have to send one of your alliance partners to the neutral zone to go play passing back to the middle or back to your alliance zone, because it's so congested in there at that point that you're not going to be able to get efficient scoring from anybody. So you might as well have someone else go back to the neutral zone and kind of deny them from getting fuel in that way. But it ends up working out for Blue. I mean, you can obviously see they're up by a very solid amount. And Red Alliance, even on their on period, it seems like 44-51 just trying to play a defense role, but 67-66 also might have had something happen to them where now they have to play defense too. And yeah, defense not really affecting 190. Nice scoring from that turret. They have a roller floor, so kind of like Orbit, I guess, or 2056 versus the die rotor turrets. But it just looks very nice, right? The BPS is like good. It's not obviously not a die rotor good, but it is a good level overall that they're running at. Let's see. They're going to be able to hit 500. They should be able to hit 500, I think. But even still, you could see the fact that what I was talking about before, where if you're going for 800 or like a 1K match, you're not going to be able to hit it unless you have someone playing stealing, because there's so much fuel that ends up on the other side unless you have like a very good robot on the other side, which probably doesn't happen. But there's just, it doesn't end up getting recycled back to the field. So a lot of fuel on the red aligned side for them, but they still end up getting the 2 RP or 5 RP rather from the win as well. So nice match from 190. Rebuild looks nice. Let's see. Milstein 694 is playing. Apparently. Oh, this is a fun match. 694 against Taters and Roboteers. Let's see what they do against them. Let's see, does anyone else playing on Milstein earlier? Waffles and 2200. Oh, this was close. Okay, let's check this one out. Let's see what happened here. Waffles on one side, 2200 on the other. The other robots on this match are also very good. They're 6 very good teams, and then the two very nice Canadian teams on the other side here, on either side here rather. Kind of going up against each other. All right, let's see what it is. Yeah, I think 2 bump only robots as well, which is interesting. Let's see how they go. Yeah. Oh, wow. Waffles kind of gets way in front of them, but it doesn't matter because of the fact that, wow, they get caught up on fuel and then they drive themselves, even though their auto is normally supposed to kind of toe the line there. They drive themselves into the fuel on the other side and then end up getting a tech foul called on them for that. And also probably lose auto because of it. Yeah, looks like an auto loss. Even though they beat 2200 to the line, they just kind of got uplifted and then ended up being a loss. Yeah, and you can see they're kind of piling the lead on. Very nice job from Blue Alliance. But it seems like 1640's dead, so nope, they're back. Okay. What are they going to do here? 2200 collecting and not passing, interestingly enough, kind of just collecting all of that fuel instead of doing the passing, getting over to the other side earlier. And yeah, 9140 playing the defense passer role on the other side with a turret, which I think is good, especially against the bump robots. You want to be doing that. Nice decision from them to choose to do that. But where is BCR against the back wall? I guess they already dumped one load of fuel, but yeah, okay. Dump another load, kind of cleaned up their entire side, and then go back to the middle because you're not going to be able to score in the fast of time where that's ever valuable. Yeah. Ended up getting a tech foul called on them. Oh, stuck on a ball. That's why they're kind of just hovering around there. But on the other side, Waffles kind of fighting with the 9140 defense, passing and defense at the same time. Love this archetype from them, especially against a bump only robot. And then they kind of realize that they need to go back for scoring, so they go back the entire way. And now, what does Red do here? Is my question, because you can very much win the match here if you play this correctly. And kind of just deny the Blue Alliance from being able to go back to the neutral zone at like the 25-second mark of endgame and collect fuel again. And it looks like that's what they're doing. Yeah, look at the fuel congestion here. Nothing in the neutral zone for 2200 to do. You've now effectively starved out a big dumper who's kind of sitting in their zone, eating through what's like the basically nothing in fuel reserves. And they can't go back to the middle because they're scared of getting defended or getting beached because they're a bump only robot. Ended up getting beached on this, and now they collect 10 seconds left. Not able to get an optimal pull because of the fact that their bump only robot got caught up on the fuel, and there was no fuel in the middle for them to collect there. Nice job from Red. It might end up being a blue win, but it's still a very nice job from Red playing the endgame period. just making sure that neutral zone is completely barren so that when the blue alliance goes back to the middle, you just don't let them eat anything at all. Let's see, what does the final score end up being here? Red alliance win, yep. And then the penalty points, again, just even though really 4476 never got called for. Actually, I'm gonna go back to the auto penalty. I thought 4476 for sure crossed the line there. I thought that's what it was called. Let's see what it was called instead, because it was a minor apparently, and if you cross the line, it's 15 points for the other lines. And that was not 15 points, but okay. 4476 goes here, still on the line, gets brought up here, and then at this point, they cross to the other side. And then they get called for a tech for crossing the other side, but then they don't make it a major foul on the Red Alliance at the end? Huh. Because that would have given Blue the match too. 10 points there gives Blue the match. That's so odd. Why aren't they... Did they just... I guess they removed the penalty? Because it was... No, it's just going over the line at any point is a 15-point penalty. I don't know what this is. This... I think Blue should have... Oh, no, I'm stupid. That's what it is. But they have 25 points of penalties. I'm looking at the wrong one. Okay, of course. No, the rest are calling it great. Okay, nice job. Anyways, we're gonna ignore that. Oh, this was close. Another close match. Wow, Milstein having some fun here in the early matches. Let's see. Which impressively close, actually, considering the caliber of team on the blue line side here. How did they ended up make it this close? Let's see. Roboteers going on the backside blue bump here. Oh, nice auto collect. Okay, this is lovely from Roboteers. Okay, that's beautiful. Let's just go back to that and show that again. Because this is like perfect for your dumper big bot if you're gonna end up running them in autos for elims. Look at this auto from Roboteers. So Tater's doing a normal auto collect here, and look at. I guess they just tell their third party to not go, but look at this. They collect in a diagonal motion so they can get out of Tater's way and also eat through the middle of the fuel because they know that both other robots are going to go from outwards to inwards. So all this fuel in the middle is fair game if they end up going for it first. End up going over the line for it because they know that they're going to be able to block off a robot that way. And then they just end up spending their entire time kind of collecting through, making sure that they're getting their entire hopper full by like going through the like crevices there. And then able to just dump the entire of their hopper out and still go back to the middle, ready to collect directly from the other alliance's hopper, blocking off the fuel from landing in front of their hub. And you can see because they're set up here, all of that fuel is right in front of them to go get collected. And look at this. They just take a turn, one hairpin, and now all of that's gone. And now you have a free transition period because no one's able to defend you because they didn't go back to the middle. They can't stop your big robot from getting back to the other side, and they're able to get it for free, even though you can see 7763 tried to go to the other side to go collect that. I stop them from being able to score that, obviously. Really nice decision making from them. And it looks like 77-17 is dead here, which might end up being why this match ended up being so close. And 2041 getting defense played on them. You can see they're not able to kind of commit to any one side because of the defense. Pulling Taters over to kind of play defense. Yeah, you can see pull Taters over to play defense, and now Taters wasn't able to shoot the entire time because of that. End up making it so instead of a, let's see, 20-second effective scoring period for Taters, or maybe even 25, ends up going down to just like 15. And you can see that Taters' scoring has very much been affected because of that. And who is that? 2974 just playing the passing on the other side, eating through it to make sure that no one's able to stay through there. You can see it really kind of nerfs their score here. The first auto shift is the first shift after transition is supposed to be where you kind of win as the Blue Alliance, but What's the score after the end of this? Yeah, they go from 200 to 291. Only 91 in a shift from two robots that should be putting up probably like 150 per shift because of the fact that there's defense getting played on them. And they're just getting denied from Roboteers are getting denied from entering and having to pull taters on the other side. And now both of them are bump only, but they are able to get over somehow. I don't know what happened there, but probably nice moves from taters and Roboteers, ending up both getting back over the bump. Taters with the expanding hopper, kind of like the citrus machine. And Roboteers stuck on fuel, but they don't have a partner to pull them. It'll have to be taters if they want to get off. Oh, they can get off themselves. Wow. Nice driving. Still stuck on a fuel. And Blue's kind of pulling it back now. 694 with their turret doing a lot of work inside of their own alliance zone. Going back to the middle as well. It's this match kind of comes down to 77-63. If they're able to stop Roboteers, there's a chance 694 wins this match. With their scoring and then also 29-74 playing the other turret as well. Yeah, look at this. Just not allowing them back on the other side at all. Do they end up putting it over? Oh, it's close. Oh, it's so close. What do they end up marking it? Let's see, what does it end up being? Denison? Did I miss it? I think I missed it. No, they normally show the end screen for a little bit. I wonder what. Oh, it's just not showing. Wow, that's so odd. Here, I'm gonna check TVA for this. Who won this one? Yep, by 2 points. Wow. Yeah, and you can see it. Look at the shift breakdown here. So obviously, the able to come back from that transition, Roboteers ended up getting a lot of value there. 45 in transition, but you're normally supposed to make that big jump after winning auto in that shift 2 because you have so much setup time, and they only end up getting 86 during that period because of the fact that there's defense on them having to pull taters as well. Taters now doesn't get an efficient cycle. Like, wow, the defense really killed them there at the end. And then obviously you can see in endgame 33 points allowed from two incredible machines because of defense alone. And obviously Roboteers started to had some electrical issues, but wow, that was really nice defense that kind of just ended that match. Let's go back to that. No, I'm gonna take a look at that again. That was really nice from 77-63. Let's go just look at that specifically. Okay, let's see. Endgame period. Okay, endgame period. Taters ends up putting up a volley, and this also counts as their endgame points. 77-63 kind of just marking Roboteers at this point. They're collecting from the middle, which I think is right. Just getting as much as they can. Taters gets over, and 77-63 still says, "I don't care. We're stopping Roboteers from coming over." And now Roboteers tries to get over without taters because, as you can recall, the first shift, it kind of pulls. They have to pull taters over to push 77-63 out of the way to go be able to get over to the other side, and they're not able to do that. So now they're stuck here, and I think that at this point they're browning out. Probably from the fact that they're getting played defense on the entire match, losing a lot of power, and now 21-22. Also becomes a pump-only robot because they have the Citrix extender, and they don't pull that down like 254 does to get under the trench. And because of that, they just get defense on him, stuck on the bump. And this is what I'm talking about, right? When I talked about refs kind of being like weird in the way that this gets called as a pin, this kind of needs to be standardized across the field. I'm fine with it, however the refs decide to call it, but it kind of needs to be standardized across each field, like individually, where if this interaction is happening and I have a robot that is contacting you here and you are contacting the hub, is that a contact on contact against the wall or not? Is it not? Because that's going to really determine how I want to make an alliance, if I want to go for a defense robot or not, if that's how that ends up getting called. But yeah, really nice defense from 77-63 here. ends up winning their alliance to the match. Definitely should be someone on the radar. And this is what I was talking about with bump only robots, right? Like, if you need to have someone pulled for them to be able to get value, and because of the fact that the third robot here was dead the entire match, they don't have an extra bot of utility to get roboteers over, ends up really being what punishes them. And they're not able to score at max. Oh, Citrus match. They're not able to score at their maximum potential. All right, let's see Citrus. Wow, what is that pathing? Oh my god. They just went over. They just don't care. Did they go over? Okay. So they go, oh, they don't go over. They just flip their back out so much so that they basically push. We can see all the fuel kind of getting moved away here. They flipped the back of their robot. Actually, let's just look at that again. Look at the way they turn the back of their robot here and do the rotation in the center field. And what it does to the fuel pile. So they gun out. They don't go for the sideways into here. They're just directly going into the pile, kind of like Roboteers did with their auto. And kick all of it away from themselves. And look at this on the other side. 3707 able to get literally 4 fuel maybe from the fact that because of the fact that Citrus kicks all of it to the center of the hub. If you remember the high tide auto, that'll be really good for them if they end up playing at Citrus on Einstein, because all of this fuel ends up getting collected by that high tide auto that only goes to the middle once. So really nice auto pathing from Citrus. And then obviously you can see they're dumping of ridiculous rates. And now 11 seconds, yep, going back to the middle and getting completely full. And then they eat in front of 3707 again, not able to collect. And basically, that looks almost solo from Citrus. Like, I think you could assume at least 90-ish points of that were from Citrus alone. Yeah, really nice auto pathing there. I love that a lot. Let's see. Yeah, 3707 I like a lot. Choosing to do passing in the off period because they know that you kind of need to play that if you want to get any fuel at all during your on period, if you want to be able to score during your second shift. And 1678 getting over in time early so that they can try to get themselves positioned to avoid the defense of 4122. I like that a lot. I think if you're going to end up going with like kind of the extendable hopper, you need to be budgeting time in to be able to get to the other side. They do that correctly. And now because 4122 also wants to be scoring, they're kind of stuck in a weird position in a qual match where maybe if this was an elims match, 6078 is getting hard defended, but because it's a quals match, they want to get the RP. So really not able to do that. Let's see. Yeah, you can see the just giant dumpers here. Really just look at the fuel in the corner here, man. Like, there's just no fuel for the Red Alliance at all to be scoring because all of it's either in the hopper of Citrus or in the corner of the field here. And they're not going for steals because there's so many robots on the other side here where... Yeah, look at the dumping here. This is so well played from the Blue Alliance. And obviously, I think the Red Alliance could have had a robot go for a steal here, but I think they're more focused on trying to get the 360 RP in the first place, where they're not able to budget that time in. But I think it would have been better for them in terms of overall scoring if they actually went to go steal, because now that fuel is refreshed, and you don't have to deal with the fuel kind of being only put back in at like the last 10 seconds of the match, which is basically a fuel that you're not going to be able to score in the first place because you're not going to go back 10 seconds, collect all this, come back and be able to dump all of it at the end. But yeah, nice scoring. Yeah, they end up getting the 5th RP as well. Just huge dump. And what, 600 match? Maybe? Yeah, 600 match. Okay. Yeah, well played from them. Very nice job from this alliance. Let's see. Where else do you want to go? Qual 8, a bare metal. Jack and the Bot and 195 are playing. I think that's Newton. Is that Newton? That okay, 800 points. Let's go check that out. We'll see what happened here. How do you hit 800? Jack in the Box EPA might be fake, guys. Who could have guessed? Okay. Yep. Ended up, even though they end up making it slower to the line, still ending up getting in front. Oh, nice move from them here. I like this too. This is a nice move. End up putting their collector back the other way because they know they're full anyways. So they point their collector this way and then use the back of the robot to kind of herd all the fuel over the bump. Get a little bit extra on the other side. Nice auto pathing there. 52-16, yeah, ends up getting stuck, but I think they tried to do a triple auto to the middle. 52-16 just ends up getting stuck on fuel, which is unlucky because this could have been like a 170 auto period, honestly, if 52-16 doesn't get stuck here. And then 195 comes back, Jack in the Bot comes back, dumping all of that in. Yeah, no, this is just lovely scoring. 3 dumpers, and you can kind of see what the double dumper combination is doing. Look at the where the fuel is being congested. Like this is it's requiring 233 to kind of sit here and pass all of it back because otherwise this thing would be loaded with fuel. And even still, Red Alliance just has no fuel at all to kind of work with. Jack in the Bot is sitting here waiting. He's shooting early, shooting all that, yeah. And Jack in the Bot deciding to be the one going back to the neutral zone to collect the fuel that they just scored, and then allowing their 2 partners to then be the ones that are collecting inside of the zone and refreshing themselves on that fuel. Another nice decision. I think that whether you're going to have one of your best robots go to the neutral zone, or you're going to have your 3rd robot in elims be in the neutral zone passing back to you, someone's got to make sure that the other alliance doesn't have a free contest on that. So probably something to be taking a look at of how people are playing that. That'll be a big tell of how important people think that 3rd robot is in terms of passing back to yourself. Whether they put him in the neutral zone or they say you're going to go all the way to the other side of the field and be passing from the other alliance zone. Let's see. Now, yep, getting ready. 233, try to play defense, but yeah, it is actually working pretty well because Jack in the Bot doesn't have that extended hopper. They get a pin called on him, though. And yeah, Jack in the Bot decided to go back to the middle because of it after shooting all that fuel. And they end up getting 300 points after this? How do you hit 300 in 30 seconds? I guess with 3 very good dumpers is how. Yeah, 195 went for a steal. Now kind of getting defended on the way back. And still end up getting full. And just get over defense on Jack in the Bot still. But 195, because Jack in the Bot's soaking the defense, 195 is able to do that tower collect. Able to get all that fuel, clean up the rest of that zone. And now Jack in the Bot, again, playing the recycling game, right? Both these guys are doing a really nice job at it, actually. 195 and Jack in the Bot both at the end here. Seeing that there's nothing left in their zone and then deciding to go for the middle and get 802 raw points right now. What does it end up being at the end? What's the final score? 824. Wow. Yeah, so 819 clean. Really, really, really nice from them. Hey, look at that. 233 fuel for 233. And then 5 RP. Yeah, this is very well played. Kind of showing you how good dumper play works. From that. Let's see. Oh, Galileo. Link is playing right now. Let's go check him out. Okay, let's go back. Link is... What happened to Link and Auto? Oh, Link versus 2231. Of course. Yes. Oh, this is going to be fun. Interesting. Let's just go back and look at that. Yeah, so they're obviously contesting each other, right? So that the other one doesn't get to the other side, but because of the fact that 10980 isn't able to be as fast as 2231, they kind of just allow them to get full off of that fuel. And now Link goes back to the middle here, cuts in front of their hub. Interesting choice not to go a little bit deeper there. They're just not towing the line at all in that second time, making sure they get back over to their side. And then, yeah, dumping all of that back in. And I think Blue probably ends up winning this just because 2231 gets too much fuel. Yeah. They get too much fuel from that first collect, and now they win that auto period. I want to see how red plays this if they lose auto though. Like what is Link's decision making here? Yeah, passing to the middle. Like this a lot from them. Clean out that neutral zone. Make sure the blue alliance, even though they're gonna get one cycle on you or one hopper on you in that transition period, make it so they don't get two and two extra hoppers in that their first shift scoring. This is kind of how you kill that advantage that you get out of auto. Is the fact that you eat through the neutral zone, make sure they don't have a lot of fuel to score, and now you've kind of sacrificed a bit of your score, but you can see they still put up a very solid score here in that first shift. Yeah, Link ends up getting called for collecting in front of the hub, of course. And the passing is very nice, though. And you can see because of the fact that they were kind of playing that denial game, and Link also goes for some steal here. Because they were playing that denial game in the transition period immediately, they're now only down by like 60-ish out of the second shift, which I think is very good for World specifically, because 60 is not a hard number to come back from at World specifically when you're playing with these types of robots where they're this good at the game. Let's see. I think it does require Link to kind of hit this. They need to get this hopper out though. Yeah, all that gets scored. Okay. So now what do? You still have 5 seconds left. How is Blue going to play this? Is it just going to be 22-31 just playing clean up the entire time in their zone? Because I think they can. But they're going to have to go back to the neutral zone at some point in this match. Like there's not going to be enough fuel in there for you to do that. Let's see. What is happening to Link? Is Link getting pinned? What? Whoa. What happens to Link here? They get caught. Yeah, again, the same interaction. Like, they're caught on top of a robot's bumpers, and, like, are you going to call this a pin or not? I don't really care which way you go. I just think that you have to be consistent. And if this is the way this field is calling it, then sure, I have no qualms with this. Because this is now lockdown defense. And this is something you can do against every single robot if they try to come over the bump. Because they're now caught. This isn't a pin because there's no contact. And now Link is effectively lost until they can get their partners to push them out. Can they get their partners? And they're still getting defended. Link comes back. 16 seconds left. They can still pull this back, though. Like 100%. Because 22-31. Oh, no, they're back. 22-31's back. Oh, this is close. It kind of requires Link to get back over the bump on this side and dump all this out. 3 seconds. Oh, just not able to. Nice defense again. Defense being what's denying these guys from getting over. That time, landing on top of a bumper there specifically. I don't know how that's called because obviously it's bumper to bumper contact. But if they're landing on top of your bumper, can you get called for a pin there? I don't know. But these guys, these refs decided that this field isn't going to call the contact against the hub as a pin, which I think is the way it's generally been getting called. But yeah, ending up costing Link the match essentially. That pin, right? Really nice defense. Just choosing not to move, just making sure Link doesn't move, and you see that there's no pin getting called on you. Hands off the controller. Nice job by the Blue Alliance over there. And obviously 22-31 is an incredible score, right? We knew this. They ended up putting 5-12 in their first match on. But crucially, not getting the fuel RP because they ended up dying at the very end of that match. So might end up being something to watch out for. Obviously, I think Orbit's going to end up getting first seed in this division, but something to watch out for. Let's see. Johnson. We haven't looked at Johnson yet. See what's going on there. 448. Who is over here? No, not really. Milstein. No one playing right now. Who's on? Oh, Mercenary on Curie about to play. Okay. And let's see. Did 125 might have played as well already, so. Okay, Mercenary about to play. I want to check out 125's match, though, because I am very interested to see what they did with their robot. I think someone said in chat that it was called 5, so no. What qual was it? Oh, qual 4. Okay. Let's see. Wait, whoa, was that 800? Was that 800 points here? Oh, it was. Okay. Sure, we'll check that one out. Curie with some pretty good matches, actually. Dang. 576, a 571 clean. Let's see how does this end up happening. All right, let's see, 125. Oh, follow auto here. Nice. Love that. Follow auto on this side. I assume it's because 6045 is bump only. So, kind of having to pull follow auto because you don't want to get in 6045's way and kind of have some collision there. Oh, no follow auto. Interesting. They're just starting on the back there just for fun. They're just going to the depot anyways. I guess it's just for efficiency. Interesting there. And 125 gets caught on something, I believe. I don't know what it is. It's kind of getting blocked out, but I ended up getting caught on something there. Let's see. Yeah, go back to the middle. Caught on fuel again. Wow. Unlucky. Yeah, and they play the cleanup game because they lose auto. So just playing that cleanup game as much as you can. Dump all that. You can see the fuel, like the fuel output is insane when they're going. The 125 is a very, very good robot when they're able to be fed. And you can see they're kind of just cleaning up very effectively in this point of the game. 1 second. Yep. Nice. Let's see. I want to see what they do in this period, though. So they decide to clean the neutral zone. And you can see there's a lot of fuel in the corner here, kind of getting hoarded by blue. I wonder if it'll end up... Yeah, it starts to get scored. But a lot of fuel getting denied because of that. But that back wall, I don't like this camera angle, so you can't see it as well. But this back wall here, really fed, and that's what 125 loves to do. You'll see their pathing is probably just going to be through the tower here, and they're going to be ridiculously effective when they do this. Like, look at that scoring, man. And decide to go back to the middle so that they can keep themselves scoring the entire time. I guess not wanting to collect through that back wall, or trying to push past their partners here. Interesting. So I like this a lot. High Tide was one I saw do it earlier. I do it a lot specifically, where they collect the sidewall here as the turret. And then they go back to the middle to collect because there's normally a bunch of fuel sitting here so that they deny the other alliance from getting it. And then they go back to the other side to finish cleaning up that back wall because they've collected so much that at this point, the entire way back is going to be effective scoring. So interesting decision from them. Like, you're both able to play denial on the neutral zone and also play cleanup, which I think is really nice if you're doing that pathing. And then 125 doing that cleanup. I mean, come on. Shoot on the move, die rotor turret. It's very, very effective. There's a reason they were my picks to win this entire division with 254. They're a very good machine. I think that even though 254 might have said that they like working with dumpers, they've worked with Madtown before. I think they'll see the value of the die rotor turret here. All right, let's jump to... Oh, Mercenary, right into it. All right, let's go. Mercenary, my finalist pick. Incredible team out of Texas. On the backside here. Let's see what happens. Yep, collecting. Wow. Yep, giant collection. And then it looks like a four wide or 3 wide shooter, one of the two. Either way. Yeah, you can see because of the fact that the Blue Alliance wasn't able to score that much, the fuel pile, or actually they were able to score, but a lot of it kind of being dispersed. I don't know how the interaction happened, but there was like no fuel here for a Mercenary to pick up, which is so... I wonder why. Let's just look back at it. Okay. So because of the fact that this giant gap is left here, look at where the fuel ends up rolling out of Mercenary's robot. All of it kinds of ends up getting caught on the big fuel pile that ends up getting left here. And so now there's essentially just a wall where the fuel isn't going to be, where the fuel is going to land there and it's not going to pile up in front of their hub. And so Mercenary's auto kind of not working as they intended or collecting as much fuel as they would have liked because of the fact that the Blue Lines doesn't collect all the fuel from the middle of the field, and that fuel kind of lands in front of themselves. And oh, yeah, nice sweep from Mercenary here, all the way across, and then being effective through their off period, or sorry, the transition period. But they end up being the ones that lose auto because of that, and also the fact that 9068 ends up getting stuck on the bump on the way back, so no scoring there. But yeah, Mercenary looks like having some issues on the other side, kind of pushing themselves. Yeah, still, even with issues, able to end up making it like a 100 point shift ish, which is quite impressive. And then yeah, with triple passing in the neutral zone, looks like triple dumper, just making sure that all that fuel goes back to their side. And then Blue ends up having to pull their robots early. You can see 1024 ends up going early to try to collect to make sure that some fuel is available for them to score. But really nice, and you can see the triple dumper here is going, like, wow. Like when you allow triple dumper to kind of do this setup, and you don't send the double robots like on the other side, like we saw in one of the very earlier matches, I think you kind of just end up running away with it. Yeah, 400 points in 2 shifts alone. And now they're starting to on their last shift, but they have the 2 disadvantageous shifts here being used. So this is going to be a lot of scoring coming out at the end here, because you have red with a lot of setup time going into this, and you can see that Blue ends up having to pull a robot on the end there to try to go play steal and defense at the same time. But it's just not going to matter. And I like the sub 6366. Playing the neutral zone passing, and then Mercenary obviously goes back to the middle for a little pass, and I think 14 seconds left at this point. Yeah, okay, I like this a lot from them, actually. Kind of being aware that one of them is going to have to go back to the middle as a dumper because of how fast their fire rate is. So Mercenary being the one that'll take that hit and be a little bit less efficient, allowing their partners to kind of go through the tower and do the cleanup against the back wall. Really nice from them overall. Let's see. Johnson with apparently a lot of good robots here. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. Alt F4. And they end up winning this. Alt F4. Wow. Okay, let's see how this happens. How do you win this match? 118.67 Alt F4 on the other side of the 3 robots of note here. Obviously 118.67, I don't think I need to explain how good they are. Let's just see it. So Blue should probably be winning auto here, if I had to take a guess. Yeah, Alt F4 kind of gets pushed as well, so unable to do anything there. And 67 and 118, yeah, just putting up fuel in the hub. It's just a very nice, consistent stream. And Alt F4 unable to get their last hopper dump out because of the fact they get caught here. So, what do they maximize their transition period? What happens here? Yeah, this is interesting choice. So because Alt F4 has a bunch of fuel in their hopper already, they end up deciding to sit in this corner here and just dump all of it out in the first place. Because they end up getting caught on the way back, and so you'd rather just have the scoring there at that point than go collect from the middle and pass, which I think is fine. It's a good decision. Either way, I think is whatever you decide to do there is fine, because you have a full hopper. Might as well use it in transition period. And 3 seconds, 2 seconds, do they end up getting this one out? Looks like it. And then they save the fuel so that they can go pass it back to themselves later. And Alt F4, yeah, going to the other side, playing some stealing, eating through. What happens to 118, though, on this side here? What happened to 118, actually? What? When did they end up going over there and then getting died, maybe? What happened here? So they end up going around trying to chase through the. Oh, and do they end up? Yeah, you can see. Look at their light. They end up getting disconnected from that hit on the tower, trying to chase 75-58, playing that sort of defense-y style, which is something they did a lot of against dumpers, specifically Itcon girls is where it worked really well. Playing that defensive style of passing and playing over there, but it just doesn't end up working because they end up hitting their head on the tower. And I guess this is how Alt F4 and these guys end up running away with it, because even with like a 150 point lead, I don't think 67 can output as much scoring as 3 robots combined. And 1792 obviously doing a nice job playing sort of that denial with the fuel, but I don't think their fuel rate is good enough to match the dumpers on the other side here, especially when 9277 is playing passing to the middle. Yeah, so 5 seconds left, and now this is where Alt F4 is going to... Wow, yep. Doing a nice job, seeing that there's nobody there on the other side to stop them from stealing. And so they just... Oh my god, yeah. Wow. Nice. So nice decision making here. Let's go over it. So it's basically 118's currently stuck on the tower. And the Blue Alliance is having an active shift because they won auto. Winning auto actually ends up killing them here. I think if they lose auto, this is probably a fine match. Maybe it's even closer than before. Maybe they could win it if they lose auto. But look at what happens here. So because 118's dead, and 118's currently contacting the tower because they hit themselves on the tower, which is what causes them to kind of break and lose connection in the first place. If they end up getting contacted at the end here, and someone tries to go for a climb or is in the air when contacting them, 1, that's just free major fouls, and then 2, that's just you could end up giving them 2 climbing robots worth of RP, and you end up giving 6 RP this match from tower contact alone. So 6-7 ends up having to be pulled over here all the way to the corner, and going through their tower with 13 seconds left, trying to get 118 out, and the entire time they're not being optimal on the cycle that they kind of need to be scoring in. And it's only 1792 putting up any scoring, and now Alt F4 and 2040 on the other side are being very effective with their scoring, and they're now going to end up making up the entire thing because 67 didn't have that time in the first shift to be doing the scoring. Yeah, I mean, it's still close, right? 67 is still a very nice, high-scoring team. But when you have... it's basically just 2 dumpers versus 1 dumper in terms of fuel output, should be Red's match. Maybe not. Do they end up winning this one? This would be incredibly impressive if 6-7 could pull this off alone. Wow. Wow. Really? Wow. Okay. That's incredibly impressive. That is such a nice shift from them at the end there. And they're winning this match because of the dumper output, right? If that's a turret, they can't win this match here. They just don't have enough output. But because it's a dumper, able to go through basically 2 collections of that. And also, I think... I mean, what was Red doing here at the end here? Scoring and getting stopped, right? Not able to have as efficient a scoring. Oh, this is what happens. So 2040 decides to go for the fuel in the corner here, when I think the probably most optimal play at this point is you pull back 9277 here. You have 2040 go back to the middle and eat in front of their own hub or something to that affair. And then maybe you end up getting 3 robots scoring at the end. Maybe you can win this match here, but wow, that's wow. That barely end up losing this match. And then you can see 75-58 tries to pull it at the end by hitting 118 against the tower because 67 didn't pull them out well enough. But with not enough time, I don't think they call that a foul. Or let's see. They end up giving them the tech. It just doesn't matter. Wow. Really nice scoring from that robot on the other side. If the robot stops under the tower, will it cause the foul? Yes. So in the end game period, the reason 67 ends up pulling them here is because in the endgame period, the tower is a protected area. So if the way that the rules manual writes it is that if anybody is touching the tower at the end of the match, that is a blue alliance robot, and the red robot contacts it for any reason. So for saying any reason basically means you can be intentional with it, and so it's being there intentionally to stop defenders. So they're kind of being, if you're contacting that at all, then that's now 15 points. And if you end up getting on a climb and you get contacted, that you now get the 30 points of teleop climb for that as well, because of that. So something to keep in mind, if you end up dying in that area, having someone pull you out there is very, very important, because otherwise you're probably going to end up losing the match because of that. Let's see. What? Team Scream Jr. playing in a bit. Oh, Overcharge just played. Okay. Oh, Galileo's live. Okay, we'll jump back to this one. I wanted to see Orbit. I haven't seen Orbit yet this year. Oh, okay. No, we can go back. Okay. 94-80. Oh, match just started. Perfect. Okay, let's see it. So obviously, 94-83 being the big one here to look out for. Didn't end up rebuilding at all. Apparently, Chief Delphi was a bait. But what do they do here? So they're firing, but they're not going on the side they like. And they put up what, 60-ish? Not bad, but obviously could have been more. And you can see they try to collect at the end here, try to get full, but doesn't end up happening because all the fuel's kind of on top of 1306. And then after getting pushed down, yeah, firing. Yeah, okay, this one should kind of just be a runaway. This is not the match where I would look to see where how 94-83 is going to get stopped. Because I think if with this robot of 94-83, I think that Johnson Division could be won by like the 5th Alliance if they play this correctly. Because there's so many bump only robots here that are very tall. And obviously 94-83 is an incredible robot, right? I'm not saying there's not, but I do think that you've seen it with Roboteers. I think there is issues with that style of robot, and the deeper and deeper we get and better defenders we see against them, you'll end up noticing that more. But for now, they're just kind of putting everything into the hub. This is insane. And yeah, 300 points already. Almost getting that first shift. And yeah, look at this. I mean, 94-83. This is what I'm talking about with the issues of what are you going to do when there's no fuel in the middle of the field, right? When they're kind of stockpiling all this fuel against you, what is the value of a bump robot? Because you can't go play steel because you're just going to not be allowed to leave at all. And so your value in the off period is kind of just sitting in the middle and passing. But if they just kind of don't score any of the stuff against the wall and kind of stockpile that, it might be a really big issue. But you can see their scoring right now is still incredible, right? They're still a very high scoring robot. I'm just very concerned with how they're going to get value in elims with the bump only. And then, yeah, they're going to end up winning this match. Probably, actually, yeah, it looks like 5 RP for them as well. It looks like 5 RP as well. And then, yeah, 5 RP, very nice scoring. But again, because they didn't rebuild, my questions remain of how are you going to end up playing that? Let's see it. This match it's about to start. Oh, wow, look at that. Okay, so Team Scream Jr., Orbit, and also my Riser 1403 with the kind of passing style. We'll see what they end up doing here, but okay. Is this match? Am I just not live? No, I'm live. Okay. This match is just not starting. Let's see. Who else is playing? Rembrandts versus Hawaiian Kids on Milstein. Okay. Let's see if that one's live. Okay, yeah, let's watch this one for now. And then we'll jump back to Orbit, right? I really want to see Orbit and see how they're playing. So wow, good defense here from 2811. And because their turret's still able to get it over. Okay. You know what? Wow, five robots right now on the other side playing a hard defense. And obviously, be careful of that tower, right? You contact them at all in the endgame period, it's 15 points. But wow, incredibly impressive that Blue Alliance is able to win that with basically playing 1.5 defenders the entire match, is what it looks like. Obviously, they could have pulled more scores over, but yeah, it looks like 29-11 is playing pure defense the entire time. Defense and passing. Yeah, love this from this type of robot. I think it's an awesome way to play the game as like if you're trying to look to be a second pick of a good alliance. Play good defense, and they're kind of, you can see they're stopping 359 from getting back over. 359 decides, yeah, we're just going to collect more fuel, steal more fuel, and just play some defense on him. Try to mark him. You can see they catch him on the bump here. I think if I really want to nitpick here, they probably end up catching 359 if they don't go over the bump. And I think this is something that every defender robot should kind of be aware of, is look at this here. So this interaction with 359 is almost perfect. So they kind of mark them here, rotate with them, and obviously 359 is closer, so they'll be able to match them. And then they catch them here with a nice rotation to get themselves flipped to catch them. But what they end up doing is they end up, instead of just catching them, just staying still, they end up pushing forward here a bit. And you can see, look at where they end up, their bumpers end up. They end up on top of the bump at this point, and now because of that, they now have to back up and go left. Whereas if they just were able to go left the entire way down, I think they might have been able to catch 359. Because look at where they ended up catching them. Like, barely inside of the alliance zone. So something to take a look at if you're trying to play defense is making sure that you're never actually going on the bump. You're kind of staying just behind the bump whenever you're playing that defense and playing on that sort of line. Okay, I don't want to go back to Galileo now. Come on. Oh, lovely. Wow, match started. Okay, awesome. Okay, Team Scream going to the outpost for their collection. Orbit not moving. Oh, wanted to see their auto. Well, yeah, auto disaster, it seems. Did they end up losing auto here? Yeah, end up losing auto because Orbit doesn't move, and then also 1403 misses a lot of what they're doing. But let's see it. Okay. Now 1690 firing. Oh, they're just adjusting. Yeah, okay. They have some issue with their robot right now, it seems. What do they decide to do? Is that Orbit playing defense? Okay, you know what? Let's just watch them. They have an incredible driver. They know they're gonna. Okay. So pushing on them, get caught out. What? That is no. Okay. What? That's not. Is that a pin? 1, 2. Do they ever? Oh, they never leave 6. Yeah, okay. They never leave 6 feet of. They never go away 6 feet. That's a fair pin call. And just playing defense, yeah. Pushing around, getting in front of where they want to be. Can they fire back now? Can they shoot? They're shooting? And they realize they can shoot, so they come back now? No? Nope. Still not able to score. This, if they're not able to win this match, I think they're gonna end up having their fate decided by someone else. I don't know how the schedule works right now, or what Statbotics kind of thinks of this division in terms of strength of schedule, but there are too many good dumper robots here that can hit 500 in a lot of their matches, where I think Orbit might end up getting picked because they lose, if they end up losing this match. And also, it looks like Team Scream and 1403 aren't going to be able to put up 500. And oh my god, 1403 browning out here as well. And everybody, wow, match of despair for this Red Alliance. Everybody browning, Orbit not able to work. And is it just a loss? Yeah. Wow. That's so unlucky. That is so tragic. Actually, you know what? I want to check this out. Statistics. Events. Galileo division. Let's see. Simulation. Yeah, because of that match, Orbit now drops down to 34 predicted. And it'll probably end up being the crew who picked them. Really? 449 ends up being up there? What's their strength of schedule? RRP score. Not that high. Huh. And they still end up being up there. Wow, impressive. Okay, so yeah, it looks like it'll probably just end up being the crew end up taking them, because if you look at what Statbox is estimating for EPAs, 38 versus 35, that basically means that they're expected to win a match over Blair and Link both, I guess, if you want to look at it that way. So we'll probably end up being the 7769 Orbit combo, just because Orbit lost that match, and you can see their average went down to from 35-ish to now from 38-ish to now 35-ish. So they're not going to be able to pick who they want, very likely, unless something happens to the crew where they're not able to play it correctly and end up losing the match they're expected to win. All right, let's see. Who else? Let's see. Johnson Division, maybe? No. Oh, Econ Girls is playing. Oh, Econ Girls went with a redesign. So I think they're very much in contention for another very good team here. That could end up getting picked high, because they kind of went with the Itcon, the normal Itcon, or I guess normal Itcon. They're both very good teams, but the Itcon sort of redesign where they took the giant hopper off and replaced it with the netting and mesh that can kind of expand upwards. And then, yeah, I mean, what nice defense on them though. It's 321. Okay, nice. 321 planks of defense. I believe it's a different drive coach than last time though, and obviously probably is a different driver because the fact that the last time they won Worlds was 2024. But it is still 321 planks of defense. Nice to see. And it looks like a match that is probably over. Let's see what else. What else is happening right now? What have we not seen a lot of? I haven't been on Newton a bunch. Let's see what's happening here. Okay, that is a list of teams. Okay, 973, 604, and 148. This seems like as good a match as any to break 800 if you're not looking at like a top 2 EPA team to be doing it. Wow. Incredibly stacked list of teams here. Oh, start the match. Maybe. Oh, and also 818 and 3005 on the other side. So a very stacked match overall, actually. Red Alliance predicted about 577 by Statbotics. And then 3005 818 Alliance predicted 443. So it is pretty close. Like, it's within 100, but obviously Statbotics is kind of iffy. So this Red Alliance prediction might end up being way higher. Like, I think they could definitely break 700 if they play this correctly. I just want to see what they do in auto. So interesting follow auto 604. That's sick. Okay, that's awesome. Okay, we're going back. That's so cool. Okay, so 148 obviously comes out of here, eats in front of themselves here, right? And then 973 on the other side is just going to do a little curl, normal pathing on the other side. And then they collect all of that. 604 then goes all the way across to collect if the Blue Alliance ends up not eating anything here. 604 goes across the entire way to go collect all of that, and then goes back around in front of the hub to go eat from that. And specifically, the part I love the most about this is that they don't go directly in front of the hub, so they don't get the penalty of catching fuel, but they go just in front of it so that they can collect fuel. And then what do you do at the end here? Go to depot. What? Wow! What an auto pathing from these guys. This is beautiful to watch. Yeah. And then obviously some misses going on here, but this could have, if they didn't miss the fuel, or they had like maybe a little bit higher, I think that auto pathing could get you like 180 in auto. That's so impressive. I love that so much. What EPA stands for? EPA stands for expected points added. So basically saying, how many points are you contributing to your alliance every single time? And it's like some measurement. It's highly inaccurate when you're looking at it, just straight up as a number, but if you want to use it to like rank teams in tiers, I think it's a pretty good metric. Yeah, so obviously they ended up winning auto with the very nice pathing, and just nice job doing the stealing. Like this from 818, going on the other side, realizing they have to do stealing if they want to try to stay effective. Playing defense on 604, but now 604 gets over. And now it's 973, 604, 148, all scoring at once. Still double stealing going on here. I like this from them. Nice decision from 148. Seeing that this kind of too congested on one side here, going back to the middle for their fuel, and then scoring all that. And wow, really nice job. Really nice decision making from the Red Alliance here. Just knowing when to go back to the middle of the field. One time it's 148, the other time it's 973. Kind of staggering that in the middle every single time, to go to the middle and eating through that. Just nice. Nice coordination from these guys. And this could very easily be an alliance like 5 or something in elims, because these guys are very, very impressive. Every single one of these teams is very good. So 4 seconds left. It's still very close, to be fair. And they do end up firing a bit early, but I mean, does it really matter? I'd like to see 973. Yep. Look at this. Triple defense steal on the other side here. Because they have no scoring. But I think that, yeah, 3005, nice decision here to go back to the middle and start passing back. I think you have to do this a little bit earlier. Because I think triple defense is kind of too much defense means that the neutral zone is kind of way too filled. And wow, 619, yeah. And now they still have time to score at the end here. 604 getting defended, and they're going to call the pin on them for the contact. Yeah, so the 4400 has to move out of the way. 14 seconds, 148 gets a nice collect. 973, do they get the collect? They get almost a full hopper. Can they get around? Yep, nice rotation around that defense. Can they put up 750? 780? 770? How much does it end up being? Yeah. 792. Wow. Yeah. So almost 800. If they ended up not missing some of that fuel in auto, this is an 800 match. I'm telling you, man, these guys are good, man. It is very, very impressive. And so you can see StatBox kind of fraudulent in the like prediction market, prediction way. 2056 playing next. Okay, yeah, we're jumping over to him. But StatBox EPA kind of being weird in the sense of, yeah, we're expecting 500 out of these guys, and then they drop almost 800. So you take EPA with a grain of salt. It's just kind of fun to rank teams around with them. And also it's a nice metric for me, because then I don't have to go look at every single team on a division to try to see who's incredibly good. And I can try to just see general layout of who's pretty good. Let's see. Okay, 1710 on the other side is a pretty good team. 2056, also quite a nice team. I think 2056 might be a good team, guys. I don't know though. Okay, I'm gonna jump back to this match. Is there any other match going on? Gwynnett's playing on Milstein right now. Actually, I do want to see how they end up changing the robot. Did they end up changing? No. Okay, so it is the same robot. It's a very nice turret robot. Doing some hurting here. Wow. Peachtree, interestingly enough, Peachtree is one of the only districts I've seen that's like very much prioritizing hurting at the top level of Peachtree. Like 1771 and Bean both, I believe, are very, very much of the opinion that they can pass and hurt at the same time, which is interesting to me. Like, I don't disagree. I think it's nice, but they're the only ones I've seen actively looking to try to herd. Versus collecting the fuel that they're hurting and just passing it anyways, which is just something to take note of. And Gwinnett, obviously, just a good robot. The shoot on the move is very nice. Hitting almost everything, going through the nice tower collect as well, passing all of that fuel, being efficient. The defense not really doing much because they're not really getting in the way of where Gwinnett wants to go. They're kind of just being there. And then now double steal again. Wow, nice job. Yeah, just being very, very active. And now, this might be. Oh no! Oh, Gwinnett, how are you gonna get around this? Are you gonna go for a steal here? I think that you have to get out. Yeah, you're burning time. They could just play defense on you here. Yeah, you have to move, man. Okay, rotating is nice. If you're trying to get around defense, I think just spinning in general in open field is one of the best ways to get around them. You'll eventually probably catch their corner and then just flip around them that way. And then you can see, okay, this match is pretty much done with. Let's see where Hopper, right? Yeah, Hopper is where 2056 is playing. Okay. I don't know if this is 2056's first match. I don't think it is. I think I saw them play already once. So this is probably the second match, but still going to be okay. Thumbs up, dice. Oh my, it's so fast. And then that roller floor, yep, flipping themselves with their intake back out to the center of the field so they don't have to do that rotation when they're already out. With the net as well, so they can get extra scoring potential and just eating through all of that. And because they, like, come on, bro, 150. It's so ridiculous when you have this high scoring robot, or high scoring turret on your alliance, how much you could score. Let's see, do they hit 200? They hit 200 in transition. That is incredible. And then, yeah, just playing the passing. And they're stealing and passing at the same time. Interesting that they're the ones choosing to do that. I guess the idea is that there's okay, there's a robot part on the field. But I guess the idea is that because the neutral zone is kind of there's really nothing there at this point, they would just go and steal anyways. And let's see this back. Look at this back wall collect. This oh, nice from 6121. Getting in front of where 2056 wants to go, but also it doesn't really matter because 2056 kind of just is staying efficient by just eating through the back wall anyways, because they are very, very good at driving. And do they end up getting, okay, 341, even with defense, nice steals going on from the other lines as well. Very nice from them. And then trying to go for more steals, but then get defended, end up not really able to do anything. I think it's 70-10 who ends up blocking them. Kind of playing half defense, half scoring, kind of destroying their scoring so that 2056 can't go for a steal here. And then obviously you let 2056 go free in the back wall, you're going to have bad time. And then 70-10 aware of that. Wow. 70-10 doing a really nice job kind of denying 2056 from being fully efficient. But also it doesn't really matter because they don't have the scoring potential to match them. And they're going to end up getting the 500 anyways. So they're going to end up getting everything out of this match. And yeah, the interestingly enough, 2056 playing stealing, even though they were about to go into their endgame period. So I guess the idea is you don't really want to contact that and risk a card or anything. But it's very interesting decision to see them kind of go for steal even when they're about to start scoring. Probably because they just see they have nothing left here, so there's no reason staying. But yeah, 5 RP, very nice scoring overall. They're a good team. Let's see, High Tide apparently on. Oh, let's see it. High Tide puts up 8, almost 800. Wow. Okay. All right. High Tide's collector didn't even turn on in auto. They still put up almost 800. What? Interesting. They go for a double pass this time, but they went for the hub collect the last time. I wonder what's kind of making them choose to go with either one. Might just be them testing, but interesting for them to show the kind of one pass hub only outpost. I guess it's probably because there's another robot that's getting that outpost fuel in auto. So there's no reason to kind of do it, but interesting nonetheless. Yeah, look at High Tide, man. Yeah, just collecting and passing. It's just very, very nice. And then yeah, they are completely full. Bump Oldie Robot at this point because they have the net. 4 seconds, still getting efficient. Nice defense still, like getting in front of where they want to go. But it's High Tide, so you're not going to stop their scoring. If they want to score, they're going to score. Wow! Wait, whoa! You're getting pushed? Wow, impressive that you're that heavy where you can push High Tide around. Normally, High Tide wasn't able to get pushed, and they were just kind of sitting in SoCal, just in one place, and they weren't able to get defended because they were so heavy. But very impressive that they're able to get pushed by this defender robot. And now 360 at 367 at this point, and they won auto. They're able to get 400 in the next 55 seconds with defense on them. Which I wonder. Oh, I like slot actually. So what they're doing is they're kind of leaving this fuel against the back wall here, right? Because there's a defender robot, they're kind of just leaving the fuel against the back wall. They're scoring while being pinned. They're on a fuel on the bump and shooting and hitting everything. This is ridiculous. They're so good. And then they go back to the middle for a collect, and now at the 5th shift, they decide we're going to end up cleaning up that back wall, because now we can recycle it back to the middle, make it easier for ourselves to collect the neutral zone. Wow. I like that a lot. I'll talk about it after they finish this match here, what they were doing. But it's just very, very nice. And then they're filling up the entire way as much as they... that is probably at least 100 fuel. Just, yep. What? Wow. 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 Okay. So what I was talking about there was, if you looked at their shift, let's go back. Let's show. So if we go back to before the 5th shift, look at this, right? They end up allowing the fuel to pile up here, and then you can see they're not really touching this back wall at all. They're kind of just letting it sit there. And what that allows it to do then is you can see it's starting to pile up, starting to pile up, starting to pile up. And because no one's playing stealing, they just let it sit there. And now you've denied fuel from the other alliance. So if you want to play denial on an alliance that you want to kind of just see getting knocked down, they just you can try to run this where you have the fuel just sitting in the back wall, and then you have that sitting there. And now at the 5th shift, we say, okay, we could go score all of that now, because at this point in the 5th shift, we have 55 seconds left to score. We don't need to keep this fuel here anymore because we're not saving it for anything. Let's go put it back in the field, and then we can go collect it from the middle. Very, very nice from them, the way that they play this. And now you can see all the fuel in the middle. There's way more fuel to be collected. It's allowing everyone on the Red Alliance to be more effective with their scoring, because of the fact that they're able to use that back wall. I think this is kind of this is sort of what I see with EPA, where it's kind of the issue, because I think the net points is what you should be looking at versus what you're actually scoring, because of stuff like this, where people do so well, where they're kind of playing the starvation game. And if you're playing a starvation game, it's kind of unfair to be like, okay, well, what are we going to do for our EPA? But okay, this is an incredible match. Team Scream 49-46 versus 498-179. All very, very good teams. This one should be very close. And 179 gets caught on the fuel. Still ends up getting over, maybe. No, unable to get over. And yeah, Red's going to end up winning this because of that, even though 498 almost ended up winning this auto period solo with that alone. And 179 still stuck on a fuel, and that's... Is that... Okay, they end up pushing him over. Nice. So Alpha Dogs and 498, another set of 2 tall robots on Johnson, where I'm looking at it like maybe you can defend them. But obviously if you let them get inside their zone, is so much scoring. So you can see, yeah, 46-97, 49-67 rather. Playing defense on Alpha Dogs. Don't let them in. Ending up having to pull a defense robot in. And a mini pin from Team Screeb here allows them to get Alpha Dogs the space they need to get to the other side. And 498 has a extendable hopper. Okay. So 498 has decided to get that citrus hopper. So they're not a tall only robot now. But they still have that giant capacity that they had before. So really nice redesign for them. And nice slip from 179, but 26-19 playing some good defense still. Yeah, this is, so you might look at this right now and be like, this is like pretty close. I think if 179 doesn't end up putting, if this Blue Alliance robot rather, doesn't end up putting like a bunch of fuel here, at least get a little bit more here, maybe 70-ish. Yeah, okay. I think Red's gonna run away with this because Alpha Dogs and Team Scream both have full hoppers. And they're gonna have to, someone has to play the middle here. I don't know about this. I think 179 has to play the middle here. I don't think you can allow them to. Yeah, look at this. Alpha Dogs just gets another hopper full. And now you allow Scream to play this, the collect in the middle and fill up again. And you're not going to be able to come back to the middle after this. Yeah, I think they kind of misplayed that with sending double stealer and defense. I think you have to have one stealer. Maybe it's 498. I think you have 498 sit in the middle because they have the extending hopper. I think you have 179 go play steal. And 498 kind of takes all that fuel that they're getting scored and putting it back through passing. Because now you can see that there's just so much fuel on the inside of these Red Alliance robots for them to score. 9 seconds, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Yeah. Like, it's close, but like they both end up getting supercharged, which is nice for them. But this... I really think that if they don't send two stealers here, they win this match. So let's just see it. So look at this. So I think at this point, 498 should be collecting this fuel, and then they're gonna have to start scoring. I think 498 should be sitting like right here, collecting all of that and just piling it back in. Make it so that they have to send either Team Scream to go steal or 49-46 to go steal. And if either of those options happen, you end up probably winning this match from that alone. Because you can just have 49-67 play easy defense on either one. But what they end up doing is they send 179 to go play the stealer, to go pass all this, and they go all the way in, and now all the fuel that's getting scored here, because 498's in this corner stealing, 179's here stealing, 49-67's trying to play defense inside of the Red Alliance area. All this fuel is going to the neutral zone, and now 49-46 gets out for free. And now you allow Alpha Dogs to get out for free and fill up on all of the fuel that they just scored, and then come back as well. And also using their corner bumpers to get around the defense, the kind of getting caught in the trench here, the trench bar here. Using that corner bumper was really nice, the way that they rotated there. But now you allow them to kind of do this. Now Team Scream ends up getting like half full from that alone. And it's just... you just don't contest it enough. And now you've also left all of this fuel here for Alpha Dogs to collect. And they don't end up getting defended nearly enough on the way back. Because they kind of 49-67 decides to start passing instead of playing defense on Alpha Dogs. And then try to play push defense, which obviously isn't that effective. And then I think it kind of loses them the match here. Just unlucky. Let's see. Strike zone and strike force rather in 9470 play on Archimedes. So we can jump there. And putting 643. Okay, let's see it. Oh, you ended up getting caught on 971 there. And strike force gets caught on 971 there. And then, but they still end up getting a bunch of scoring because it's 971 through double turret. 9470 obviously very good. And then 2767 able to get the outpost. Let's see. And then, yeah, okay. Nice scoring. 2767 playing sort of half defense, half passing, it seems. Doing hurting, which is nice. I wonder, are they going to start passing or not? It looks like their turf's kind of locked on waiting for it, but interested to see why they're not passing yet. Maybe they just want to fill up entirely before they start passing, which I think is a good decision. But yeah, I mean, look at the red robots, completely filled. And you also have yourself with fuel against the back wall to fill up on. Like, yeah, this is really nice. And then 971 ends up getting that back corner. 2767 goes to the middle. And is now passing back. Okay. Interesting decision making here. I like it a lot. I think it's pretty good. Just interesting to watch. Okay, and 2767 doing their tower collect through here. End up getting caught a bit. Okay. What happens here? Can they drive themselves out of this? Are they stuck? Oh, they need help. And again, you need to make sure your alliance partners are outside of the tower when the end of the match comes, because otherwise, that is a lot of penalties you might end up getting. Then yeah, Code Orange still on the other side. Very nice scoring, but Code Orange rebuilt. They have the Citrus Hopper as well, so they are Bump and Trench Robot. Nice from them to do that. Again, I think that being a trench only robot really can hurt you. If you're a dumper robot and you can rebuild to this sort of thing, 100% is probably the right move to go with. All right. It's probably a win at this point. It looks like 4583 is trying to... Yeah, look at this. 4583 trying to contact 2767 for free foul points. And because of the way the rule's written, it's saying it doesn't matter who initiates contact. It's fine that Blue's kind of intentionally doing that because of the fact that the way the rule's written says, I don't care who did that. You can hit them and it's fine. They shouldn't be there in the first place, is the way that's kind of intended. And it still ends up being a win for Red, very likely. But some nice foul points that probably don't end up turning the match. Yeah, don't end up turning the match. Obviously, 65 foul points. But yeah, wow, 971 jumping up to third, 2767 jumping up to second with that. Very nice. And even without 2767 for like 2 shifts of the match, 2.5, I guess, if you want to count the off shift of 4. Still able to put up 660, 66, right? Like very high scoring. Every single one of these robots is very good. I love the double turret specifically. I like that choice a lot. 1323 playing in Qual 16 in daily. I never watched. We didn't get to watch the first one. 444, huh? Let's see what they do. All right, so they do the collect there, and then okay, they're going for a double pass. Oh, whoa! What was that? Okay, so they have the 8 fuel here that they drop for themselves because when they do the double pass, they're gonna wrap around this way and collect forward. So they're gonna end up collecting it anyways, but they want to make sure they can get as much as possible from the middle, so they end up dropping it so that they have extra space in their hopper specifically. So nice collect from them. Firing, yeah, all perfect until the very end here where all of that fuel ends up kind of missing. Very odd, because it's never happened before. I think I've never seen that at least happen to them before. Then collect, yeah, and they go for the outpost as well. Yeah, I mean, that's just so good. Able to maximize the outpost, and even though you end up missing a bit, on your first pass, shoot on the move back, you're still able to do so much scoring. And then able to dump it all at the end. And you can see the difference in the scoring being shown there from High Tide and 1323 of what that, like, missing the shoot on the move where all this fuel is missing there doing. Because High Tide ended up getting like 140, 130-ish alone. But because of the fact 1323 missed that first way around, they only ended up with like 19-ish, or 90-ish rather. Let's see. So look at this Blue Alliance with so much fuel. 1323 recognizes that. Nice collect from them all the way to the other side. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. They end up just playing the passing game. One of their partners ends up dying. 55-50. Also kind of ending up with some issues there, it seems. Where, okay, they're back over now. This should be good. Yeah, nice collects against the back wall. Fast enough fire rate where they can kind of just collect everything that the Blue Alliance is trying to collect before they can. And then go back to the middle. Nice. Yeah. It's a really nice shift from them. And then they kind of just do the little twirl around. But they're not going to be able to get that second RP. Are they going to be? They're going to be able to hit 360, surely. Right? Right. Yeah, they've set up for endgame. They're surely going to be able to hit 360. Madtown alone can probably do the 60 points of scoring that they need. Actually, this is close. Wait, what? Okay, this should end up being a win if Madtown goes back to the middle and collects there. Recognizing, yep, okay. They recognize that they're kind of out of fuel in their own zone, go to the middle, end up getting the 360 fuel from that side. Get back on the other side. Probably not going to be able to hit the 500, but 3 seconds. Yeah, they're not going to be able to hit the 500, but still almost being able to do it, especially with a dead robot over here. Pretty impressive. Let's see. How much was it? Yeah, 456 being there at the end. Ended up dropping because obviously people are scoring so much earlier, where if you get a 5 RP match, it's probably a 600 average match score as well, so your match score ends up dropping, especially when you're dropping RP really early into the event. You're probably going to end up dropping like a lot in terms of just actual rank right now, but I'm sure it'll jump back up later. Oh, let's see. Who else is playing? Who has played that I've missed, actually? Let's see. What fields have I not looked at as much? Johnson, I feel like haven't looked at as much. Let's see. Is there a match here? 691 from average Joe's 5026, 117. Almost 700. Pretty impressive. Wonder how they did that. Well, going from 154 out of auto, really? Okay. I just don't. Yeah. Okay. This is a nice alliance. This could end up being an alliance on the Johnson division. Just nice scoring overall. Double dumper, or I guess not dumper from 117 still is a dumper. It's two fuel wide, but it's still a dumper nonetheless. And then that one turret. And you can see, I kind of like that archetype a lot for if you're going for triple offense, because you can have the turret kind of go through the back wall here, and you have your double dumpers go for short cycles through the middle, and then also collect anything that ends up in front of here. So it ends up making the scoring really optimized, because you end up making everybody kind of deconflict because of that. So nice in that way. Let's see who's on right now. 90 with 28. Itcon currently on what field is that? Is that Newton? That looks, yeah, it's Newton. Okay. Itcon. Okay, at Newton. Itcon on right now. Itcon with looks like the same robot as Itcon Girls now, or I guess it was made first for Texas GCMP. But it looks the same. They both look the same at this point. They're trying to collect all of it, and yeah, I mean, look at the output of that machine. That is so nice. And now you have 8 seconds left. What are you going to do? Basically, Baron. Nice decision going back to the middle, and then coming back for whatever you can. But Blue Alliance does a really nice job here, kind of hoarding all the fuel. You can see Icon not going for a steal yet. I'm wondering, is Red going to try to go for a steal? Yep, they do. They send a robot over there to try to go pick up fuel because of that. Because they're being so strong. But you can see that blue back wall just getting collected is really nice. It won't end up mattering because they just don't have the fire rate to match the Icon and their two partners. But it is still a nice way to kind of hoard the fuel there. But it just doesn't end up mattering because of how much they score. All right, Roboteers up next on Milstein. I want to jump to them because they had some issues earlier at the end of that match. Want to see what ends up happening with them. Okay. Did I miss anybody on Milstein? I think so. Hmm. Oh, Denim Venom. I did want to see how they played. What was their first match? What division are they on? They're on Hopper, I believe, right? Yes. Denim Venom has kind of a die rotor turret. That I don't know if it's just a very nice machine. I wanted to see it play because I saw it in a practice match yesterday. It looked pretty good, but I want to see how it works on the field, like in a real match. I'm gonna jump back for him. Oh, and Barker as well with a rebuild, I believe. So, yeah, Barker Redbacks as well with the rebuild. I don't think they played since like week 2-ish. Yeah, Barker at the top there with just kind of a trench dumper. See how it looks. Yeah, I mean, looks so good. It looks like a trench dumper. It looks nice. I don't doubt them. They're if they ended up going with a rebuild, I very much trust their team overall to make a good rebuild. But I just didn't know they were rebuilding. So really nice surprise from them. Until obviously yesterday, where I saw their robot getting posted around. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, that rebuild, it just looks good. Where is Denim Venom though? Do you want to see them? Bucks Wrath, obviously, very good team. I'm sure the scoring is very high. But we're 581 is well played. Where do they not play? Am I crazy? Oh, 706 with their double turret. Wyndham ended up losing a match. Huh. I guess it's not that crazy. The other alliance is putting up 411. It is not that insane. 1706. Where's 8044? Come on. Here it is. Okay. So basically, Dead and Venom kind of looks like High Tide or Madtown, in terms of like how they're built. But I wanted to see how they played with their robot and what their BPS looked like. Okay, so they got caught at the bump here in auto, whatever. Let's see. Oh, they stuck. Oh yeah, they have to get stuck first. Okay. So they get stuck. You can see their bumpers are kind of angled like that. Yeah, they have like kind of the High Tide Madtown build. BPS looks a little bit lower than them. Like it might be placebo though. I wouldn't be surprised if it was just placebo and it was actually just the same BPS. Fuel per second, balls per second, whatever you want to call that. But looks quite nice. And then yeah, go for black back wall cleanup. Nice. Yeah. Okay. It's not missing. Okay. Yep. There. They are cooking. So the reason I'm interested in this is because there are 3 dumpers on this field that are all incredibly good. And there's also Den and Venom, who is a turret, who's very good. And they're kind of the 4 people that would want to play with OP. And if OP ends up captaining, whoever they end up deciding to pick is going to be very interesting, because the 3 dumpers don't really have that much differences in them. They're all like somewhat similar. I'd say like 6028 is the only really different one where they have the extending hopper versus the other 2 that have the net. But they might, if they are very into the idea of having 2 turrets, they might go with Den and Venom over any of those New England numbers because of, like, look at this, right? It looks like you're playing with High Tide or Madtown in terms of like a robot itself. It has a very high BPS. It's not missing. And their driver is obviously incredibly good, right? You don't win Blue Banners without having a good driver. So I would not be surprised to see them go with Den and Venom just because of that feature alone, of just, it looks like Madtown, and they're probably heavy, so they're probably hard to defend in the first place. They also go into the trench, so I think it's a good decision if they end up going with Den and Venom, which is what I think this field might end up breaking into. Because I am also very turret coded, but 2056 might not be. They might just be like, yeah, we want 1 dumper and we want to be doing the turret role. But either way, very, very impressive stuff from them. I think working really nice. Let's see. 3015 loses again. Wow. That's very unlucky for their schedule, I guess. But they're a very good robot. I'm sure they'll come back from that. Milstein, I do want to see Robo Tears. So that's okay. That is Robo Tears and Super Duper against Paradise. That is 654 points. Okay, let's go back. Let's see how this happened. All right, let's see what the auto ends up looking like. Interested to see how people kind of work around Roboteers in terms of auto. Okay, Super Duper a little bit late, ends up catching them there. Yeah, so they don't get any fuel on the way back because they're really late to the line. End up getting caught up by, I believe that's Paradise. I don't know if that's 97's sister team or just a team that's in Vegas. But a very good team as well on this division. And then Super Duper end up dumping and Roboteers end up dumping. Looks like no hard defense on Roboteers. Like some soft defense from 4795 getting played just because of because they're there, so you can play defense on them, but it doesn't look like hard defense on them specifically, which is interesting. And Roboteers, no hard defense, so they just get to their side for free. If you let Roboteers get to the side for free, they're going to kill you with fuel power. I mean, look at how much they're scoring, right? This is in ridiculous amounts. And then, a 304 already scored and there's still half of a shift left to go. And it's a nice choice by the Blue Lions passing back, being on their side and passing back. But I think you needed a dedicated defender for the kind of tall dumper boss, because they're just going to kill you if you let them do what they want. Like, Roboteers being so greedy here. Wow. And they get away with it too. They go for a steal and they get out for free because Blue Lions is just not, they're just not having a hard dedicated defender on Roboteers, and it's just killing them. When Roboteers, a tall bump only robot, is allowed to go over and then also through here, eat through fuel, and then come back. That's so ridiculous that they're allowed to do that. Okay. And then Roboteers still collecting fuel and staying in the middle. Would rather get completely full, even though it's their scoring shift. And then now 10-6-4 is trying to play sub defense, but this is not, it's not going to do anything. Right? Roboteers can just go over to the other side. Super Duper ends up starting to brown out, so maybe could have been a 700 match. But Yeah, get up against the tower as well so you don't get any defense on you at all. And what ends up happening here? Can they get the last jump off and making it 700? Let's see. 700? Oh, super duper can't get out. They have electrical issues. Yeah, unlucky. All right, let's see what ends up happening here. How much did you guys score? Okay, 670 clean. Yeah, very impressive score. I think it's just kind of, this is my thing with Roboteers, where if you don't pick them as the one alliance, you need to have a dedicated plan for what you're going to do when you play them, because you're probably going to end up playing them because they're that good. I think same thing for Roboteers. They need to kind of be able to know what they're going to do in playoffs and what their role is going to be if they want people to pick them, because it's like, if you don't defend them, they can obviously do incredible things, but if you do defend them, well, what's going to happen? I don't know. Let's see what's going on in daily. Nothing crazy. What's happening on Arc? Oh, Archimedes. Rush is playing. Okay, Rush is playing in a match. Hopefully they do not die. Okay, yeah, they look fine. So they look fine. I'm sure they're gonna end up working out all their kinks here. Getting defended. It's nice defense, but then you let Rush get into a corner. Actually, they're whipping kind of everything when they had defense on them. Yeah, no, the defense is pretty effective there, actually. Against the dumper. Yeah, okay, so now they end up lining themselves up there, and that doesn't miss. Interesting. So, obviously you could get yourself as a robot into a corner here, but it looks like some teams don't have that shot tuned perfectly. So 27 ended up whiffing a bunch of their fuel there when they went to that corner, because they're getting defense on them. And then obviously end up missing. It won't end up mattering, very likely at the end here. And they end up getting 500 still. They end up getting 500 in their 5 RP, but still something to think about for your like big dumper robots is seeing if you want to play defense on them, how are you going to do it? Well, when they get into this corner, what do they do? Are they able to get that that shot consistently in? Because depending on how wide you are, if you're like a full wide dumper robot, I think your angle in this corner might just be missing sometimes, where you just have a stream of fuel that is just not hitting. Let's see who else. Oh, 2231 is back. Hopefully they work the entire match this time so you can see them play. Oh, Link's on right now. Okay, yeah, let's check him out. Link and 2468. Awesome. Two, 468. Did they redesign? I don't remember their robot nearly enough. But they're a dumper now. It just looks good, right? There's so many good dumpers on this division. Like, electrical issues though, maybe? Or maybe that's just a short pass. I'm not sure. First 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, they go for a steal. Trying to get over. Looks like their passing might just be short. Yeah, because they can clearly shoot at like a high rate. Like the distance is not an issue, but their passing gauge might just be a little bit tuned down. They might just have to adjust that. But I mean, look, yeah, when you have 2 very good double dumpers, let's see what happens. Like it's really nice. And then yeah, I mean 270 with two very nice dumpers. 2468 robot looks like it could very easily contend for a captain position on this division. And this division obviously has so many dumpers where I think you're going to end up seeing at least 2 or 3 alliances with like, not even 2 or 3, I'd say. You could see 4 or 5 alliances with double dumper that don't care about turrets at all, except for the one alliance. Because I think if 2231 locks in and Orbit likes working with 2231 and thinks that double turret is good, could very much see them both working together and then see everybody else on this division be double dumper. But obviously that would require 2231 and Orbit to rank 1, which Orbit looks like after breaking that last match, maybe that ends up not being the case and the crew just ends up taking them. So yeah, 383. They should be able to hit 500 here, I think. With Link having like a completely full dumper here, 2468 being like, yeah, being able to go back to the middle. Looks like it should be 500. Okay, yeah, with Link stump here and then 2468 collecting in the corner, this should be 500. No, yeah, they ended up getting it. Okay, being really close though, which is interesting. Because it felt like they were scoring a lot more than that number. So something to take a look at. Like I felt like their potential of scoring was much higher than just 500 of two of them, if that makes sense. Which perhaps is just the fact that in quals everybody's kind of being very good. So let's see. Okay. Jump over to Galileo and watch. Oh, this is Galileo. Okay, so next match is going to be 2231. We'll come back here after that match starts to get on. Let's see. What's going on, Johnson? Oh, 422's playing. Okay, yeah, let's check it out. 422 and 3255 and 2337. Okay, yeah. Three very, very good teams. Oh, 422 slow to the line, and then, yeah, 2237 kind of just gets in front of him. 422 still gets a pretty good, solid collection of fuel, but not enough. Oh, look at that. 7257 going for a climb. Let's see if they hit it. Come on. Is that climb? Is that up? Maybe? Looks like it. Yeah, it's a climb. Climb in auto. Nice. Okay, maybe they'll go for the RP. That'd be cool. I don't know who has climbers on this alliance, though. At 422, I don't know. They kind of just floundering in their own zone a bit. Probably should have gone to the middle a little bit faster, it feels like. Just not. It kind of just killed them because you allow now the Red Alliance to get a free hopper cycle without contesting the middle at all, and they also get to pass. And now you can see they're kind of stuck in no man's land where they have to go play some defense. Oh, maybe they're broken. Actually, that might be it. Yeah, they might be broken. Unlucky. But you can see they're kind of in that area now where they had to go play some defense because there's so much fuel on the other side that they can't score anything. But I think, yeah, oh, it looks like their intake bar, it looks like their intake's bent, actually, from that hit in the middle in auto, which is very unlucky, which also would explain why they ended up missing a lot of the fuel when they ended up running through it. All right, let's see. Who else is playing? 316. Haven't seen them yet. They are on daily soon. No, not right now. That's not Newton. Oh, Peninsula and NRG and 4590. So a lot of pretty nice teams. So NRG did not rebuild, still staying as that tall dumper. Interesting. Okay. And 636 with the turret, trench only turret. I don't know if it's roller floor, but it's definitely not a die rotor. And they end up losing auto here. Oh, dang. So yeah, the fuel output of NR. Whoa, that is cool, actually. Defender Robot 1884? That is sick. Okay, that's awesome. That is rectangle defender only bot playing hurting. I mean, if they played on the inside, I could see it. Like, I could see definite value of the bump only robots, right? For defending bump only robots. I kind of just get caught here. What? That's so unique. Huh. Right, so yeah, NRG setting up to score. Nice there. 636 kind of just going through the middle and passing everything back. Very nice collection. And then getting 1884 on them the entire time, trying to spin around them and get caught by 1884 because they're so long. That's such an odd robot to get around. And they, wow, yeah, no, and they play double defense on them now to make sure that the tall robot isn't able to go back in, but you allowed 4590 to get back in, to be fair, with the tall turret. And now 7 seconds left, 6 seconds. Oh, NRG has to get back over. And yeah, this is what I'm talking about, where you have to budget time in to get back over, because now 194 is playing some good defense on you. And all of the fuel that you would have collected is now getting eaten through by Peninsula and 4590. Now, I don't agree with the 1884 kind of playing defense on 636 here. Like, it's working pretty well, but I think that you'd probably have be more effective defending one of the tall bump only bots. Yeah, now they're beach. They're very lucky, but 948 maybe able to pull it. No, good defense. Yeah, the good defense is gonna kill the chance of the comeback. And then obviously 1884 ends up getting stuck on the bump and not able to play defense for the rest of the match. So allows the Red Alliance to kind of get away with a lot of scoring there. But yeah, no, very good overall. Nice scoring. I like this 1884 robot. That is very cool. Interesting design to just go defense only. Works, I guess. They ended up getting to Worlds. Yeah. Ended up getting 560. Oh, look at that. The two teams that won Worlds with Madtown in 2025 and 2023 playing together. Look at that. But yeah, Wildcard and Fresta, two teams I want to take a look at. We'll come back to this later. Take a look at some other teams. What's going on here? Okay, we'll jump back to Johnson. I feel bad for Johnson. I haven't seen a lot of them. Newton, what's on Newton next? Qual 19 is who? 5736. Okay. Oh, Hopper has Denim Venom playing again. Apparently. Oh, this is close. Celtics and Denim Venom. It's still close. Wow. Oh, you can see they're calling. So you can see the penalties on Denim Venom. They're calling them for the hub collects. That's what that is. These guys are very, very on top of that, which I think is good because a lot of teams get away with it, collecting from the hub before letting it drop, and people just don't call it because they don't want to count every individual fuel. But these guys are counting the instances correctly, which is really nice. And now, yeah, Dead and Venom cleaning the backside of that wall and able to collect all the way through that. It's so nice. And then collect. Yep. Now back to the middle. Wow, that's so well done. Now, 5 seconds left. Dead and Venom in the middle of the field for the endgame period. Like this a lot. Because obviously, it's basically just a 55-second scoring period. You're gonna have to go to the middle at some point. So choosing to do it here is nice. And then Celtics, a double turret there, just working out very nicely. You have both of them clearing their paths, each going around into this way, which is quite good. And then, yeah, ended up hitting the 500. So they're good in this match. Get the 5 RP. Match score might be helpful, but yeah, okay. Ended up getting 500, so very nice from them overall. Let's see. Let's get back to Johnson. I feel bad for not watching them. Is there 46-35? I recognize that number. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Okay, this is nice from blue. Playing the neutral zone, double turret passing back to the other side. And then you can see red's kind of just forced to go fast out to the middle because there's no fuel in their zone to go collect. And even though the scoring is pretty decent, they're kind of just starved of fuel. But 46-35 ends up browning out here. That's very unlucky for them actually. Yeah, because this match probably is a win. And now you can see 1073 kind of stealing all that fuel, 360 on the other side, stealing all that fuel, doing a double steal, and then you still have your 35-36 sitting there ready to collect. So you have double stealing going on. You have the cleanup also going on. I would have liked one robot here to go back to the neutral zone and end up being 360, but they get pushed back out. So maybe one robot got back here in the neutral zone. Okay, so 360 realizes, yeah, there's not enough fuel here, so we go back to the middle. Okay, and then it doesn't end up mattering because this time runs out anyways. 5 seconds left, and yeah, I think this is so tragic because if this robot is still alive at the end here, 46-35, I think it maybe start a win. Because obviously they're just playing double defense at this point. There's I don't think you'd win, but it would be close. But otherwise, now it's just kind of just a loss, and you don't even get RP for it at all, which is very unlucky. And then yeah, collecting through the entire way. Nice collection scores going on. Do they hit the 360? Well. They'll probably end up hitting 360. Yeah, they hit 360. Okay, let's go to a robot that is actually very good now. Oh, Lunatex on daily right now, apparently. Yeah, Lunatex. Okay. Yeah, that dumping potential is so good. But there's so much in the neutral zone. Interesting that nobody's kind of contesting that. But shoot on the move with the dumper. That's very cool, actually. If you just saw that, they'll do it again. Yeah, look at that. Shooting on the move with the dumper and still hitting most of it. That's so nice. And then Leotard, yeah, you end up hitting 387, which is not bad, but obviously not the second RP. Which I think this is why I like the RP threshold so much. Just because you're a very good robot doesn't mean that you'll be able to hit the 500. You actually have to have some level of good partners, or like very good partners, where they're both able to make up for at least 250 points, even if you can score 250 alone, which I think is a good indicator of like your skills as a robot. Because if you're high tide, you'll probably hit the 500 every single time. If you're not high tide, then it'll be a lot harder to hit, which I like about the RP system in general here. Let's see. 254 playing Qual 19. Where is that? Curie. Is that two? Yep, 254 playing Qual 19. Hmm. All right, I'm just gonna wait on the 254 match. I want to watch 254. I'm sure it'll start fast enough. All right, come on. Let's have a notch. Interesting. 254 isn't doing their the thing that they were doing before. Okay, so what 254 used to be doing was they're basically putting a bunch of fuel in the top of their robot here so that it would fall out when it hit the trench. But it looks like they're not doing that anymore, which is interesting because a lot of teams have adopted it, but they aren't doing it themselves. Let's see if the fuel falls out here, but no, yeah, they just have fuel in there, which is so interesting that they've ended up deciding to go with that. And the other robot on the other side went through here all the way to the outpost, which is very cool. And you have a climb as well going on here. Very, very interesting choice. And then, yeah, 254 going for a 2.5 pass here, all the way to the middle. And then collect through. Yeah, oh, it's collect all the way into the red side so you don't get any fuel. Now they get to dump off all of that fuel. Even though they're on top of your fuel, they still don't miss all that much. Well, impressive from the Red Allies to kind of keep up with the scoring there, though. Kind of keeping it with 106 to 132 here is not bad at all. A 32-point difference, I think you'll absolutely take against like 254. But I think where they'll end up losing the matches in the second shift if you just look at the scoring. But they're aware of it. Like, look at this. Yeah, this is really nice from Red. Ending up sending a robot to go do some collection stealing over there. 254 kind of getting defended here. Not really allowed to collect as much as they'd like. 31 to 81 getting in front of what 254 stashed for themselves. And now if they kind of just deny that fuel pile, end up leaving a bit too early. I think if they denied this fuel pile, it's definitely still a winnable match, but at this point, they now jumped it up to like a 100-point lead. Hey, look at that. Jumped up to a 100-point lead. Now this is really hard to get through. And yeah, 254 doing passing. Just the passing rate is so incredible with the dumpers if you're able to put it out at that high level. Yeah. Now dump all of it out. Yep. Go back. Collect against the tower. Wow, nice. Getting pinned though. Okay, they get the pin call. Get pulled off. 12 seconds left, and they just collect all the way through. My question is, what are you going to do after this? What is 254 going to do after this? Are you going to go back to the neutral zone? Because I think that's, yep, okay, nice. Good decision making. Go back to the neutral zone, especially in front of the red hub, because they know they're going to start to score there. So ended up going in front of the red hub to try to get where a lot of the field's going to end up being. Collecting it through that way. And now there's enough fuel here where you can spend your last shift kind of eating through the reserves that you've passed for yourself at some point, or at some point in the match. Now 5 seconds. And they end up hitting the supercharge. Maybe missed it by 1. That last volley maybe gives it to him. Let's see. Because 254 very much wants this. Like, needs this RP, actually. Do they need the RP? Let me check. So 2026. So if they don't want 125 to rank first, they actually want this RP to stay 2 expected RPs ahead of 125. So they would, I would assume, want to choose their own destiny. So very much want this RP here. It would be interesting to see what happens if they don't get it. Did they get it? They end up getting it. Yep. Okay. So ending up getting the RP, stay at 2, but schedule predicts that they'll end up jumping to 1 as long as they stay on, like, do what's expected of them, which I don't think is going to be that crazy to expect out of them. Let's see. What else is going on? 19 Citrus is playing with 359 on Milstein. Let's check that out. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's go. Oh wow, yeah. I mean, look at those collects from 359 and Citrus. That's insane. And Citrus doesn't. Oh, Citrus might be caught on a fuel. I think that's what that is. They looked like they bounced up and down when they got back, so that might be it. Very unlucky, but they still. Oh, and 359 catches a tech foul on 353. So crossing over gives them 15 points, and the tech foul also gives the Red Alliance 15 points. Then Citrus gets off of that fuel, ends up being able to score the rest of their hopper in transition. And I assume to start passing back themselves. Yeah, okay, nice. And I mean, as a Blue Alliance robot, what are you going to do at this point? You're kind of just forced to play some defense because like you just don't have the scoring output. A 77-63, the one that kind of shut down Roboteers on this same division, I believe, like a match or two ago. But that was against a very tall robot. And obviously, Citrus is a very different beast in terms of how good their driver is. Not the slight on Roboteers, but Citrus's driver is incredible. And yeah, Citrus doing the thing with their extendable hopper where they're able to stay against that trench and kind of be able to be pushed up against it. At 359, going for steals, which I think is very nice. Honestly, I think they could have probably gone for a steal there. Gone for a steal like here-ish, and then just started passing all of it back and just kept stealing from there. Because, like, there's not that much fuel on your side where you'd want to come over yet. Oh, get caught on the trench. Oh, Lord. Okay, 359 is good. And then Citrus just collecting in the corner. Nice defense from 7763 though, making sure Citrus doesn't get the well, now they get caught in the bump. And they get free though. But that was good there. Kind of forcing Citrus to, when they're collecting against the wall, to stay rotated like that by just pinning them like this, where their collector's pointing this way. And just not allowing them to kind of go for rotation so they can ever collect or try to point themselves to shoot, which is really nice. Did they end up getting 500 here? They might not. They're only at 450 right now with 12 seconds. 359 has to dump this. Do they have anything to dump? Wow, they don't. Doesn't look like they get the second RP. Yeah, 359 just got hard defended, not able to leave at all to go get any fuel. Then Citrus just not able to like put up 500 solo, which is like, of course they aren't able to. But yeah, that's tough. I guess we can see if it'll end up actually being. Missing it by, wow, yeah, missing it by what, 11 fuel. Wow. And that yeah, you can see that kills Citrus's ranking early on at least. It'll probably end up jumping back up, but just very might end up affecting the schedules or where rankings are going to end up. Oh, 2046 versus 2910 is about to happen on Newton. Okay, we'll come back for that. What's on Johnson? 190 just played, put up 507. Okay. So that's pretty good. Hopper. Oh, 1706. Oh, wow. Lots of very good teams. Oh my god, that's 848. Okay, yeah, let's go back. Let's see how this happened. All right, so 6029 goes to the middle. 1706 collects way in front of 3297. Wow, they pull all of that away. 1706, obviously a double turret robot. Really nice design there. And then Buck's Wrath, 6329, being a dumper bot. So with nets, they both basically end up having giant capacities. How much do they get? 162 at the end of this. 1706 also with their huge collection able to just sit there in transition and just fire off all of that fuel and be efficient, and you get 243 in transition, off transition and auto alone. That is crazy work.
And this could very easily just be an alliance on this division. Let's see. So yeah, nice passing overall. And you can see how starved red is. I mean, look at neutral zone. There's nothing here. There's nothing for them to collect. Everything is just sitting here ready for 1706 and 1629 to score. You can see they're going. 1629 just stops chooses to go back to the middle to collect fuel instead of eating from their reserves, and chooses to hit a robot on the way out to try to deter them from stealing at all. But even still, end up getting and almost 500. You end up getting 500 off of their first shift. I had 300 points in one shift. That's insane. Oh, and Barker's stuck, so they need help here. Yep. I think this is a very good example of what happens if you don't have someone playing the neutral zone on the Red Alliance and contesting that. Because when you have Bucks at 1706 kind of just eating through the middle and they have a crazy fire rate, you end up where all the fuel ends up on one side of the field, and now you have to send 3 red robots to go play defense on them, and you also don't get to play the neutral zone at all there because you're sending 3 over because you're forced to, because there's no fuel in the neutral zone. So I think having a robot in the middle of the neutral zone and just not scoring is probably going to be one of the better ways to play this game on your first or second shift, just because of the fact that it allows you to then not be forced to send 3 over because the blue alliance has now collected everything you've scored and also everything else on the field to put into there. Maybe 880? 880 points scored? How much ended up being scored here? 903 scored. Is that a new world record? I guess they'll probably say it. It's a new world record. 903 clean. Yep. 903 clean. Yeah. And by the way, Ratchet Rockers could have scored more. They didn't end up getting their entire hopper out in auto. That's ridiculous. But yeah, no, this is how I think if you're gonna get 1,000 matches, this is how it's gonna be. The other alliance kind of just has to let you do this with them, with the fuel. Like, if you look at how this happened, if you just look at how this thing happened of the world high score, just Red Alliance is actively trying to score with 3 robots at once. What that means is that when the Red Alliance is scoring 3 robots at once, you are now having nobody in the middle to contest Bucks and 1706 who are playing that. And then also you have Ratchet Rockers who are going through the other side and eating through your reserves still. So now you have nothing here. You have nothing in the neutral zone except what you've already scored, which is basically nothing at this point, right? In terms of fuel on the field, having like 80-ish fuel is like virtually nothing when you're looking at collections. So now you have all the fuel in the entire field over there, and you see the blues having 11,270 sit in the middle and collect that fuel so that there's more fuel getting over here and they don't have to eat through their reserves as quickly. And so now you pull them over there, and now you also have Bucks going back to the neutral zone again because they realize how important it is to collect that. And then Barker does a good job here collecting in front of Ratchet Rockers, and then they kind of make it so no one can eat through the fuel inside of this area. But even still, there's so much fuel that kind of gets denied from Red where there's nothing they can do. It's just very, very well played. And you can see in the second shift as well, the exact same thing happens. I mean, look at this. Blues playing... Blues playing triple passing in the middle, back to the other side, and all of the fuel is just leaving. And there's just no fuel left on the red side because they're doing enough stealing where they're making it barren, and they eat all the rest of it from the neutral zone, make that barren as well, and now you have all the fuel in the game sitting over here. Like, what do you do? You just can't do anything. It's just very, very well played strategy from this Blue Alliance. I mean, the Hopper division is very much open. This is, you could make an argument that there are 4 other robots better than these guys on this division. I don't think there are, but you can make that argument. Like, there's so many good teams on this division. It's gonna be very interesting to see how like the 1, 2, 3 end up playing out for picking. All right, Orbit's on Galileo. We're jumping over to him. Oh, with Petty as well, and against the crew. Okay, so if they end up winning this match, Orbit, maybe it ends up putting them into the expected 1 seed here. So it could be the difference maker in seeing if Orbit ends up deciding who they want to pick, or if the crew ends up deciding who they want to pick as the 1 captain. Oh, there's someone on the field right now. They have some technical issues. Okay, I'll come back to him. I'll end up watching this match, but they seem to be very slow right now, so gonna come back to it later. Robojackets versus 1156. Yeah, sure. And 972 here as well with that die rotor turret. Very even match actually. Yeah, this is dead even right now. And then 6941 giant hopper and just scoring. Wow, the triple single stream is just putting work into this. But Robojackets with their very tall robot kind of doing a nice job cleaning up all the fuel in the middle. And you talk about passing, like look at what they're doing. It's kind of a similar thing to what Bucks was doing, but maybe a little bit less because Bucks and 1706 just had better passing overall. But all the fuel kind of on this side, forcing Red Alliance to send 2 over. But I like that they keep 1 robot over here. I believe that is 6941 in the middle to go pass and do cleanup in the middle specifically. Because now you don't allow Robojackets to easily go through all of this fuel and have a lot of fuel to score. Instead, it's just like a decent amount. 1156 also ends up dying, which is very unlucky. Which is probably going to... Maybe it ends up being the end of this match. Maybe they can pull it back. Maybe this Red Alliance is good enough. But without 1156, it seems really hard. But 972 is not coming back yet. They're still up. They still have fuel to score. If they can collect off that back wall, it's maybe possible. They need to score a little bit more, collect that back wall, and... Oh, it'll be close. It's very close. Yeah, but if 1156 is alive, I think this is just a win for Red, but we'll see. Okay, I'm going to jump back to the orbit match. I hope it hasn't started by now. Okay, still hasn't started. I want to see the end of that match, though. That was very close. Blue Line ends up taking it, yeah. At the very end. Whoa, 541. 40 points of penalties. Yeah, okay, I know what it's from. All right. Again, the tower dying in front of the tower. I mean, I'm assuming it's this. I haven't seen any other penalties, but I presume it's 1156. Yeah, look at this. Robojackets, again, the way the rule is written is that if you are there for any reason, you should not be there as a defender. The offense is allowed to bait penalties with that. Robo Jackets takes full advantage of that, gets free penalties, and would have lost clean, ended up winning otherwise. Very nice. Let's see, is the Galileo match started yet? Nope, still people on the field. Okay, I'm gonna jump over to Newton, see the Jack in the Bot, and oh wow, Bare Metal gets okay. 2042, 346, 2910. Yeah, okay, very nice teams. Let's see how they end up winning this. Okay. So collect in the middle. Okay, yeah. Bare Metal gets way more than their counterpart on the other side. 2052, I believe that is. And 2052 goes back over the bump, and then interesting auto pathing for them. I guess they end up getting full, so it doesn't really matter. But okay, 1577 gets attack, and then touch contact as well, and then another. Wow, that is 45 points of penalties right here. Bare Metal goes fully over. 1577 goes fully over. 1577 gets contact. So that's 45 points of penalties alone from that interaction. And then now 2910 also gets to come over because they won. These guys ended up winning auto. So ending up being able to push all that advantage. 204 in transition. Very nice. Then just, yeah, really nice passing. I'd like this from 10553, trying to collect all of it and maybe pass it back. No, it just looks like pure defense. 1577's intake looks busted. It's good defense, right? Look at 10553 is doing a pretty good job. But then 346 up against the hub, so much congestion here, and now 10553 isn't able to get around the defense and then kind of jump in front of him. Yeah, and now Jacksonville ends up being able to go through the trench and dump the fuel out because of that. And now 10553 going back over to try to play some defense while these guys are trying to steal and trying to get all that fuel away. And I mean, there is a lot of fuel on the red side here, to be fair. Like, they could very much make this back. Oh, nice. Yeah. Wow. Nice defense. Just pushing them just enough. And Jack and the Bots just playing double defense at once, denying two robots. 2046 also being defended. Just not allowed to go anywhere. Wow. Really nice. Just not letting them be optimal. And you have 5 seconds left on a shift, and you're just not able to dump everything out. And even if you do, now you're so late to contesting the neutral zone versus stealing. Yeah, so the mini defense there, really nice. Ended up giving them probably at least a corner more fuel because Bare Metal would have stolen that. So just playing the mini defense kind of forces the other alliance to sit there at the end of their shift, score all of it, instead of going to go play counter steal on you. So really nice baby defense there. And Red Alliance gets tech fouled for something. I don't know what that is. But let's see. Yeah, Blue's kind of won this match at this point, but you can see, yeah, okay. There is just really nice scoring. The fuel management is very good as well. And Red did try their best to try to stop 2910, but I think if you want to stop them at all, you needed 10553 to play hard defense on them, and they just weren't able to do that with the scoring power they had, and would much rather try to focus on at least getting the 2 RP out of this, which I don't believe they ended up doing anyways. Yeah, did end up doing it anyways, not able to get that second RP. But yeah, so 719 clean, still a very high score, especially with the fact that they were getting stolen, but a lot of it ended up being through not allowing 2046 to kind of go make the steals that they wanted to do because they were playing mini defense. And yes, the division streams are kind of way more saturated than others. I don't know why. I couldn't tell you. It is very annoying though. Valor was 125 and Illumined Narwhals and 10 poofs. Sure, yeah. Let's take a look. Oh, wait, actually, the Galileo match start. Steel hasn't started. What is going on? Okay, they're inside the robot. I'm gonna go. We'll come back to that. We are watching that Orbit match. I want to see Orbit actually work, please. Yeah, the Jack in the Bot looks very nice. Their fire rate is very 254-esque, which I think is kind of what differentiates. Oh my god, 6800 with the collision loses them auto probably. Wait, that's not a penalty. What? Oh no, okay, they were doing the collect. Never mind. Okay. I thought they were calling a penalty for shooting. Okay, no, it was for collecting from the hub. Yeah, 159. I mean, yeah. And Valor losing that to 3128 ended up, or 3128, 7028 rather, ended up being what kind of moved them. And then, yeah, 120. I mean, look at 125's passing. Like, this is very, very effective. Ended up going to the other side of the field. Yeah, go for a steal, pass more, and now just collecting all of that. And you might notice that there's a lot less fuel in the field than you'd expect. It's because aluminum narwhals and 254 are both very tall dumper bots. So a lot of the time, instead of the fuel being on the ground, it's kind of just in their robot anyways. Yeah, 125, again, go for another collect. And this alliance is just cleaning up the wall very nicely. Really nice from them, not allowing Valor to go in for steals. 3128 playing defense as a dumper robot. It's sort of not really defense, but like counter defense. So they make it so their partners can be effective. And now, what do they do? Collecting from the middle, trying to eat through. So 125's passing, and they're just kind of hoard all that fuel so that the other alliances can't get it. Which is very nice. Now 435 still. Ooh, this might be okay. Yeah, and now look at the fuel on the other side. The entire field is just kind of okay. And Valor now able to do this. I want to see if they try to punch them. Yes, are they? No, Valor's gonna get out. Okay, they let Valor out. Interesting. Because 3128 was playing defense on them before. I was hoping to see them trying to play opportunity defense them on Valor there and not let them out, because then you just win the match straight up. If you just don't let Valor out. But I mean, I don't think it really matters just because of how much scoring they have, where if they just go score, then they'll end up getting everything anyways. I mean, look at this. Look at the scoring here. This is very impressive. The tall dumper robot, short dumper robot, and then 125's die rotor kind of all working together perfectly. And you're putting what, 700 plus? 700 plus? What does it end up being? Yeah, probably 700 plus. End up getting both RPs. Valor still ends up with the double RP though. All right, let's go. Come on. Oh, they're on the field. Let's go. All right. All right. Orbit goes forward. Petty goes forward. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Orbit's cooking. They're working now. And coming back over, they have the net as well, which is very nice for them. Petty also on the other side doing the same thing of the kind of sweeps. And they also set themselves up in the same place where now you're being a wall for the fuel, not allowing it to go in front past you, and kind of just leaving the fuel there for you to collect. Now look at this, 6090 able to just make a very quick pass in transition, and then get themselves, they flip their collector out to the outside to go collect as well. And now in transition, they score as much as they can. Now, they end up losing auto, actually. Wow, I didn't even notice that. I just straight up thought they won. The crew must have done something incredible on that side then, with the double stream turret, or double stream dumper, rather. But, I mean, the cleanup is so good from Orbit. Like, this incredible job from them. Let's see, how is their stealing is my question. Able to eat through them, getting all of that fuel, passing it back. Yep, passing all of that back. And they're playing double passer and a defender, which I think is good. I think that's probably the best way to play this, especially against the kind of triple dumper alliance. Defender are doing a pretty good job, but now you allow Orbit, because they're playing only one in the middle, you've now allowed Orbit and Petty to kind of go through this the entire way. Petty with double turret, Orbit with single turret, but with a very fast stream. And now they're kind of just killing you with that. I mean, look at the scoring. And now, love this from Orbit. 3 seconds left, and they say, we don't care about the fact that we have 3 seconds. We'd rather be more effective. And they eat through that corner over there, eat through the entire corner of that field, and then steal all of that, make it so the other alliance can't score it because they're dumper alliance. So they would have scored it if they had the fuel. So they're getting net effective points. Let's see. It's still very, very close. The blue line's just keeping it very close, but red should pull away with it here because they had the setup time. But blue's playing it correctly. They're eating in front so that Orbit and Petty don't get that quick cycle. This is going to be very close. Okay. Yes, Orbit doing passing for themselves because they don't want to have to go back to the neutral zone one more time. And now you just start firing at the very end. But the crew... Are they going to end up... Oh, wow. Wow. Just outscored by triple dumper. Let's see. 737 to 724. I'd 727 clean. They still would have won, but wow. It lost in auto by 1 fuel. And lost in tele by 2 fuel. Wow. Okay. Let's watch this one again. This one is okay. I want to see how they lose auto because it was by 1, and it felt like they could have won auto. Okay, what was the pathing here? So cutting forward in front of them, and then they go here to cut in a diagonal motion to kind of grab the edge of that fuel pile, and they get less, which is interesting than Orbit. It seems like they get less fuel than Orbit does, and Petty also gets less. And then when they go back to the 39-31 is also didn't even get their first pass off. And you have 2 cycles here. How do they end up with this much fuel? Oh, it's just the dumper at the end. Yeah, wow. When you have 2 dumpers, this is what happens. You end up with the fact that you can win auto, even though 39-31 ends up missing an entire cycle in auto because they end up caught in that trench. Because they're a dumper, you just win auto because you just have more firepower, able to get through that fuel faster, able to kind of cycle all of that out. It's really nice. And then in transition, I think both these guys play it pretty well. Orbit leaving early to go do passing I like a lot. And then what do they do here? 81-59 kind of collecting all of that as well. Doing passing also is nice. Yeah, and doing passing from the other side of the field is also very good. I want to see their defense specifically because they ended up getting 10 penalty points. Let's see what they're for. So they're firing all of that through. I think if you're playing defense, right, and these guys end up deciding to go play defense. I don't know if it's because they break or if they just want to play defense, but it looks like they're playing defense and steal at the same time. I think you don't score your hopper there and you kind of just pass all of it back. Because these guys obviously want to score here because they just want to get their points up. But I think the much more effective play for the match is probably just sitting here and you go defend the crew on the side while also passing it. And you can just hope that Orbit or Petty will go pick that up in front of them. Because otherwise what ends up happening is you can see this, you allow the crew to get over, and now you allow one of the highest scoring robots in the world in terms of EPA to just run rampant. And you're doing a pretty good job defending them, right? To be fair. But now you've allowed them to come over, and the other two dumpers are also very good at just getting out fuel. And now because you were a little bit late, you didn't deny them from coming back, which is the most effective part of defense. And now you're also not playing Stealer anymore, which is interesting. I mean, playing neutral zone, I guess, is a good decision. But they're coming back for scoring, and I don't think they need the scoring. Right? I think that having triple scorer is, in my opinion, just wrong. Like, I just don't think it's good ever, because what you gain from having a third scorer here is you're working through all of the fuel that you have in reserve now more quickly, which now means that you have to go back to the middle more, because now you're dumping all of that. But now, because you have to go back to the middle more, after you've scored all that fuel, all the fuel is now going to be here, which the other alliance is going to have teams eating that fuel and passing it back to themselves on the other side. And now you have 3 robots on your side that are all sitting there, and you now have nobody contesting the fuel that is being scored and being passed away from you. And now, because you're working through it quickly, let's say you have 15 seconds instead of 10 seconds of your zone not having fuel. Well, now you have 3 robots all coming out, and nobody has made an effort to try to keep the fuel for them to score. Like, I think you do much better with just having them sit here, passing back, or have them sit in the neutral zone and deny the blue alliance from kind of contesting in front of the red hub and passing all of that back into orbit immediately. Because you're still getting a significant amount of value, and even collecting from the hopper, especially against a triple dumper. When there's less fuel on the field, it means that they have less opportunity to be scoring and being effective with their scoring, versus you, as who have turrets, are able to go around and go snake through errant fuel that's just on the field and collect all of that, or stray fuel rather. And you can collect that, but when there's more fuel on the field, you now allow the dumpers to kind of just go wherever they want. So I think it's much better if they kind of just sit here, have a full hopper, and are passing back everything extra. Or if they want to play defense, you can sit here, full hopper, pass everything back to the middle, and sure, maybe it's not going to be as effective as if you're actively scoring, and you might not feel as good doing it, but I think it wins you the match. Because now, if you look at 8159 here, when they're going, 5 seconds left, they're now, like, they're also browning out, to be fair, right? To be fair to them, at this point, they're now browning out, but I don't think they'd brown out in the first place if they were just in the middle of the field scoring. Or just passing back. Oh no, I disagree with the kind of strategy that was used here. They actually only start browning out after hitting the robot there. So maybe that's one of their concerns, is that they didn't want to hit the robot and end up getting issues with that. But still, I think that that's kind of what ends up losing the match, because you could see, look at where the fuel is, nothing in the neutral zone, basically nothing in the alliance zone. And now 3 dumpers have the chance to run rampant with all of that fuel. And honestly, I think that you could probably make an argument that one of the dumpers here should probably be in the middle and be passing back, and not allow the Red Alliance to even get into this game by allowing Orbit and Petty to be passing back to themselves. I think that's a valid argument, but you could see that the crew ends up actually doing that by stealing anyways. So they end up doing that strategy and making sure that they can't be effective in scoring. And every single fuel that the crew steals here is a fuel that was also scored by them, and also Orbit wasn't able to score. So now you've now essentially taken fuel and made it worth double, because you're denying it by making it 1 less point that they can score, and you're doubling the value by making it 1 point that you can score and actively will score. I don't know. I think that you can't play triple offense in this game in like the traditional sense of 3 robots scoring at once at the world's level, especially against good teams. I expect that to work out for you. Or at least against when you're playing against very good teams on the other side, which all 3 of the teams on the other side are very good teams. These are very good dumpers. Let's see. 6328's playing on Hopper. Haven't seen them yet. They're the other kind of New England dumper. Ended up losing. Let's see. What happened to them? Okay. Yeah, big collect. Oh, their partners just ended up with a missed auto. But they looks like they still maybe win auto? No, it doesn't look like it. 3. No, they end up winning auto. How did they lose this match? Yeah, 60-28 has a nice collect there. And then you're maximizing transition period. Yep, very nice. You have defense on the giant dumper, which is pretty good, right? Not allowing 85-13 back into their zone. You're having good stealing from 35-06. Oh, 85-13 just pushes past 401. Okay. Just need to push. Yeah, I mean, it's good defense. Oh, 60-28 has issues. That's why. You can see directly in front of themselves, they're doing testing of all their mechanisms to see what's happening. Is that why they just not end up not able to scoring? Is this not end up able to being able to shoot? Yeah, they can't shoot. Okay. No, they can. What? They can shoot. What were they doing? Okay. Either way, they still end up back with a decent amount of fuel, but all of it's getting collected by blue. That blue, look at this. Look at the value 85-13 is actually getting on this field. So let's just look at 85-13 for a sec here. So obviously go through the middle, collect, and they come back and they start dumping all of that. End up just shooting it anyways, getting all of that fuel in, even through defense, which is really nice. And then the triple scoring is really good. And what they do is they collect all that fuel from the neutral zone, and just kind of eat the fuel that 60-28 would have wanted to go for on their way back here. So now 60-28 is kind of denied from being able to get full off of the neutral zone and come back easily. And you could see, look at, like, if 85-13 wasn't there, then they weren't collecting all that fuel. There'd be way more fuel here. They could easily make a pass here, probably come back with like 60-ish fuel. Instead, they get defended on the way back as well, and also end up with only like a 75% of a hopper. And then end up going against the wall. And by the time they get back, because of the defense, end up nothing's able to happen. They end up kind of not being able to do anything. Now 85-13 still getting defended by 401. Pretty good, but I think they noticed this, right? You kind of need to have someone go steal that. And okay, 35-06 goes to steal. It's pretty good, but okay, and they have defense for 85-13 to get back. And now if you let 85-13 just start going, okay. And is 60-28 not able to collect? Is their intake gone? Yeah, it looks like they can't collect, which would explain it, right? This is where you make back. This is already a disadvantageous period for you after you win auto, and you also aren't able to maximize at least the 5th shift where you had the setup. Like, yeah, this match is over at this point. Makes sense. Let's see. Who else is playing? Oh, 11-14 is playing on Archimedes. I have not seen them yet. I did want to watch them. Whoa, what is this? Saturation? Okay. Oh, wait, it's okay. It's Bread and AG Robotic, actually. Wait, no, we're going to watch this match as well. And then check out what 11-14 is doing. Okay. So AG Robotic is one of the best turrets in Turkey. Second best, obviously, to 9043. But still a very, very good robot. Which is why I point them out. Okay. Yeah, Dice. Bread's doing the dumping. AG just collecting all of that fuel. Very lovely. Is that no net, actually? Are they just open hopper? Yeah, that looks open. No net. Interesting choice. So obviously you don't without the net you don't have the ability to kind of collect way more than your capacity. But without the net, wait, do they not have a net? Am I tripping? They might have a net. No, it is falling out. Yeah, they don't have a net. So it also means that you don't become a bump robot because whenever you just go under the trench, your fuel will just fall out. So able to kind of have that freedom of never having to be scared of only taking the bump, but you also get less fuel capacity because of it, right? Because you don't have a net. And really nice fuel control game that the Blue Lions is playing over here. You could see how much fuel there is. That's an incredible amount. But 9084 doing a good job, kind of eating through the tower, aware of what AG will want to do, where they'll want to collect. Kind of doing a good job here. Then, yeah, I mean, the scoring is just very, very strong. I mean, a nice job by them cleaning up the neutral zone. But Red kind of just, I guess, accepted the fact that they can't win this one because they only have one scorer, and they only have one scorer. They kind of just aren't really trying to do all that much with it. Right, they've given up on the RP, I guess. Trying to, I guess, probably show off their robot more for getting picked is the idea. It's good defense. I mean, AG is ending up missing a lot of their fuel because of the defense that's getting played on them, but obviously won't end up winning the match. But might deny the 500. Actually, probably will deny the 500. I don't think Bread can make this up. And AG ends up looking a little bit, yeah, kind of missing all of their fuel now. Some hit on them must have ended up causing that to be jarred in some way. But yeah, nice play overall from the Blue Alliance, right? Playing the neutral zone well, getting all the fuel to their side, kind of saving their reserves until the very end. You could see that they kind of weren't going through the tower or going through that back corner until the end of the match now. Now 6459 is the one who's trying to go through it, but having issues with the robot. But still very impressive. And they don't end up hitting the 500, which is going to be annoying for them. Let's see. Is 1114 playing? This might be them going to defense, actually. Let's see. I do want to watch an 1114 match, actually. Let's check them out. $1114. Where are you? Where? Surely 1114 has played a match, right? Surely they have played a match already. I'm not crazy. Oh, 1114 played a match. Lovely. Okay. Okay. Yeah, still the big dumper. I don't know. I feel like they might have the same issue as a 2041 Roboteers, where they're gonna end up getting some good defense played on them at some point, and they're gonna have to figure out how to deal with it. And they have the output where I'm sure they could play like a neutral zone role and be passing the entire time and get away with it in terms of like having value still. But my question then is, are you picking a first pick so that you can have them play passing the entire game? Because if that's your number one pick of your Alliance 1, then that's an interesting choice, but just something to keep in mind when you're looking at if you want to pick them, because obviously they have the EPA deservedly to be picked, but just looking at what they're going to do, because you can see that people are already playing defense on him. And yeah, to get around it, they'll do good passing, and of course their in terms of just a stream, it's very nice. But yeah, they're playing double defense. Oh, 5801 not ending up catching 1114, and then you allow them to get that entire stream of fuel out. I think if it's a good idea to play double defense on them, but kind of end up getting caught there, and then pin here. One. I think if they stay, oh no, it's good. Actually, that's really nice. Okay, so let's go back to that decision for a sec here. So look at the time left in the shift here. 8 seconds, and now they go for a pin. And with 6 seconds left, they're basically gambling that Symbiotics or 1114 won't be able to get back to the other side in time and be able to dump their hopper to get scored. And so they tank the pin for 1 second, or 2 seconds rather, and then they back up. And now 1114 is now kind of caught, has to get off the fuel, and they push them around still more. And now 1114 with a full hopper isn't able to actually dump the thing, the hopper into the hub, which is very nice. And now, yeah, it's Symbiotic still trying to get back to their side of the field. I think they start passing at this point, right? Surely? Yeah, nice passing. But Red is doing a good job here, right? They have, I believe, that 5801 just kind of playing the defense passer role back to their alliance. And now Symbiotic's kind of jammed here. Nope, they got over. Now they're against the trench, trying to line up. It's still good defense, and they push him a bit, mess him up. But now, yeah, at this point, Symbiotics is kind of lined up. You can't really move them. They're too heavy. But it's good defense. I like the idea from Red of this kind of way to try to stop Symbiotics. Play double defense, have one in the neutral zone, have one inside of their zone, passing the entire match. And then you have one robot over here just playing the cleanup role on your side, which I think is good. But also, it's kind of just not going to work because your scorer that you've decided to go with, you just don't have the scoring to match 1114 and also 4593 rather, both scoring at once. Because even if 1114 isn't inside of their zone, their passing is still giving 4593 the ability to be fully optimal and just able to kind of work with that in that way. It's very nice. Let's see who is up next that is going to be close. 9043 and Alpha Dogs playing together. Okay. So potentially an alliance that might end up happening in Elims. That'll be next claw match. I wonder if they break for lunch, maybe it'll be just after, but I hope they don't. Because I do want to see this one. This one's going to be very interesting to watch. Just because of 9043 and 4946, two very tall turret bots that are very good at what they do, but tall turret bots, so maybe some defense played on them. Okay, we'll come back to it if they're still there. Let's see, Newton. Oh, Newton has Bean right now, it seems. 973. Yeah. Hey, Team Bean being a 4 wide. Not a dumper, interestingly enough, just a 4 wide, which is pretty cool. And then, no, let's see. I'll come back to this match when it starts. What's on Milstein right now? Nothing like crazy. Oh, Archimedes just went to. Curie. Also probably at lunch, I presume. Daily. 1538, interestingly enough, this division is kind of weird because like 1538 was a second pick at their SoCal district event, but probably captain this division, which is very interesting. Because I guess it shows you how powerful SoCal is. But very nice turret robot that they have going on. But I don't know if they're captaining, maybe it'll not be as nice as they won't be as effective as if they're on like a nice second pick or nice alliance's second pick, because I think they are really, really good at doing that second pick role of kind of playing the utility bot of passing back to the middle, or passing back from the middle, passing back from the other alliance. But if they're ending up having to be a captain, then maybe it's not going to be as effective. That's just looking at EPA alone. Before the event started, I don't know what the EPA is right now, Could probably pull it up later. Looks like 176 and Co are probably going to end up winning this one. Yeah, this nice defense from 9175, trying to play passing and also play defense. Doing nice rotations on 5813, a pretty good scoring robot. And then, but 5813 baits them. Nice tower contact there. But very risky game here on the other side from the Blue Alliance. Kind of going for steals inside right here that are way too risky in my opinion, because the tower is free 15 points. And I don't think you'll ever be able to get 15 points of value back if you end up getting contacted there, no matter how much fuel you take. Let's see, what is on Galileo? A Wild Sting on this field. Where is Wild Sting? Did they rebuild? Yeah, Wild Sting rebuilt from tall dumper to short dumper. Or sorry, tall die rotor to short die rotor. Oh, the captain Alliance 3. Okay, I thought 3128 was the captain. That makes so much more sense. Okay, because I was wondering how they ended up. I thought they were second pick because I read TBA wrong. Okay, no, that makes so much sense. Because I was looking at their EPA, I'm like, how in the world did they end up falling as a second pick to Alliance 3? But that makes so much sense now. I guess I just read TBA wrong when I looked at the SoCal District event. But yeah, 111 die rotor was pretty nice at the early events. But then I guess when it becomes shorter, not really able to do as much with it. Although, to be fair, 342 is not a bad score, but with 3 robots in the field, not ideal for what you're looking for at a Worlds qual match. Oh, Denovenom. Okay. Well, let's back up here. Actually, very close. 199, 200. Let's see what happens here. So, yeah, Blue Line's going to beat both the red robots to the field. Oh, that's so unlucky for 8749. It kind of gets caught up on the blue hub, unable to shoot there. And that probably ends up giving Alliance, the Red Alliance, the auto win. Because if they were able to get over with that dumper, actually, maybe they still end up losing. But if they're able to get over, maybe it ends up changing up how the auto ends up playing out. But now you have the Red Alliance able to kind of dump all of that fuel in there. It's like, let's see. Yeah, just nice passing from the Red Alliance. And oh, I like this so much from Red. Playing the game, I think, in my opinion, the right way. Having one robot here kind of eating through their reserves. You have one robot kind of playing the half stealer, half neutral zone cleanup role. And then you have one robot kind of focused on, dedicated on passing from the neutral zone back, which is very nice. And then a triple cleanup here. Probably not as good as just going back to the middle. And you could see why it's not as good. You could see Blue's kind of taking all of that fuel and passing it back. And now because you have no one contesting that, 2659 is forced to go over there and make a steal instead of just sitting in the middle and allowing their partners to be efficient and have the fuel kind of cycling back into them. But even still, able to kind of do the passing back. And because Blue doesn't have as much setup time, because there was a steal that went on here, Blue ends up having to come back to the middle as well. And then I just really like the way that this Red Alliance is playing this. Having the kind of Den and Venom play the 1.5 stealer robot, or doing 1.5 robots on the Blue Alliance side, where Den and Venom, if they see something, or Den and Venom being 8044, sorry, if they see something to steal, then they'll go over there and steal it. Otherwise, they'll stay in the middle pass. And then Blue Alliance, yeah, and then they see that happened, what happened last time. And for the 5th shift, 8044 goes back to the middle, tries to collect all of it so that Blue Alliance doesn't get the really high scoring endgame shift here because they had the setup time. And 2 red robots at this point on the other side of the field. 2607 decides to play full defense. And if they stop 8044 from coming back entirely, they might be able to make this back, or make the match back. If they can just dump, if these 2 robots can both get back and dump the fuel in, and you don't allow 8044 to score, this might be able to be winnable. 3641 goes for the score there as well. I think you have to go back. I think these guys have to cut back and have to score. end up getting 500, not end up being able to actually hit the win though, according to end of the match scores. But it's nice play at the end there. I think kind of showing you how you can get punished by an alliance if you try to steal a little bit too late, especially if they send a resource on you, a robot as a resource on you to kind of go steal. And yeah, I think if 2607 jumps back earlier and kind of lets 8044 go, maybe they end up pulling out of here with a win there. But obviously it's very, very close. I think playing defense is also a perfectly fine thing if you're scared of 8044 going back to the other side and dumping out their entire hopper. Either way, a very close match. Very impressive from Blue playing that in a good way to try to make it close in the first place. Oh, 9043 had Alpha Dogs played. Let's check it out. What the heck? Did the stream just break? Dang. Okay. Okay. So unable to see the match, really. Scoreboard ends up going down, but 500 scored from this alliance. So it's obviously 14 seconds to go. The scoreboard we'll just see at the end of the match here. But I don't I feel like 500 sounds low for this alliance, especially because if you look at what they were doing at the end here, if 1792 was actually doing this the whole match, obviously we can't tell because the entire match feed went down. But if 1792 is actually playing the middle and just passing the entire time, and you have 9043 and 4946 going and collecting from the middle, and you're only putting up okay, it is 600 to be fair. It's basically 600. It's a good amount. Never mind. It's fine. But 158 fuel. I think this being the stream probably went down after the auto period. We can look at the auto. I think this is what having the big the bump only robots will kind of give you if you're a turret. Is you get the turret, obviously be able to move around, move and shoot, but it also gives you the auto advantage against probably any other alliance, just because of what happens because you have so much fuel to collect in the middle. So just look at this. They'll both go to the middle, and because they collect so much fuel and have such a high capacity, the entirety of their side is gone, and they're not going to have to go back to the middle at all for the rest of the match. Obviously, they'll go for the rest of the match, rest of the auto period. And obviously, 4946 can choose to go back to the middle because they want to get more. But I think that, actually, they're so good so efficient at scoring, they actually end up getting the entire thing, which is very impressive. But you can see 9043 just went out once, came back, was firing everything the entire way through, and then picked up from the outpost, fired all of that as well, and don't really have to play the game of, can we collide in the middle and try to eat through the other person? Because you have such a high capacity that if you even just collect your side of fuel, you'll end up being able to be perfectly efficient in auto, which is very nice for the tall turret robots. And then, as well as if you're able to set yourself up where you're able to just do an easy path like this, for your transition period, because you're always expected to win auto, then you end up with what happens here, which is where now you're up 200 points out of transition alone, which is very, very nice. Although I will say that from 200 points, they only ended up scoring about 224 is how much fuel they ended up scoring here. They only ended up scoring 460-ish points in the next two shifts, which if you break that down ends up being a 230 per robot, if you were making an assumption there. And then 230 per robot is still a very, very high amount, but also you're not going to see 800 points if you're scoring 230 per robot. And I also don't think that the Red Alliance was playing hard defense on them from the way it looked like at the end of the match, which is also something to consider when you're looking at if these guys are going to get picked really early, or who these guys are going to end up picking really early, right? They're not playing that much defense. They're more concerned about trying to get their scoring up. Something to consider. Let's see where else. Who else is playing? 2481 with playing with BCR. That one's expected to be pretty decent. 3023 and Lunatex playing together on daily. Okay, let's check that out. Oh, that'll be after lunch, I assume. I assume they broke for lunch. That is my assumption here. Who's here? Okay. Nobody really. Is there anybody playing here? No, I don't think there's anybody incredibly high scoring that's playing here. Oh, Roboteer is playing. Okay, we can check him out. What are your opinion on 1540? I have not seen them today. Let me go look them up. Oh, they were the third robot, or they were one of the robots with pick one of the PNW alliance that ended up finalisting. Yeah, I like that alliance a lot. I thought that they played the game really well. At the PNW final specifically is where I saw them a bunch. I thought that was a very, very nice. All right, let's see. Milstein, Roboteer should be playing now. Yes. Okay, Roboteers and BCR both. So 2 tall robots here. Interesting. Going to be interesting to see if they're gonna. Red Alliance is going to try to pull out some defense here, especially against 2 tall robots that score a lot. So see how that'll go. But I don't know. Oh, 69 never accepts invites if they can be captain. I don't know enough about their history to know that, but I do remember in 2022, which is the last time I remember they had like a historic decline. Maybe they declined in 2024 as well. I'm not sure. But I remember they declined, but also Madtown was also going to decline. That field kind of just got burned. But I don't know when Orbits declined. But yeah, they seems like they like to captain a lot. I wouldn't be surprised. I think that field is deep enough where they can decline whoever they want and still end up with a very good alliance. They could probably win the whole division. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the 2 tall dumpers, it'll put up 109, end up winning auto because you have 2 tall dumpers. Interesting to see though. So 3707 stuck. 3707 was playing pretty good from what I remember. Yeah, both get over. Defense comes in a little bit late, but still playing some defense there. I'm trying to move him around. Yeah, on BCR specifically. Kind of just accepting Roboteers. Someone is going to get this positioning, I think, is what they're accepting. And if you're up against the hub there, like even if you push him, you're not going to be able to rotate, so you just give up on that. But yeah, good defense on Roboteers, not allowing them back in. Let them in. But still playing defense. Yeah, okay. The defense is just a little bit sloppy there, and then you allow BCR and Roboteers both to kind of get back in, both to score. Like, yeah. What are you gonna do? It is very nice though from who is that? 8429 playing some pretty good defense on 2 robots at once, but obviously there's still 2 robots that are going to try to get over at the same time, and you're trying to deal with 2 of them at once. Like, it's just very hard for them to try to deal with that. And they get called for pin there, which, yeah, they're definitely pinning. But Roboteers doesn't care because they want to be pinned there. That's where they like to score from, so. They will probably hit 600 here, just looking at how much fuel that's stored. I think. Yeah, it looks like they'll hit 600. $600? Maybe more. If Roboteers and BCR both get a nice collect here, maybe it could be more. Maybe 670? 680? No, it'll just be 650. It's still a very high score. Oh, wow. No, 670. Wow. Very, very impressive. Yeah. I mean, the Red Alliance just doesn't have enough scoring where it'd be worth it to ever send like 2 defenders over. You kind of just accept your fate and try to go for the RP here. Don't end up hitting it, but do you think we'll see a 1,000-point match? Yeah, probably. We went over the new world record was set by 6329 and 1706, and then their third partner, who I cannot remember their number. But what they basically did was, even through defense and stealing, they ended up putting up 902 clean. And a lot of it was just because they were putting up so much fuel, pushing so much fuel from the neutral zone to their side, and the other alliance wasn't really doing anything against it, to where when you have that much fuel stockpiled up and you just let 2 very good robots go, yeah, that ends up happening. So yeah, it'll probably end up happening at some point, but I don't know. It's very dependent on the other alliance kind of not stealing as much, because I think they could have hit 1,000 if the other alliance wasn't going to go steal at all and wasn't playing any defense on him. But obviously, no one's going to do that at Worlds. People are trying to win matches, so maybe. It is definitely very possible, though. Let's see. What's that? 341. Oh, Toolcats as well. 341 and Toolcats, both 3276 are pretty good. They're starting in the middle, though. Okay, Barker again with their rebuild, 4613. Going for steals. Score seems pretty low, though. All things considered, for this style of rebuild. But I guess it might just be due to good defense. Looks like they're playing defense on 4613. Yeah, and then there's just no passing going on here. So you see the effect of it, because 4613 just has to constantly be going back to the middle and trying to come back over through defense, because there's just no passing going on for their alliance. Yeah. Oh, let's see. Oh, 4590. Yes. Their EPA was low because they're from Israel, but a very tall team with a turret. Probably like the second best tall turret team, other than 9043 from what I've seen. Like, I don't really know many tall turret teams in the first place. Oh, but that's a lie. Second best not die rotor tall turret, probably. Strike Force and Robojackets are probably better than them, but it's still very impressive. And 2 tall turrets here, actually. A 3256 and 4590, both tall turrets here. And then 341 kind of playing the passing game, which their intake is very nice. They used to have kind of the Jack-in-the-Bot style, like before rebuild, Jack-in-the-Bot style robot, which I think would have been really nice for any alliance trying to look at a second pick, because their passing was so effective. But obviously they want to try to go be a first pick and a captain, so ended up rebuilding into what they have right now, where they actually have a hopper. Oh, and 4590 ends up dying in the corner there. That probably ends up blocking you off from 500. Maybe the match still, though. Yeah, the passing is very nice from the Spool Alliance. But do you hit 500? I don't think they'll be able to get 500 without the scoring of 4590. Bro. Is that my internet? Is the stream down? Did the stream go down? Yeah, I think the stream went down. Okay. Okay. I guess. Did all the streams go down? No. Oh, 179 Super Nerds. Yeah, sure. Oh, let's go back. 179, I don't know if they rebuilt, but they have the 341 didn't rebuild. I swear they had 2 intakes though on the other side. Well, if they didn't rebuild, I really like the way that the robot works for like just being a passer robot, and they do it really well too. I think the Newton feels this down, but I was gonna show more of it. But they did a really nice job from the FMA district events I watched, kind of being in the neutral zone and going left and right here by just flipping each intake out the other way. Oh, is one always? I guess I'm just thinking of Jack and the Bot then. Odd. Okay. Well, either way, they're a very nice passing robot. Where their stream is yeah, the stream is very nice cleanup robot. Where is 179? Oh, just getting defended hard. Yeah. 3255 comes out with a very nice steal, and they pass all of it as well. Probably get filled from the neutral zone so that the blue lines can't get the fuel also. Yeah, it's just nice. And look at how hard it is for blue lines to collect from here. So they end up having to take, well, one of them will probably take from there in front of the red hub, as someone else gets sent over to play defense on the other side, or kind of play stealing defense. Because of the fact that there's no fuel. 179 having issues as well, which is unlucky. But yeah, is 179 beached on a fuel? They might be beached on a fuel. The driving looks like odd, where they're kind of just bent up. It looks like they're bent up on a fuel. Nope, they might just brown out. Okay. But either way, do they hit 360? Maybe. Oh no, they're not gonna be able to hit it. Wow, just barely. And yeah, I think that just shows you what the RPs do. The RP changes do. I kind of like the switch over into the 360 threshold, because it's now actually very hard to do. And it makes it so you can very easily differentiate between robots that can do that solo and robots that can't. Let's see. 359 ended up winning their match. 117 rank 1 right now. I haven't heard of these guys. Let's see. 117. Rank 1. What's the EPAs looking like of each division, actually? Okay, interesting. Huh. Yeah, everybody's EPA is kind of really climbing here. Overcharge is... Are they rank 1 in EPA in the world still? Nope. End up getting jumped by High Tide and Cheesy. Yeah. It makes sense. They just didn't have as many matches. And then as soon as you get to Worlds, EPA kind of just jumps up way higher than normal. Or whatever it was before, just because of how Worlds works. Oh, 117 expected to rank 10th, but it looks like a nice schedule at the start of the event, at least. It's good for them. Oh, Jack in the Box playing. Okay. Yeah, eat way in front. Even though they get turned, they actually end up getting the. Oh, they have 1884. And 1884 ends up getting on top of the fuel. Unlucky. And then contact. That's a lot of tech fouls. And even still, okay, so they'll end up. Blue will end up winning auto because foul points don't matter for the auto period. But the points are not great for blue right now. 1 second, and they don't. Is any of that going to count? Yeah, none of that ends up being able to count because they get back too late because they just got stopped on the way back. Nice defense from Red, not allowing Jack the Bot to try to get a cycle off in transition. Yeah, I mean, the passing is very nice from Jack in the Bot, and then cleaning up the entire middle. And then, yeah, as soon as they get back and you allow them to get fuel at all, like, just absolutely crazy in just fuel output specifically. Like, the robot itself, their driver is very good, but the output of this robot in terms of how much fuel it scores compared to other dumper robots is just crazy. Yeah, the passing as well. Like this is what the dumper kind of gives you. Like even though you obviously, if you want to play the role of sitting on the other side playing defense, the dumper isn't the greatest. But if you have a dumper in the middle of the field just collecting fuel and passing it, like it is such a crazy amount of output that they can put out. And wow, Red is still up because of the 60 points. And obviously they're up because they had a shift as well, because they just had their shift. But even still, this is where Red is supposed to come back because you have setup time in this last period. Is Jack in the Box going to lose because of the penalty points? They might. Yeah, and they don't have any fuel left in their side. They're going to have to go back to the neutral zone if they don't get passing over. Yeah, you have to go back to the middle here. Oh no. And they don't get enough fuel to kind of like that's not 60 fuel. Wow. 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 The change in penalties of going over and blocking going over the line being called a penalty now. Just lost Jack in the Bot that match. I mean, you'll see it in the penalty points. 60 points of penalties. Wow. Wow. That is crazy actually. Where is Jack in the Bot now in terms of ranking? Or where were they before? How does this affect them? That is wow. I mean, how do you even get caught up on that? On the fuel like that much where you fly into the side there? Like what happens? So you go to the middle and you just slip up. What I don't understand what the idea of the auto there is in the first place. Like, are you just trying to sweep everything over this way? Like, what is the pathing here designed to be? Okay, so you go out and you go at an angle. Okay, so you go at an angle so that all the fuel's getting pushed here. Yes, I see that. And then I assume you're just trying to level out at this point, and maybe you rotate yourself so you now become a wall here. And you can block all the fuel so that Jack in the Bot has an easier time getting through, I guess, is the idea. But because they have so little weight on their robot, they just fly up on top of the fuel, end up hitting it. Also, they're contacting fuel as it's falling out of the hub, which should be more miners, but I guess they just feel bad and don't want to call it. But then contact again. Wow. Yeah, wow. That's crazy. All right, who's in this one? NRG 818. Oh, ItCon. Okay, this actually might be really close. Both alliances have a lot of good scoring here. Actually, we'll come back to this if there's nothing else happening on the other fields. Still lunch. Still lunch. Oh, well, I just checked on him. Okay. Yeah, this match should be close, I believe. Maybe not like incredibly close, but I think if you let 948 go, any match will be close. Like I think the key to this is how are they going to stop 948 from just dumping everything? Because if you let 948 kind of just allow them to get all the fuel from the neutral zone that you score and you can't refresh in any of your periods by going to the middle, and you just deny all the fuel that way, might end up being really, really hard for you to kind of make up that score and hit 500, which I think they're going to go for. Oh, here we go. All right, NRG, yep, getting a nice collect, going from the middle outwards, which I like a lot from the dumper robots, when you collect the part that is not going to be touched first, so that you actually are able to get a nice collect there. They make it really close in auto here, right? Like, I guess actually no, there's a really nice score from the Blue Alliance. But it kind of gets stuck here, so now if they don't get off, they can't use the transition period to kind of push their advantage. Which is really nice for red. Yeah, you don't get that. And now Icon's having... And now they're finally off. Okay. And 4099 has also been doing work the entire time, but still. Yeah, 948 collecting still, and you're... Even in your worst shift, because Icon kind of gets stuck up on that fuel, able to make up that fuel count. And now, yeah, this is what I'm concerned about, is if 948, you kind of let them just sit here and eat through all the fuel that you're trying to collect. Oh no. Okay, they go all the way. They're chasing down. What is their strategy here? Okay, they're playing defense. Okay, yeah, no, sure. And now, yeah, they pull 10-5-5-3, and now you're stuck. You can't leave now. I guess they're trying to catch the fuel now. Okay, that's pretty good. But yeah, now you've lost a lot of scoring power on your side. but you're also kind of forcing them to block off one of their own zones by having them play defense on you. Like, look at Econ here. So, this is actually so nice. 948's playing this so well. Okay, we'll go back to this after, but 948's doing a very good job here. Kind of manipulating 10553. Yeah, and now your period is supposed to be your scoring period is gone, and now Red has their best period their best setup time. Although Icon goes a little bit early, which is good for them. And are they able to score? Oh, is 868 broken? No, they're working. Okay. And now 948 can actually go back. Oh, they need to go back. Oh, I don't think you're not going to be able to make it back over to the other side. That's very close match. I love how 948 played that until like the very last minute, where I think they kind of just got caught up a bit too much in the traffic that was going on there, and then got kind of shoved out of the zone and no defense allowed to be played. But he was very well played until then. Let's see. I want to see who actually ends up winning this match. I think Blue just takes it by like a hair, because there's a foul called on 948 at the very end there. But it was very well played from Red. They pushed this one. And even though there's a climb here at the end, right? 10 points does push you a bit, but I think Blue with the foul and also the extra volley at the end is probably going to end up taking this. Yellow card. Damaging contact side frame perimeter. Okay. Dang. I mean, it's a yellow card, but I think the defense itself, idea-wise, was very good. Yeah, Blue ends up taking it because of the penalty at the end. Yeah. No, it's not just penalty. They actually just got more score. Okay. Right, because that's 32 versus 29 clean. But I want to go back here to what they did earlier here against ItCon, because this was very nice. Okay. Where is it? So this is auto. Where did they go up to the other side? Okay, so they go to the other side here now. And now 10553, if we look at what they were doing before, they're kind of sitting in this corner and just eating through the fuel, kind of passing it back, right? And then Blue Line sees the NRG is kind of, a 948 is kind of stuck in this corner here inside their own zone. And so they decide to say, we're not going to let you out now because you're a bump-only robot. So if you're playing bump-only robot, we're not going to let you go score. So they say, okay, 10553, your job is now to mark 948. You're not going to let them out. And there's no way 948 would ever be able to get out if 10553 didn't like make a really bad play there, because they have the vision. 948's kind of blind looking at the other side of the field here, and 10553 can easily react whenever 948's trying to go over. So 948 decides to say, okay, well, I'm here to play defense anyways, and I just want to slow you guys down. So what am I going to do? I'm just going to sit and make 10553 be in your way of coming back if you're having them mark me. So look at this. They're playing defense on 4099 here. And then they move over to 948, and because 10553's job has been, we're going to defend 948, they now pull 10553 over, block the bump that way by just having someone else come over for them because they know what's happening, and then pull over to the other side, and now they're manipulating 10553 and getting them in the way of where Icon's trying to come back from. It's very, very, very heads up play, and you can see that once 10553 actually moves, they're still getting defended by 948, and now they finally realize, okay, 10553, get over to our side so we can actually get past you, and still getting defended. And it takes until 948 makes a misplay here by going on top of the bump to try to stop them, before Itcon's able to actually get back over to the other side. Very, very, very heads up play here from 948, and they still end up getting a decent amount of defense on them here. Like, really well done. And then at the very end, what basically ends up happening is 10-5-5-3 comes in from here, pushes 948 out, and then 948 tries to commit to defense again, but at that point it's way too late. You can't really stop Itcon from scoring. So that's why I was like, maybe you just go to the other side, try to collect as much as you can, try to end the match that way. But probably wouldn't have made a difference either way. But very, very nice play from them there. Obviously ended up with a yellow card because of damaging contact, but okay, everybody's intakes are out. It's just kind of unlucky that yours ended up being damaging contact. Like, okay. I mean, even still, just playing bump only, they're still defending Itcon very well. And then the 10-5-5-3 gets pulled over here. Look at this. So 10-5-5-3 gets pulled over here to let Itcon in. And then at this point, I think they should probably just leave. And maybe your pathing is something like this. All the way back, and you try to just get whatever you can. But they still try to commit onto the defense, and then it's a little bit too late at this point to go for that play. So they just say, okay, we're just going to go back anyways. Get defended on the way back. What are you going to do? It's a very nice play from them, though. 4907 just a very obvious slime and it didn't count. Really? What match did they play? What division are they on? They're on Milstein. Oh, Citrus is playing here too. Okay. We can check that out after. No, that's 10 tower points. That counted. Looks like. Yeah, that's 10 tower points. Oh, actually, this is just a good match. There's a lot of very good teams here. Let's just check this one out. Right. Oh, Taters ends up getting beached here. Yeah, Taters ends up getting beached here. Loses auto because of it, basically. 49-15 goes to the middle. 30-75. 49-7 goes for the climb, I assume. Here. 3. What? Wait, that's... Yeah, what? That's a climb. That is a climb. How does that not count? What? How are they not counting that climb? That's crazy. Maybe there's a fuel contacting them on the ground. Transitively, they might say. That's not actually like getting lifted, but I think that's a climb. So yeah, okay. Red doing a pretty good job cleaning up. Blue Blue doing a good job as well getting back over. But yeah, again, Gems bump only robot just denied. And now by the time you're back over, 49-7 just plays good enough defense on you where you can't do anything. 30-75 getting a position. Yeah, I mean, the good defense going on here, but Red's kind of finding the pockets to play. And now they pull... Oh, yeah, okay. So 49-7 kind of gets burned here because I think they're just playing in the neutral zone to try to catch some fuel back to themselves. But then you allow Gems to get over and dump out the entire hopper. It's like, okay. Taters also ends up getting over because 49-07 is busy trying to look at Gems. But there is a good steal over here from 49-15 that ends up happening because of the fact that 49-07 is here. So because 49-07 is here, and then Gems are a big bump only robot, there's there's really no space for 32-45 to go deny this kind of steal, which is very nice for 49-15 to go take the steal at that timing because it works really well for them. And 30-75 and then 49-15 both passing back to themselves. 32-45, I think, playing a little bit too... Looks like they're trying to play not really defense and more of just passing itself. Then, yeah, 49-7, going back early. I like this from them, playing defense early on gems. But they still end up losing this match somehow, which is interesting. Oh, they get baited by Taters, and then Taters pull 49-7 off for them. And now endgame period, there's now tower contact. So 49-7 just says, we're not going to play defense anymore. Decides to start cleaning up the back wall. I think if you're 49-07, if you're playing that sort of third bot role of playing like a defense, and then you want to leave because you're scared of the tower, I think you should go play the neutral zone instead of going to your side and starting to clean up. But I guess the idea is that they want to hit the climb because they already have one climb. So try to get some extra points there, but ends up not counting. But I guess it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things anyways, because it wouldn't have changed their RP score or their match score. Right? They wouldn't have gotten the RP from the tower anyways, even if they hit the L3, because it's only 45, and they wouldn't have gotten the win off of the extra like 20 points or 15 points from the auto climb anyways. A nice match played though from both alliances. Let's check out Citrus and then jump to Archimedes, because I do want to see 11-14 play in the match that is not just that one. Yeah, Citrus goes back to the middle, of course, dumping everything. Really interesting that they don't call a foul here on Fuel getting outside of the hub, landing on top of Citrus. And they also don't call a foul here for them going over the line. Wait, is that... Do they do that at the end of the auto period so it doesn't count? That's very cool. I don't know how this is exactly being called, but 1678 at the end of auto period is here. And so now into the telly period, you're allowed to go over the line, obviously, right? So you won't get the foul called on you. But so that they can get into this zone of fuel pile, they are stopping here and just letting momentum carry them over the line, so it doesn't count as a foul because you're not in the auto period when you're actually going over the line. That is so cool from them. Very nice reading of the rules, of exactly how it's written. It's really, really good. And then, obviously, because of the fact they're in that position, they're able to easily eat through the fuel there, and then in transition, dump out the entire hopper. Interesting they're not passing, though. I guess they are passing. They're kind of just getting full the entire way first. Okay. And now what do they do? There's defense on them, but the defense is a bit too slow, so they end up getting pulled. And now 34-19 on them. But because they have that extendable hopper, they can just get in front of the trench and easily just sit there for free. Then yeah, again, getting stuck a bit on fuel, but dumping all of that out. Yeah, I mean, it's just so well played. It's just such nice driving, finding the fuel. It looks so easy, but it's incredibly hard to be as good as pathing through the fuel as 1678 is. Right, the kind of rotations and all that stuff is really good. And then go for a steal here as well. Interesting that the defense robot's kind of playing off of 1678. I would have tried to kind of do the same thing that they did to 948, where sit here, kind of block them off, don't let them leave, especially with how good 1678 is at scoring. But I guess the idea is that 34-19 is not heavy enough. That baits a foul call by just staying near 34-19, and they don't move. So, yeah, easy free points. Nice from them. And then, yeah, cleaning up the back wall now at this point is really nice, because you're at the end game period, so you want to make sure that you could put the reserves back in place so that when you go back to the neutral zone, you can go eat through them when you're collecting. It's so well played. And then they still have the back corner here, so they can collect all of that and dump all of it back in. Wow. It's just incredibly well played. Yeah, and they still have the back wall to collect the entire way through. Another completely full hopper. And then they get a free that should have been called as a foul. Contact here on the tower should be called as a foul. That should be a tech. Actually, it could be the ref over here that's calling it. We can't see them on camera, so maybe they are calling it. But that should be tower contact as well. So another nice bait from 1678, getting free penalty points. Yeah, and just 730-ish. Yeah, really, really well played. Let's see, what's the final score? 740. They don't end up calling the tower, but yes, that should have been a tower call. A penalty on the Blue Alliance robot for hitting them in the when they're on the tower. So 741, I guess, field high score, very impressive, and then 736 clean, which is really, really nice. Yeah, 678, very good. Now I want to jump over to Archimedes. I want to see what 1114 looks like right now. Oh, perfect. Okay, let's go. This one is expected to be like 700-ish by Statbotics, so maybe could break 800 in this match. And then, yeah, triple follow as well from 7407, staggering their leave, which is really nice. And how much does they end up getting in auto? 163 in auto. Wow, really nice. Now 1114 gets out, not stuck on fuel, able to... Oh my god, they're going to end up getting like 200 plus of this. And get some defense on it, but still 200 in transition. Really nice. Yeah, that's so good. And 74-7, you can see them kind of playing the stealer role. They see how much fuel is kind of stashed here. And so they decide... Whoa, what is Blue doing? This is so interesting. Whoa. Okay. So Blue has decided to say in the first 15 seconds, they are sitting inside of the other Alliance's zone to steal all the fuel back because they're scared that the Red Alliance is going to have way too much fuel to go. So they just basically sacked their entire first shift of scoring to try to deny Red from getting fuel. I don't know if it works because I don't think you can score enough to where that will work if you sack an entire shift of scoring. But it's an interesting idea nonetheless. I mean, you're playing double steal the entire match. It works. But I don't know. And now you can see that Red's kind of forced to do the same thing of, well, if you're going to steal from us the entire time, all the fuel's over there, we're just going to have people stealing as well. And now 74-7's entire job has become, yeah, let's just eat through all that fuel and come back on the side. And now, yeah, so nice from the Red Alliance. Just so much fuel getting volleyed in there. And Blue Alliance is doing a good job passing all of it, but also it's 11-14 and 30-45 and 74-7. And you can't really outscore them. But it's a good job trying to get them. And I guess the idea is that they don't really care about RPs either. They just want to show themselves off, which, yeah, sure. It's Worlds. If you're not captaining, RPs don't matter. Let's see. Are they going to be able to break 700? Maybe? I think it depends on how 11-14s collect here. Yes. Yeah, they're going to break 700. I think. Yeah, 11-14, once they volley this, probably break. Yeah, it breaks 700. Okay. Wow, very impressive match. Yeah, no, that's... I mean, I like the idea from Blue. I just think that you just don't have the scoring to kind of match them in the first place. But it's a good idea. A nice try, at least. But yeah, the Red Alliance, very, very high scoring. That could have probably been a 1K match if Blue doesn't spend their entire time just eating through Red's fuel pile. That may not probably, but it could have been. It's a potential 1K match if Blue doesn't do that. But again, I guess that's the reason why 1K is so rare, is because of that. And yeah, 729, 724 clean, very impressive scoring. All right, 1, 2, 3 on all of these guys. Really nice. Let's see. What? Oh, Johnson apparently has a very close match about to happen. Yeah, 118 Itcon girls versus 498 are like the highest EPA robots here. So this is gonna be close. Any other matches? Okay, they're not going to start yet. Let's see. What's on Newton? What just happened on Newton? Okay. Okay. This is an interesting one. Okay, so Bare Metal and 1796, who we haven't looked at today yet, but a very nice turret team out of New York. Every single year they're very good. But Bare Metal and then Robochargers out of Texas on the Bare Metal side. Interesting to see how they end up playing this. Wow, about even from 1796 and Bare Metal side when they contested each other. But you could see, wow. Okay, so this is something that's going to be very impressive to me. 1796. So look at this. So right now they're here. And Bare Metal is right here. So they're about even in speed. Theoretically, the dumper should just be faster at shooting. And you should have a higher amount of fuel per second out. So you can now go contest the pile of fuel in the middle a lot faster the second way through, because you've now given all of your fuel up much faster compared to the turret, which should have a slower BPS, right? And so theoretically, the turret should be slower at going back to the middle. However, 1796 somehow goes through all of their fuel and gets back here faster, and then eats through all of it before Bare Metal ends up being able to. That's crazy fast turret speed that they're able to run that. And they actually end up winning auto against the dumper. Obviously, a lot of that is because of the fact that red ends up on top of themselves, which is unlucky. But they still end up winning auto here, which someone's going to have to fix this. 3005 can't get off of that. There's a fuel on here. I think, yeah. And now Bare Metal's having to spend their time. I don't know if 233 should have done that. I think they should have let him have that. But yeah, now Bare Metal has to spend their time getting half defended by 1796 playing passing on their active shift, while they're also being actively starved by 233 passing everything back. Really, really nice. And so 3005 decides to say, yeah, okay, we give up. We can't score anymore. Let's just go try to play denial. End up getting a decent amount of fuel back and now going passing. And because 1796 collects from this corner so fast, Bare Metal now doesn't have an easy sight line to go steal from there. And so they end up where their steal is essentially being negated. They have to go all the way through the tower, which is very impressive driving skill. And they heard all of it out. Wow. That is a very nice maneuver. Kind of seeing that there's nothing here and then just going through the tower anyways and pulling all of that fuel out. And even though 1796 is still going to be like fully effective or fully efficient with their fuel because they're so filled, it's still very nice from them. 233 playing some pretty good defense on 3005, kind of pushing them away, making them miss a bit. 1796 goes for some stealing, but 3005 kind of playing defense on them. Oh, doesn't end up working out. Ending up being able to get out there. Now 3 seconds. 2, 1. And wow, 1796 goes to match Bare Metal, being aware of where they are. And because they're a turret robot, they're able to shoot on the move. Able to go just shoot on the move all the way, block Bare Metal's steal, and kind of deny them that kind of value that way. Really nice from 1796, being able to use that turret shoot on the move to its fullest potential. And then they leave earlier to go steal from the middle. I would like to see 233 sit here. Yep, lovely from 233. You just sit here and collect all this fuel. Yep, make sure that the Red Alliance isn't able to go out. Yep, block Bare Metal from leaving. And because the robot is here, they're not able to do an easy bump. So if 233 just stayed there, then maybe winnable. But 1796 dead, maybe? Are they going to be able to come back anyways? I don't think so. I think they did enough. Yeah, they did enough. Wow. Very, very impressive to shut down Bare Metal and 3005 from this Blue Alliance. 1796 being able to block off the steals, being able to shoot... if you only half their hopper in the first auto cycle, really? That's a very... I like that a lot as a decision then. Let's see if they actually do end up doing it. Okay. Let's see. So they get their hopper out. They shoot a lot of it. They're still shooting. If you look at the bottom left here, that's what I'm looking at. They're shooting. Yeah, no, you're right. They shoot through half their hopper so that they can contest it early so that no one can go steal. Wow, that's really nice awareness from 1796 of the kind of limitations of their turret style robot. That's really good. And then obviously being able to, this is why I like turret so much, is because actually let's just jump back to 2046 trying to steal at the end here. Like when you look at 2046 trying to go for steals, I believe they'll come over from this side. When you have the shoot on the move turret, you're able to just block that off. You're able to not have to use your third robot on like a half defense-ish roll to try to keep them from eating your fuel. You can do that yourself. And being able to do that and that mobility, I think, is so valuable. Especially because you saw it being done by 2056 and 1114 at the Ontario District Championship, where they were playing defense for 1114 on the defense on 1114 and allowing 1114 to get back every single time by doing that because they have the shoot on the move and they're able to stay efficient that way. That's why I like the turret so much. But obviously the dumper has incredible just shooting potential of how much output you have. I mean, look at 2046 here. There's a crazy amount of fuel being shot through, but of course, that also means you're now recycling that fuel at that quick of a rate, and now you have to figure out how to deal with that conundrum. Yeah, let's see. What's going on live here? 973 ends up putting up 500. Yeah, really nice from them. Let's see. What's on Archimedes? Is Curie back? Curie is not back. Is Daily back? Daly's not back. Galileo back. Oh, this one ends up being really close. Okay, let's see it. Okay, so the teams I'm looking at here: 118 Icon Girls, some of the highest EPAs on this field, and then 498 as well, another very high EPA field on this field. 4098 gets caught on fuel here, so they can't. But I think 118 also ends up getting, 118 gets caught twice here as well. And they get called for tech fouls because they're shooting from outside of the line zone into the hub. So yeah, the tech fouls ended up being the issue there. Yeah, 498 having to play sort of passing in their they're they still won auto even though they lost because their partners picked it up and 118 missed. Really nice. And yeah, they're doing the cleanup job. You can see how much fuel there is in this corner for 498 to just run through. 118 being aware, knowing they're going to have to play some defense on that side, not allow these guys to get away with just shooting for free. But 498 is the biggest threat here in terms of like scoring. And 498 is just going to be able to go through this entire pile. I mean, look at that collection. Look at that. It's incredible. Yeah, just completely dumping out all of that fuel. And then leave early as well, which is really nice. Leave early to pass early. Eating through the fuel, making it so 118 doesn't have like kind of an optimal way to get back in. I think 118 might be playing defense. Are their turrets? They might be broken. I don't know why they play defense otherwise. I think their scoring potential is much better if they're actually trying to score, but looks like something might have happened to 118 where they're now playing defense. Maybe it's something to do with that auto missing as well. But yeah, 498 now active hub for blue. And Icon Girls gets in front of them this time. Really nice. Steals all of that. And gets out with it as well. Now 498's kind of just getting... Oh, wow. Okay, let's back up. I didn't see this. So look at the bottom left side of this here. Look at what happens to 498. So 498 tries to get set up for score. And then 3603 kind of pushes them around a bit. Pushes them. They try to shoot at the trench. Moves around more. And then what happens? They get pushed into the bump. And now once you're in the bump, you don't have enough traction to get back over easily. And now they're kind of rotating them. I guess the idea here is that you're trying to bait a tower foul, and they might get it. No, 182 aware. Wow. And then how do you end up losing this match? Is 498 broken? That might be it, because there's so much fuel in this corner here that it isn't being able to get scored. And I'm assuming it's because 498 becomes broken. And oh my god, every blue robot ends up breaking here, or just getting hard defended. And now unable to make anything happen. Wow. Wow, the breakages end up giving Econ Girls and 118 the win, even though 118 was broken the entire match playing defense. Wow. I mean, very impressive stuff from Red, kind of getting in front of all of their ways and playing that defense on the bump, pushing them up on the bump so they don't have traction, but still. Let's see. Oh, Alt F4 is playing. Alt F4 being 75-58. They were finalists at the Ontario District Championship as a dumper. Very, very good team. Doing some passing. This is very close, actually. I'm surprised. Oh, no, it's not. It's just that the Blue Alliance has their first shift, so now it won't end up being... It'll be a lot less close, I assume, here. If I had to guess. Yeah, okay, so they're starting to run away with it now, but Blue Alliance is doing a good job here, kind of pushing the fuel over, making sure that the neutral zone isn't easily accessible for 75-58 to just run through. And then you have defense as well getting played, although I think 94-84 should be playing inside of here instead of ever going outside of the neutral zone. It's a little bit odd that when you're trying to go chase them down, because it just doesn't really work that well. Yeah, they end up winning the match. And do they don't hit 500, but it's close. Okay, 2056 time. Oh my god, are they the first match after? Or did they just play? They might be the first match after. 29. Wow, yeah, they're the first match after. Okay, we'll check them out after lunch. Let's see. Galileo, are they back? They're not back. They actually just left. Okay. Let's see. 1323 on Daily. Tell me Daily's back. No, still not back. Wow. Oh, Texas Torque here. Okay. Rembrandt's got a red card? Really? Okay. Let me go find that match. What happened to them? A qual 18. 506 to 517. Wow, that was really close too. What is that, Milstein? Okay. Qual 18. Oh, this one. Okay. How did they get red carded? What did they card for? Yeah, it's this one apparently is the one they got carded in. So we'll see what happened. Blue. Okay, so Blue's robot is dead, but like 4089 is dead, but that's not going to be a card on Rembrandt, obviously. Did they sideswipe 7717 here with their intake? Is that what it was? Oh, that's contact inside the frame printer. And then they probably disabled them, right? I assume. Yeah, that's probably what that was. And they say dead the whole match. Yeah, and they'll probably announce it here as well. Because it's in the neutral zone as well, you don't get any protection for G415 inside the neutral zone. Yeah, G415. Yeah. Dang, that's so unlucky for them. Were they expected to be in a captaining position before that? I don't know what their division, what their schedule looks like, but that is very tragic for them. It doesn't look like they were expected to captain before that from their schedule either way. So I guess not terrible. They're probably going to end up getting picked either way. But if they were expected to be like a first, second pick, so a second captain, that'd be incredibly hard for them. But yeah, I mean, obviously not good to get a red card, but I mean, it's very obviously not on purpose. Like, it's kind of like, okay, sure, whatever. Let's see. Is Daly back? Daly's not back. Dang. Johnson went for lunch as well. Believe. Who is on Newton right now? To be playing. All right. Oh, 195 is playing versus 604 in Newton. Actually, that'll be fun to watch. They're both very, very nice. Very good drivers on both sides over there. Or are they? Is that not this match? Maybe that's up next. Oh, I wonder who's playing now. Oh, Spam. Yeah, sure. I haven't seen Spam all of today. I can't believe it. Let's check him out. Oh, that turret looks nice. And a nice collection from them as well. Interesting that they don't go over the bump. Oh. That field fault? What? Whoa, what just happened? Yeah, whoa. What? Okay. I mean, I guess they're playing it out, so it's probably not a field fault. I guess. That's very odd. It might just be the FMS bugged and like had the sounds as the wrong ones. Oh, 180's passing. There it is. There it is. And they ended up losing auto, so they do have to kind of make it back here. I'd like to see 180 go for steal now. Okay, nice. Someone on the Red Alliance goes for steal. Very lovely decision. I kind of have to because of that. And then 180 gets called, of course, because of the collecting in front of the hub. Fuel falls inside their hopper. And let's see. Yeah, doing a nice job kind of cleaning out the neutral zone so that the blue lines doesn't really get much. And they have a lot of fuel on their side. They can absolutely try to pull this one back. With that triple, the triple scoring. And then 180, yep, love this decision from them going all the way across to go collect more, recycle the fuel that they already have. But it seems like they just having some issues with their turret, not really able to kind of get enough there. Although they might be able to make it back here. Like what is they're very obviously fouling. I don't think those points are ever worth the collecting like the two fuel in front of the hub. It's nice steals from the Red Alliance, but just it looks like 180's turret has some issue with it because it's just undershooting is what it looks like, and maybe it's jammed now. Yeah, it looks jammed. It's just unlucky. They do hit the 360 though, which is nice. And blue will end up hitting the 500 as well, which is good for them. But yeah, I think if spam's not undershooting, maybe it gets really close here, but just unlucky. World record qual 20. Yeah, we checked that out. It was very well done. Oh, I guess they're going to launch after this one. But yeah, that one was really nice. They did a really good job kind of manipulating the fuel piles to give themselves the advantage there. And then just the passing itself, cleaning up the neutral zone, making it so all the fuel was on their side was really good. I think that one could have been probably could have been a world record if they ended up with the other alliance not trying to as hard to steal as they were, or break 1K. It was obviously a world record, but breaking 1,000. Yeah. No, it's. I mean, I feel like all the robots here. This is kind of like the perfect example of the threshold being really nice, where every single robot here is working well and they're working effectively. L3 climb is nice. Every single robot here is working well and working effectively, and it's giving everybody is getting the 360 RP. But because there's no one who is a standout who can put up like a crazy amount of fuel, you're not hitting the 500. I think the GDC cooked with the threshold here. Only an L2 for that, really? That looked L3 to me. Is that? Oh no, yeah, because their bumpers are below that. That's the second bar, and their bumpers are right here. Yeah, dang. Getting some extra fuel. I mean, I guess I don't really see the point of climbing other than just showing off that you can do it. Because you don't need the points for the RP if you're not going for the RP, and you'd much rather just try to hit the fuel RP. But I guess just showing people that you can do it effectively and consistently is probably really good. Okay, I'm gonna go eat lunch now. Uh, there you go. I will leave on a stream. The first person in chat who wants to say which stream they want on, I'll put it on. But I'm going to go get lunch. Actually, you know what? What's the Newton? Is this one still on? No, it's not. Wow. Okay. I guess is Archimedes is the only one that's on actually. Okay. And Strike Force and 2075 are playing. Look at that. Okay. I am going to go get lunch. I will be back soon.
All right, we're back. What happened? Did the 1323 match happen on daily? I'm gonna be really annoyed if it did. Oh my god, bro. Okay. I think it was like directly after lunch, so it should be like here or something. Yep, 1323 Lunatex. Okay. Starting off with a banger. Madtown, Lunatex. Lunatex have a giant dumper. I think they're putting something like 700 plus points up with Krypton Cougars at their FMA District Championship. 1323 obviously needs no introduction to their 1323. I just wanted to see how this would end up playing out because dumper with turret. Interesting to see how that'll play out versus the obviously double dive rotor turret, which everyone's kind of expecting this alliance to end up going with, or 1323 High Tide to go with. Okay, nice collections from both of them. I like that a lot. Yep. Oh, yeah, and then they end up colliding each other, so their auto ends up being really annoying. Bad. And they also get some fouls for blue because they were in front of the hub while collecting. Oh my god, look at the herd there. That was pulled off from blue. So all of that fuel that piled up in this corner all just got moved into the Blue Alliance zone because of the fuel that because of the herd that ended up happening, which is really nice. Check qual 31 Milstein. All right, let's go for that one after this. I mean, right now they're just cleaning up the neutral zone. It's good. I mean, you can see they're kind of just getting up the stray fuel because all the fuel is kind of already there on their side. 7632. I hope they play the. Yep, they're doing a good job sitting in front of here. Kind of just collecting all of that. Hopefully, going to pass it back to the Red Alliance. And again, we see you're probably not going to end up hitting 1K no matter what because everyone will just end up sending all three robots over to play defense. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. And then because you have no stealers, now blue has all the rain time in the world to just score all of that. And Madtown kind of just going to the middle, scoring, picking up all of that. 316 obviously decided to go steal. Kind of getting punished for that now, but they pass a little bit off. Again, we see the same thing 254 did earlier in the day that we pointed out. But the teams with the nets, what they're ending up doing is they're kind of either passing when they end up having to wanting to go through the trench, but they're full with fuel, they'll end up passing a bit and then just taking it because the teams that are defending them kind of don't expect them to be able to take the trench in the first place. So really nice from them being able to do that. Nice move. And then obviously 1323 is cleaned up very well. And 316 doing the short cycles, which is really nice. I like that they're going back to the middle here before cleaning up that back wall entirely because you're able to recycle fuel. You're able to refresh all of that. Really nice. They hit the 500 easily, right? That's not... I want to see if they get... They're going to get 600, it seems. Can they get 650? Maybe? Yup. Can Lunatex get another cycle in? Maybe 700 if Lunatex gets us off? Oh, not able to get it. Maybe they do end up hitting it. Let's see. 692 clean, but 702 total. Very nice. Was that Qual 31 of Milstein? Yeah, sure. Let's go check it out. 1678 match, always down. Qual 31. I believe we looked at this one actually already. Is this the one directly after the Thunderstamps one? Yes, it was. Oh, yeah, we looked at this one. 6078 did a really nice job baiting penalties over onto 3419. And then also their driving skill through the fuel piles in the middle is incredibly impressive. That was one of the biggest things that we took a look at there. Let's see. Who else is back now? Is Curie back?
Curie is back. Did 254 play already is the question. Let me check the schedule. Uh, 2056 about to show up though. Let's go jump to that one. Oh, literally on the field. Awesome. Okay. And then we'll see if 254, 195, or 1987 ever played on Curie since they came back. I do want to see all four of those robots because I feel like those guys are the real contenders for ending up punching up for that 1-2 alliance. And I want to see who's going to end up taking it. Let's see what they're kind of doing to try to jump each other in rankings. Yeah, 2056 doing the thing. Getting completely full with the net, coming back over the bump is really nice. Yeah, 145. Yeah, of course. I mean, really nice teams alongside 254, ending up 2056. Sorry, ending up being able to put that up, and then the dumper as well, really effective in auto specifically. And then that will be wow. Outside of transition, you get 225. Very impressive. And wow, 2056, look at them on the other side of the field, just firing all of that fuel back to their own zone so they don't end up getting starved and also starve the opponent of fuel the entire time. Really nice. End up coming back with a herd as well and wrapping around the defense of 35-39, which is really, really effective. And then they're going to clean the back walls. And then I guess the other partners are going to be just doing short cycles, is my guess. Yeah. So they set it up so they're going to clean the back wall because they're so confident in their passing ability, and the other guys are going to go to the middle and come back around every single time to clean up all that stuff. And so immediately back to scoring. Let's see if 2056 will decide to go for the... Yeah, they're going to decide to go into the back wall again. They just want to steal all of that fuel across the back wall. And their driving is really nice that they're able to do this all really cleanly. 411 at this point. This might be a 700 match. I mean, look at how much fuel there is. It's kind of just dependent on if Blue's going to be able to recycle the fuel that they're about to score. So are they going to go back to the middle of the field, or are they... Yeah, okay. There you go. The 3297 is going to go back to the middle of the field, kind of collect all the fuel that's being scored, which is really nice. And kind of making it so that the fuel doesn't pile up and they're able to keep themselves being efficient. End up hitting the 500. So in terms of RPs, they're kind of just done, but let's see how high they can go. Yeah, 3297 again, collecting the fuel piles very nicely, and then bump to 2056 off as well. Nice from them. Push them over, and then yeah, you just get so much scoring from this alliance. I think the 3297 being able to have possession of so much fuel and being able to collect it from the neutral zone so that the other alliance doesn't get it as well is really nice. But very nice, well played overall. This is, I think, the standard thing you're going to see with double dumper turret is the turret's going to clean the back wall, and then you'll have the double dumpers kind of just doing short cycles in the middle here. I think that's kind of like the basic one. I think if you want to get fancy with it, all that comes after you do that setup. With like the 2056 going over early, stealing against the wall, passing it back to themselves, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, 686. Wow. Okay, 656 clean, but still very impressive. And they're ranked 2 right now, 2056. Pretty good. Might end up deciding their own destiny. Unlike last year, which was... ended up winning the field anyways, but didn't end up being able to be the Alliance 1 captain, and so had to decline. Newton still at lunch. Johnson still at lunch. All right, Daly. All right. I'm gonna see if I missed any matches here. Oh, yeah, this 700-point match from 1323, and that was lunch. Okay. Bread, Rush, and Wired Boars. Wow. Okay. Maybe 1,000. Maybe if Red Alliance isn't going to spend the entire match playing defense, this one can hit 1,000, is what I will say. Because Rush has more than enough capability to do it. Bread could absolutely put out a very high amount of fuel, and it's kind of just up to, are they going to be able to cycle the neutral zone and keep that passing good enough to where they'll always be able to have fuel and be able to be efficient with everybody on the field. If we look at in terms of Statbotics predictions, they're expected to get 745. So if they can kind of push, they can push that a bit, I think, but it'll be hard. It'll be tough to see if they can kind of punch higher than that. All right, and we're gonna jump over to Curie after this because apparently Mercenary, Valor, and Bronco Bots are all playing at once, which is going to be another crazy match. I'm interested in seeing what they do in autos because I feel like 74-7 might try a follow auto, which we'll see if it ends up working for them. But last time it wasn't as effective as it probably could have been. All right, thumbs up. Let's go. So we have the follow auto on the corner here. And it's Rush who's running the follow auto, interestingly enough. And they get kind of pushed off because of it. And now Breads is in trouble from it. Oh. Yeah, I think they A stopped that. Yeah, I think you can see they A stopped that after. I still 111, right? Not a bad auto score by any means, but they could have been better if it was if the other red robot did end up like in their way actively. Yeah, they're already starting the pass. Yeah, this is kind of just going to come down to how much fuel can you pass. Bread has to get out here. Okay, they end up getting out. And they actually get through the entire way. Nice. And Rush is also over. And 74-7 also over. So what I'd like to see here is 74-7 going back immediately as soon as they dump this one to the neutral zone. And yep, that's what they do. Lovely decision. Okay, no. They go to steal and start passing that over, I presume, is what they're doing, right? Are they? Yeah, and now they're starting to pass all of that back to themselves so that none of it kind of gets staggered on that side. And then Bread's the one who's staying in the neutral zone, kind of passing all of that over. Yep. And then Bread's kind of just gotten pinned. Oh, sorry, Rush has kind of gotten pinned here. But they get themselves out somehow. Nice movement from them. And you see all of that fuel kind of lined up against the hub there. Interested to see 74-7's choice here. Okay, so they're sitting here. Bread and Rush obviously just going to kind of work their own corners here with the dumpers. But 75-25 playing decent defense. They're getting in Rush's way. And they're kind of forcing Rush to go back to neutral zone. And now getting in front of 74-7's way. They're playing pretty good. But it's also annoying because I wanted to see a world record score. So, no, but it is quite good defense. They are kind of forcing Rush to go back to neutral zone. They're kind of defending this pile of fuel pretty well. And they're just not letting them in. Yeah, it's pretty effective defense until they let Bread in because Bread cuts around them. They don't get the vision of that. And now all they can kind of do is just defend Rush. Yeah. And they end up over 600. They get the 5 RP. Maybe 680, 690, but not going to be the 700 plus we were thinking. Probably mostly due to that pretty good defense of 75-25. Like, they were doing a pretty good job just kind of being in Rush's way of eating through that fuel. They did a nice move here in the tower, pushing all of that to the outside. It was pretty good. Let's see. Yeah, blue ends up winning. How much was the final score? 694, yeah. And 674 clean, but still ending up pushing everybody on that alliance up a little bit. Pretty good. All right, let's see. Okay, so we have Bronco Bots and Valor on one side, then Mercenary on the other side. This is just going to be a very fun match. Bronco Bots are a turret robot. They are the other very good turret robot on this division, apart from 125. So, interesting to see who ends up picking them up in Elims. And then Valor, Dumper, Mercenary, Dumper, both from Texas. Both did really well at the Texas District Championship. So, it would be interesting to see how that plays out if they end up wanting to go double Dumper and pick each other. So immediately we have the tall robot here kind of going a little bit later, but it's okay because they eat from the middle, kind of get enough. And then Valor and Bronco Bots just take so much fuel. And I think, yeah, Red's going to end up coming out of this auto period with a win. 160. And because Valor's already out here, they get such an easy collect, and nobody else is able to contest them. They get out early, easily, and get all that. Bronco Bot's also able to, 1987, also able to kind of shoot from that corner because they also weren't contested. And now Blue Alliance is kind of just forced to just kind of recoup their losses by maybe collecting as much as they can from neutral zone. But nice defense over here from 1714 on Mercenary. Only reason they kind of get stopped here is because they get caught on the trench bar. Otherwise, they were doing a pretty good job just playing open field defense. And now you can see Mercenary has to go back to the neutral zone. And interestingly enough, it's their active shift, but Bronco Bots aren't going back to their side. Okay, now they go back to their side, ending up being able to collect all of that. And Valor's the one who goes through the tower, which is an interesting decision because now the Bronco Bots are kind of forced to circle around in their side. I mean, it was pretty good shift, right? You ended up with almost 200 points-ish, but still. something to think about of like Valor eating through that side, and then now you have the turret kind of in no man's land. Yeah, and then it's really nice setup here. I think Broncobots might have come back a bit early. Feel like they could have gotten more, but I guess the idea is that they see Mercenary coming over, and they're like, we don't want to let you steal, so we come back early, so we can deny you. And again, same thing 1796 did in that other match. You're using the turret as a way to play half defense and kind of deny the other team's advances on your fuel pile because you're able to shoot on the move, which is really nice. Yeah, and they already hit the 500. In the 5th shift, but yeah, like, and Valor sees all that fuel. Would like to see them start passing here. Yep, nice. Nope, not gonna actually pass. Deciding we're just gonna come over all the way. We've won the match basically. Let's just go dump all this in. No real reason to start the passing game, I presume, because you don't really have time, I guess, is the idea. Yeah, 10 seconds, 6 seconds. Valley's probably going to come back here, dump the rest of this out. Come back with so much force, the net flips under their robot, which is kind of crazy. And then, yeah, all of that fuel comes out. What's the final score? Probably 670, 680-ish. I'd take a guess. 683, maybe. I don't know. Damn, is it? Oh, did the stream break again? $686. Yeah, okay. And 329 as well for blue. So Mercenary gets 0 RP out of that match, which is, again, the really brutal part of having that 360 threshold on the RP for this game. Let's see. Not back. Okay. Oh, Johnson's back. All right. Oh, High Tide's playing right now. Never mind. We'll jump over there. We'll check out Johnson after. Yeah. Okay. So this is so interesting. If you've been watching High Tide all day, I'll point it out right now. High Tide has 2 different autos they like to run, and so one of them is this auto where they'll go out the entire way, they'll slam into the hub to make sure they collect all of that, and they'll fire all of it away, and then they'll go to the outpost after, and then also eat all of that, and then turn themselves and be ready to score, right? And so basically, they've been efficient for the entire period, because of course they have. Now they're ready to go, gotta contest the middle of the field. But the other pathing that they were running was they were going out to the middle, doing this, and doing a normal double pass, and they were leaving the outpost for their partners. So just another show of how flexible these guys have their autos, where they could just kind of, they've made so many of them where they can kind of work with whatever. And both of them are very efficient in terms of scoring power, but it just allows them to have their partners be even more efficient with the autos that they've created and work around their partners, which is really nice. And High Tide going over to steal the entire time because the neutral zone's kind of just barren at this point. Like, there's some fuel here, but there's not enough to where stealing isn't worth it. I mean, look at that High Tide hopper. That is giant. They could probably just sit here for 10 seconds and just not move, and they'd be fully efficient. But instead, they see that someone's trying to go steal, so they get in front of that fuel and shoot all of that away. And now you can see the value of the turret kind of moving through. While they're shooting, they're moving through the zone and putting themselves in a position to go back to the middle and be more efficient that way. And then, yeah, it's really, really good. And you can see they're efficient again, flip their collector. Their efficiency is incredible to watch. And I want to see if they'll end up go stealing because, yeah, they see it too. There's so much fuel on the other side of the field. There's not really anything in the neutral zone other than in front of the hub specifically. So they end up going over to the other side of the field, end up collecting in front of the hub as well to be like fully efficient. That net is exploding and just dumping the entire thing out. And you can see they're kind of facing their collector to where they want to go. Originally, they were kind of thinking, okay, we'll go into this area, but then they kind of said, okay, whatever, we'll go for that later. and then they turn their collector all the way back to the middle of the field to kind of go through there. And now this is when you go back through the reserves at the end of the match, because now you're making it so the other alliance it doesn't have the ability to recycle as much fuel, and when you're going through the neutral zone, you're keeping the same amount of fuel in play, so you're making it so the other alliance doesn't get as much fuel in play to be able to steal from you, obviously. And then 700? Probably 700, 720 maybe? Do they get the rest of this off? Maybe 7. Yeah, I mean, it's just so impressive. Let's see, what does it end up at? It's just very, very well done. And then obviously very unlucky for 55-34 that they end up hitting their heads on the trench here, but what are you gonna do? And then again, right, you see it, 340. The threshold really is kind of cooking some teams there, not allowing them to get that RP that 2 weeks ago you would have said, oh, that's 100 fuel, and now it's 360. Do you want to see the final score of this? Before we switch to another stream. Archimedes 34 will be very close. All right, we'll check that one out after. Who is that? Oh, 64-59. And then, oh my god, yeah, this is a very close match. 16-19 as well on that side. Wow. All right, we'll check that one out. Oh. Yep, Red Alliance, of course. What's the final score? 710? 720, yep. There you go. Yeah, and that's fully clean. That's so impressive. I'm gonna open... Newton apparently is back. I've been lied to. Okay, let's go check out Archimedes 34. Yeah. So 64-59. Talked about them before. Second best turret in Turkey. Very, very good team. One of the highest EPAs in this division. Actually, it might have adjusted now, but before the division started, they were the third highest EPA in this division. Right now, they are the fourth because Control Up Defeat has jumped them. But they are a turret, and they are the highest EPA turret in this division. With Strike Force very close behind as well. 1156, I like them a lot. I haven't watched enough of them today to have an opinion on them playing yet. But from what I was seeing with them with 1796, I believe, a very, very nice turret. I think their passing is incredible. We'll see how they... Yeah, they're in daily. I think we saw one match with them, but their EPA is obviously very high for a reason. But we'll see. They might end up getting picked by 316. They were kind of my preds for who's going to end up finalisting that division. Just because I think the 316 will want a turret bot with them to try to take off some of the pressure that they might feel when defended. And 1156 is a very nice score. So I think they're kind of the obvious pick if they don't want to go double dumper. Which maybe they do decide they want to go double dumper with 1325 would probably be the one there. Just because it's High Tide and Mad Town and you want to be able to outscore them. So maybe you go double dumper there if that's the choice. All right, if this one... Are they starting? Looks like they are... Yeah, looks like they're starting. Okay, nice. All right, 1619 being in the middle is interesting. I want to see what they're doing. It might be a climb auto. Actually, I don't know if they have a climber. That's me doing complete guesswork. Just because I... Maybe it's a depot outpost auto, perhaps. Yeah, so they... Okay, so 2583 kind of loses to 5468, but 5468 gets their hit on the trench there, so Not able to do much on that part. And then, yeah, AG just kind of layering all of that in. 2583 putting it in as well. Nice scoring from the Red Alliance. And nobody contesting the middle yet, so Red Alliance will be able to get a free collection of all of that neutral zone and have a very nice transition period because nobody's kind of set up in the middle trying to deny that yet. And 6459 on the other side of the field, interesting enough, like a mini steal, right? There wasn't that much fuel to go steal in the first place, but they go take whatever there was. And now, I mean, look at the fuel on the red side. Like, this is so much fuel. 6019, if they get unjammed, yeah, okay, there it goes. And then 6459, obviously, just going with that turret, shoot on the move the entire way through, funneling that fuel in. But the thing to notice here is that they don't have anyone playing the neutral zone. So after they're kind of done with the scoring that they've been doing with the fuel that they have inside of their zone, there's really nothing left to go back to the middle and collect. And that kind of allows Blue here to set up these piles of fuel for them to work with. And because Blue has 103 in the middle of the field, kind of picking all that stuff up and coming back, they're kind of able to recycle that. And even though they are doing that, the Red Alliance does have 3 neutral zone robots, so they will end up losing in that way, or losing in the way that you're not going to have as much fuel on your side as they're going to be tossing over. But it's still effective. You can see they have 434 for a reason. And this might, I like this a lot. Playing defense on 1619 while also doing passing from 5468, really nice from them. But I don't know if you're going to be able to make it back. I feel like the Blue Alliance might end up just winning this one just because the way that the fuel is set up, nobody's been going for steals on that corner, and they've just kind of been letting it sit there the entire time. Also doesn't help that I believe 1619 is either stuck or dead or something. Something happened to him. But yeah, because of the fact that they just don't try to attack Blue's fuel piles other than like the one instance that they did that, they end up losing this one. And does Red even get the 2 RP? No, I mean, it might be close, but I don't think they end up getting 2 RP here. They didn't look like 11 fuel at the end of that. And maybe they do end up pulling out the 2 RP, but that's a really tough match. Even with 1619, I don't think they win it, but I think that it kind of shows you how effective it is for Blue to kind of play the middle after you lose auto. And especially when Red doesn't go for steals, it's really hard. Yeah, Blue wins. Let's see. 489, yeah. Just not able to make that second RP. Gonna drop everybody down, except for 2583, who just goes up with 1 RP. But yeah, AG Robotic, what are the highest DPAs on this field? Ending up dropping to rank 40, so probably gonna have their fate decided by someone else, I would presume. All right, 125 is playing. Let's go watch this one. Yeah, nice collections for both 59 and 125, kind of not getting each other's way. One thing that 125 doesn't do that everyone else kind of does is flip their collector out while they're shooting, right? They don't do the rotation of their turret here, which might just be due to the fact that it's not due to the way that the turret rotates. But that's something that I think I've seen most turret teams that are like at 125's level or above have been doing that they don't do for that optimization in auto. And obviously it doesn't matter all that much, but it does help to get you like an extra half second here where you don't have to be turning and you can actually just focus on driving in that circular path in auto. Nice from Red here, going to go for a little steal path there. I think it's 59. Yeah, went around and then back over the other way. Nice choice to go steal there, especially because you want to kind of just be able to make sure that you can get all of that out. And then now you're on your side, And good stealing from blue, to be fair, right? They ate through where 59 wanted to go. I think the defense here isn't really effective other than just like being in their way. It's a pretty good job being in their way. But you're not really denying the pile of fuel in the quarter, which is the main defense that you'd want to play on like a turret type robot. Yeah, okay. So what you're probably going to see here is 125 doing a cleanup against the wall here. And I want to see if these guys are going to try to go through. And I don't know. I feel like 571 could have very easily just stood here with their single stream and just sat there, and then you don't let the other alliance take any of that corner fuel because they just got off with so much fuel that was in the trench. And obviously won't end up mattering because they'll get 5 RP and win the match because I don't think the blue lines can outscore them. But just something to keep in mind where it's like, well, you could have had more. And obviously because people are so good on this division, the match average match score might end up mattering. So maybe we'll have effect there. They obviously hit the 500, but yeah, really nice. The collect against the wall, I think, is very, very impressive. Let's see. Oh, Robo Jackets versus 1325. Where is 1325 lined up is my question. Is that them in the corner? Or is that someone else? Because I feel like if they go against Robo Jackets in auto, they might end up losing all of their fuel because Robo Jackets is a very interesting like inside out sort of auto where they might end up colliding together and losing a lot of their fuel. Which is something to keep in mind, but probably not going to end up mattering all that much. All right, here we go. No, it looks like this. Yeah, they got on the other side, but okay, Robo Jackets do the outside in this time. Interesting. And yeah, Robo Jackets have the similar type of auto as High Tide, except they don't spend as much time in the middle, getting that sort of first against the hub fuel that ends up landing there. And they do end up losing auto because of it. And interesting, Robo Jackets, this entire Red Alliance actually just decides to say, we don't really care about passing. We're just going to do short cycles to the neutral zone instead. And we'd rather just score that way. And I mean, it's working right now. They are able to do a lot of scoring in that way. Robo Jacket specifically kind of going through the tower, doing a really nice job, getting around the defense, hitting all those shots. I mean, it's really effective. It's working quite well. And then it also, I guess, Blue didn't really play the neutral zone game well enough because they kind of ended up starved, but also Red sent 2 over, so perhaps that's a symptom of them getting starved. Yeah, now you see the defense on Robo Jackets. They're going to have to pull someone over to stop the defense on them. You can see right here, that's getting counted as a pin though. 1, 2, 3, that's a pin. And then they end up being able to get out because of the pin and getting blocked, or getting someone to block for them, which is really nice for them. But this one's pretty even. Like, I mean, the neutral zone isn't clean enough, I think, from the blue side because they have a defender here. And now you can see, because the neutral zone isn't really clean in that way, RoboJackets is able to go here and start passing all of that stuff back. You have a third robot that doesn't have to play the neutral zone, that's kind of stealing all of that. And then you have a red robot here that's getting out, that's also stealing fuel. And now your end game period, I think they're just going to end up losing the match in this. Unless there's good defense on the RoboJackets, and it doesn't look like they're getting all that much value on them. RoboJacket's kind of able to clean the back wall almost completely. Deciding not to go into the depot, but I mean, they're just scoring all of that fuel, even though they are getting value on the defense here, because they weren't able to play that neutral zone cleanup game well enough. I think they'll end up just losing this match because of that. And yeah, 471, 443. Obviously, they could be different, but a lot of the points from blue also being from penalties in the first place. So I very much doubt that this will be anyway but red. But yeah, no, you kind of see the what happens when you have a pure defender versus a passing defender, because if you have a passing defender, then I think that issue doesn't happen, because of the fact that the passing defender will be able to kind of sit on that other side, play defense. It's actually really close, but red still ends up taking it. 35 penalty points being kind of the difference there. That really kills 1325's ranking. Wow. But I think if you have a passing defender here instead, and then you have you send 2 robots in the neutral zone here, I think you kind of get rid of that issue of the neutral zone fuel being a little bit too full at the end of the match, or at the end game shift of the match, where the other alliance is starting to pick all that up. Because then all of that's kind of getting passed over. You have someone in every single zone passing, versus when you have just a pure defender. Now all of this is just being left to stew, because they're going triple offense. Even if you try to go steal, you're going to end up getting pretty punished by that. And if you're going over to steal, now there's nobody cleaning the neutral zone. And if there's nobody cleaning the neutral zone, then they're going to be able to go through that during your scoring shift and be able to collect all of that easily. So interesting dynamic there of what kind of having a pure defender does to you, which is why I'm kind of the opinion that you really want a passing defender at all times. And then if they're a dumper, they try to find a moment that they can start passing. If they're a turret, you can kind of pass on the move. Oh, 1156. Yeah, let's check him out. And with 3314, who I believe has historically been a pretty good FMA team as well. Orbit also coming up soon. And also 9483 apparently live. Let's go check them out. We'll jump back to this one. That is wrong division. Really? Okay, let's check it out. Only 400 from the 3 robots here. Let's see what happened. I guess they were predicted to lose this match, actually, interestingly enough. Sorry, wait, no. That is not the right match. So they do end up winning auto, because of 9043 having that giant the giant hopper. Really nice collect from 9043. Getting spells really full. And then just dumping the entire way. They're so heavy, you can't touch them. And 772 kind of playing some defense on him. They are trying to catch the fuel. It's pretty effective. They're doing hurting. But yeah, make sure you get back to your side for that as well. Would like to see 772 maybe drop their intake here. Try to collect something, but no, let's just pure defense. Let's go. Okay, so they're on them. Back them up. 9043 tries to go through the corner again. Again, backed up. Trying to ask for 4391 for some help. 4391 does try to give them help, but 772, nice move from 772, pulling around, wrapping the other way. And now they're still pinned up against them. And this is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about 9483 and these tall robots being defendable. Like, they went from 25 seconds to 10, just sitting in the middle, having to pull another robot to go help them. It's really hard to play the tall robot game when you have a good defender on you. 772 made some really nice moves there as well to get around the counter defense, kind of wrapping around the right way. Yeah, I mean, look at 772 here, right? They're kind of matching 9043, and now they're getting defended, and they're 4391 doing a really nice job there, kind of flat on flat, making sure that 772 wasn't able to wrap around into them. And now they're just not letting 9483 out in the first place. Yeah, it's so good. You're spending a lot of effort on keeping them out not allowing them to work in the first place, right? Which, yes, of course, you're spending that time and effort. But also, if I'm looking at this in an Elam's perspective, this can very much be a turret robot that's passing to my own alliance the entire way, that's keeping them inside of their zone. I have a third robot here. Maybe there's a dumper that's playing defense when they're there, and when they're not, they're stealing and they're dumping all of that stuff passing back to me. And I have one big scorer, maybe let's say Alpha Dogs or something, that's sitting inside of my zone, never moving, and we're just keeping that one robot fed the entire match. I think that could be really effective. And then what you do at the end of the match is say, if 9483 can't leave and you don't let them move at all, and you just completely starve them, that might be how you take down that number one alliance. But either way, end up getting 389 here. Still really impressive. Let's jump back to... let's see Galileo. Apparently Orbit's about to play. Looks like it, but where's the other match you're about to watch? The daily? It was daily. It was 11:56. Yeah, I mean, look at this. 11:56 doing a really nice job with the passing. I think their passing is probably their best attribute. And they're doing the shoot on the move quite well. Kind of cleaning up all of that, getting in the way of the people who are trying to, getting in the way of everyone trying to steal, which is pretty nice. As a turret robot, you should be doing that. That should be kind of your second role. And it playing some defense on them as well, because with 4 seconds left, trying to deny them from getting back in time. Yeah, doing a nice job. Okay, let's jump over to Orbit in Galileo, I believe. All right, Orbit predicted to lose this match against 2468, 7183, and 2590. So let's see. Is Statbotics correct? Could be. Match. Okay, looks like they closed the gate. Okay, nice. All right, Orbit immediately out in front. Yeah, nice. Kind of completely denies 2468 from any fuel there because of the fact that they're so fast. And then again, going through the middle, they're so incredibly quick, able to kind of go through all of that again. And there's a... Look at that. Auto climb from the side of 931. Really impressive. Okay, and Orbit, yep, because they're already out towards the middle, able to go through that the middle pathing again, and just score all of that on the way. I mean, 191 scored in transition. Very impressive stuff. The real question kind of happens here of what are we gonna do? Because 2590's beached. So now, because you have to spend resources on getting 2590 off, you allowed Orbit to go there and steal all of that. And now Orbit's kind of just sitting here like, yeah, just you're giving them free reign. And 2468 comes back a little bit too late. Trying to get in front of Orbit, but Orbit kind of makes a really nice decision to go out this way, cut into the middle of the field, and then come back with like 10 seconds left. Nice from them. Probably not going to... Yeah, they're going to flip themselves out again. Just be ready to score. It's really nice. And then again, the same stealing, passing back at the same time. It's really, really nice from Orbit. And they kind of get shoved out of that area. But even then, they decided to go back in with 10 seconds left. Yeah, that was a really risky move. I don't know if that's the right move to make as like the main scorer of this Red Alliance. Then 2 seconds, yep, one. Just be efficient. And because they're kind of going slow, 2468 can get in front of them And now they're kind of forced to change their positioning up from going through the tower to we're going to go out and we're going to flip back the other way. And then we're going to go out inside again. And this time, because 2468 is focused on kind of making the neutral zone barren, they give 6090 free reign, and now 6090 takes the free reign and goes all the way to the other side, starts passing back that way. Really nice. And yeah, it's just so well played from 6090. The adjustments on the fly are just very, very good. It's just so effective. And then they go back to the neutral zone again because they realize that they're kind of barren here again. So they're just doing these short cycles every single time, just eating through, and they easily get the 500 mark. Are they going to get 7? Maybe 700? No, but with like a 660, 670, 680. Like really, really effective stuff from this Red Alliance. It's so impressive. Yeah, Red wins. What is it? Yeah, 671. So good. Very, very well played. What do you want to, whatever you want to call the thing, 666 clean, but it's still very, very good. And the tower points also helping out there. Really nice. All right, let's see. Who else is playing? Newton? Am I going to get baited again? No, Newton's actually on. Okay. Yeah, not really close. Oh my god, 4 fuel being the difference between 604 getting 5 RP and not. Wow. And that drops him to 2. And oh, okay, yeah. A Gwyneth, pair of dice, 7426. Believe they finalisted at their last event, but it was against finalisted or Blue Banner, one of the two. They were with there's 359 Team Taters, like a lot of really good teams there, and they ended up going to the finals. I cannot remember if they ended up bannering that one or just being finalists, but they're a very, very good team. And 1771, one of the best teams in Peachtree, alongside 1833 Bean. So their turret, it's 1771. We'll see what they end up deciding to do here, and if they can hit the 500 together. Yep, nice collect from 1771. And yeah, it's just nice double turrets. Like, and oh, interesting autopathing here from the third robot as well, going to the outpost first. Wonder what they'll do after that. No, they're just sitting there. Okay. Yeah, 10, yeah. Almost 120. Really impressive. And they're also ready to go collect from the middle. And they're able to go through that. Yep, nice collect. And now you can optimize that transition period as well. They're not 77-17, playing some pretty good defense. But gonna have to do more than just sit in front of 7426. But it looks like 1771 is dead. Maybe. And that might end up making this one really close. Yeah, looks like Gwyneth's down in the corner here. But they have, yeah, their turret is flinching. They're trying to adjust, trying to fix the robot here. Oh, driving again? Wow. Yeah, and they're back. Wow. Very impressive. And because they're back, they might be able to hit the 360 now. That might have saved an RP and them coming back alive. Because if you just look at where the fuel is, all that is set up perfectly for 1771 to just go through that, and they'll be able to hit 360. But they're getting defended, and it's pretty good defense, right? Just getting in front of them. Yeah, they're going to end up getting the 360, and it seems like blue just doesn't have the scoring to kind of compete with them, so it'll probably just end up being a red win with 1 RP, or 4 RP rather. Yep. Okay. All right, 148, 2052 against 5736, basically, is what this is. See if 5736 can kind of pull off a bit of a upset. No, it actually looks like they're favored, but red might be able to pull off an upset then, because these are some very, very good teams on the Red Alliance side. And they have a follow auto, which is nice, from 148 and 2052, I think, who that is. No, that's 3354 with the follow auto. But either way, it's very, very nice. And 148 collecting the depot as well. Very nice optimization from them. Just kind of whiffing a lot of that fuel, which is what ends up giving blue the win here in auto. Yeah, and the transition period, blue line's able to just dump everything out there. Very, very effective. And red's putting up a lot of fuel, but if they're gonna win the match, I think it's gonna be on this robot here to be a good passer, good defender the entire way through. And it looks like they're stuck here. Not 5736, who's gonna be the main scorer, but 1108 looks like they were stuck for a sec there, which is pretty good for the Red Alliance. And 8046 trying to play counter defense on these guys, not allow them outside of their zone. And yeah, okay, so everyone gets out at this point. 148 trying to get around the defense. Yeah, easily wrapping around 8046 here. And then they get in front exactly where they want to be. And that turret is hitting everything now at this point. Just looked like an auto. It was a bit inconsistent, but yeah, nice passing going on here. 4 seconds left still for the Red Alliance to be active, and they're already inside the blue zone trying to deny them from being able to get fuel. So even though blue is getting a lot of fuel here, Red's doing a good job. 2 in the neutral zone. 1 robot sitting in the corner trying to pass all that back. And this could very much be a Red win if 3354 comes back alive. If they don't, I don't think it's possible. Because 5736 will just end up being fed by their partners, and they can just make up all of that difference themselves. But yeah, I mean, it's a valiant effort, just unlucky that they ended up dying at the end. No, yeah, they got the dumpers. They're just gonna end up making up that the fuel deficit here, especially with the short cycle to the middle here. Should end up being the dumpers pulling it out at the end with the very wide. No, that's a 50-point lead. No, they took too long. They took too long getting back. I don't know what happened there, why they took that long, but it looks like, wow, what an upset. Very impressive. Okay, I want to go back and see how they ended up not being back in time. So 57-36, 13 seconds left, comes back, tries to collect all of that, gets caught on the... Yeah, it shoots all that and just doesn't realize how much time they have left, I guess. Because earlier on... Right, if we go to like 5 seconds here, when do they actually start leaving? So they pick up this cycle, 57-36 at the corner here, dump all of that out, and then they go back to the middle of the field for a short cycle, which I think is really nice. And then they go, yeah, they just spend a little bit too long here, like doing the little move here, going really wide here, a little bit of wasted movement there. And that means that they come back just a little bit too late, try to collect as much as they possibly can in this one hopper. But then by that time, Red Alliance has so much fuel just being scored and has already been scored. And especially with 2052 getting that last cycle at the end there, ends up making it a lost match. And wow, really impressive for Red to pull that one out there. Nice for the rankings as well. Keeps 148 at 10. All right, let's see. Looks like Qual 36 on Hopper is going to be close. All right. Oh, wow. Yeah, 1706 and 581 and 1710, all against 6328. Wow. Yeah, again, the same thing we saw from Citrus, where you have the robot kind of end at the very end of that pathing. Or the robot keep going at the end of that pathing so you don't stop the movement because it's not a foul. Really nice. And 6328, one of the only teams I've kind of seen that's really big into scoring in your transition period, even if you lose auto. Not really focusing as much on that passing game. Kind of in the mindset of we need to make sure that we get the points in and we can try to match them, which, yeah, it's fair kind of way to look at the game. But you can kind of see where it's suffering here now is that because you don't have the passing, you don't get nearly as much fuel out here. And now, even in the first cycle of these guys on the Blue Alliance, they're already kind of making up everything you've done and doing way above and beyond because you didn't have the passing capability in the start and you let them kind of set up for this shift. Yeah, nice overall from 581 here. Nice short cycles they're doing, and then also going for the steal, kind of forcing 6328 to fight for it. 1706, nice. Yeah, doing the neutral zone cleanup. 581 getting inside of that tower, trying to just collect all of that fuel inside of the Red Alliance robot. That's a pin getting called, and Red gets called for a pin here on 581 for not letting them out. And look at the fuel. All of it's kind of over here. This is kind of barren. The middle is kind of open, but this should be like a 150 shift at least. Is from what I'm looking at it. Looks like a 150 point shift. Could be. And then the 6028 does a pretty good job here with the passing. Trying to make it closer that way. But even still, you have 581 being aware of that and the limitations of this type of strategy and getting over and collecting from the neutral zone even earlier on in that shift. So really nice from them being aware of the nuance of the 5th, 6th shift when you win the auto. And maybe they break 800. They might. Ooh. And 581 gets back over. 1706 can pop this out. Oh, looks like 1706 has electrical issues, browning out. But it's still really impressive from that Blue Alliance. I mean, almost 800 with brownouts. And also 6328 doing a really good job in the second and third, the first and second scoring shifts or non-scoring shifts, kind of passing all that fuel away. And you're still able to put up this incredibly high score number. But yeah, I think this could have been a lot closer if 6328 just didn't focus on scoring that first time and went to go pass instead, because their passing is incredibly effective, but just meant that they weren't able to actually, get all of that fuel over to their side, and they weren't able to deny that, and that's kind of why this Blue Alliance ends up with 787 at the end here. All right. Stipul's apparently playing on Milstein right now. Let's check that out. Just finished. And with 7039 as well. Only putting up 364. Really? Interesting. Okay, 68 in auto. Sure. Probably just some issues that happened there. Yeah, doing the midfield cleanup, not really caring about stealing at all. Kind of more worried about, let's just get all the fuel onto our side in the first place, which I think is, yeah, good decision. And Sniple is kind of getting defended by 9644, being in their way of where they want to be going. Doing a pretty good job wrapping around. Yes, doing a pretty good job on Sniple specifically. Kind of just getting in their way. It's very nice. And then Sniple's kind of using the shoot on the move to try to get around that. It's pretty good as well. Yes, we did see Hopper qual 20. The 6229 1706 match, right? Yeah. That one was really nice. What the main thing we looked at was kind of just seeing how they manipulated the fuel, because I think that was one of the most impressive things about that one. Was just seeing how well they passed all the fuel and where they passed all the fuel into. They were kind of just cleaning up the neutral zone really well, and then stealing as well really well, setting up their entire alliance with basically 400 fuel every single shift. Like, that's why they ended up with that 900 points, because they were doing so well in that aspect of the game. Then also the other alliance was still trying to steal, but they were still so good because they have 1706 with a double turret, 6329 with a dumper, so they were able to get past that and kind of deal with that really easily. Yeah, okay, so yeah, it looks like the defense kind of just ends up being what just gets them, but they end up getting 4 RP, so not terrible for them. Johnson, okay, yeah, 498 ends up winning their match here. Let's see who else. Hopper. 3467 about to play, and 503 and 4143 Mars Wars. So yeah, let's check this one out. Huh. Interesting. 188 kind of goes outside in and gets a little bit punished for it. Doesn't get as much fuel as they probably would have. And 3467 obviously gets stuck on the bump, and that's just losing them the auto, I think. Yeah, and then again, Red Alliance, even though they lose auto, kind of more interested in making sure they could make the score close instead of trying to deny fuel. Which, I mean, I guess you can kind of see the effect of that. I mean, all the Blue Alliance robots have all of that fuel, actually. It's a crazy amount of fuel that they all have. And they're able to make back a little bit of the points there, but if you just look at where all the fuel is, 3467 ends up having to spend time in the shift anyways to go steal it. So again, I don't know if scoring in your transition shift if you lose auto is kind of the right play versus just passing all of it back to yourself. Now, 8 seconds left. 3467 kind of sitting in the middle, collecting as much as they can. And shooting early is really nice. And they have about 2 hoppers-ish of this. before they have to go back to the middle. But you can see blue has 3 robots in the middle kind of eating through all of that, and 3467 isn't really able to get a full hopper at all here. Because of the fact that blue's doing a really nice job cleaning up that neutral zone and just putting it into their hopper, just passing it back to themselves. It's very, very well done. And now they're they're trying to punish 3467 for trying to get out and steal in the first place, not letting them out of the zone. And it's working really well. And they still stuck in the corner. And now they get out. Wow. But they still try to stop 3467 from getting back. And they'll probably end up getting the 360, I would think. Yeah, with 3506 coming back with a hopper, they'll get the 360. But it is going to be big to the rankings if 3467 ends up losing this one, I would presume. Yeah, I mean, end up getting the 360, but losing this match. Nice punish defense over here, but also, I don't even know if deciding to go for the passing in the middle instead of trying to score would have made a difference in the first place. All right. 8044 versus 2056 up soon in Hopper. Let's go check that one out. Oh, that's this one. Oh, this next match. Okay, we'll come back to this one. C. Milstein. Yeah, 2481. Two big tall robots are the 2 big dumpers are kind of the biggest scorers on both alliances here. I think Roboteers is kind of just a better scorer in terms of output compared to 2200. So, yeah, and you can see both of them kind of sitting up near the middle, getting ready to go collect all of that fuel and trying to maximize their next shift. But you see 2200 trying to collect a little bit as much as they can, and then now dumping off the entire hopper full, because there's really no point if your hopper is completely full as 2200 in trying to pass anything, because it'll just take too long. You'd much rather just kind of get rid of that. Now, defense on 2200, it's somewhat effective, but they try to shoot, yeah, but they end up missing because of that. So pretty decent defense going on here. From 950, but Roboteer still getting defended on the other side as well, but they end up in a little corner where they know how to score from there. They have that shot kind of lined up, so nice from them. And again, caught up on the bump again, and getting pushed off so that all of that ends up missing. Nice defense from 3245. And Roboteers goes to steal. I think 3245 should be gunning it as soon as they see that to go catch Roboteers and not let them out. But yeah, I mean, there's no way in the world Roboteers should be allowed to just go in one bump, out the other, in one bump, out the other for free. And they only get defended up till here. I think if you just leave there and try to catch Roboteers, it might be the best play, and you might be able to shut them down completely for the rest of the match if you do that. But the other way, instead, they end up letting Roboteers kind of go for the steals, get all of their hopper completely full. Yeah, now Roboteers is back in the middle again, and there is good defense on them this time, right? They go for the steal, and now they pull 7890 to try to go play defense on them, not allow them in, but they get pulled over too quickly. And they ask, 2200 has to ask for their defender to go help them. And then tech foul here, hitting them against the tower, will also end up probably being the end of this match, because can't really do anything about that at that point. But both of these teams not even able to hit 360. I guess not even able. They're two very good robots, but not able to hit 360 because of the defense on them, even though they very much could if they didn't have any. Let's see, what's the final score of this one? Yeah. Everybody kind of loses here. Well, I guess except 10950, they end up getting a bit. But Robotier just kind of falls off of that because they weren't able to even hit the 360 mark. Let's see. 38 Hopper. I think that is this one. Yeah. Okay. 8044 versus 2056. Let's see. Let's see who wins. The die rotor turret versus the roller floor turret. This is going to be a very fun match to watch. I want to see what these guys kind of do outside of auto that will intrigue me of how they want to play this game. Johnson match 34. All right, let's take a look at this one. Yeah, 8044. 2056 doesn't run their auto, or they run it staggered? What happened there? I don't know. Must have been some issue with 2056's auto because that normally never happens. But do they? That's so odd. Huh. So both robots end up kind of messing up auto here, but 1701 kind of makes it up because they have that big hopper, so they're able to win auto through that. And then 8044 decides to go collect. 2056 immediately into stealing. Make sure they cannot get anything at all in their worst period. Kind of try to negate all of that. And they also have 1701 and 5086 playing the kind of hurting role in there and passing, eating through the neutral zone. So they're able to go for that steal. And now when they're over there, bang, they're just going to eat through all of that and score all of that fuel. Really, really nice. And 8044 and their partners here doing a pretty good job of passing, but just not able to collect as much as they'd like to. Like the pathing there is a little bit erratic, is what I'd say. And you can see they left so much fuel here that is immediately going to get gobbled up by 1701. I think a mistake. I think they probably should have just tried to spend a little bit more time there, just eating through this and passing all of that back, because now 1701 gets all of that for free, and they're going to pass all of that back for free. It's going to be very, very hard for them to kind of make up this deficit. And yeah, you can see it. Like 1701's going for the back wall, shooting all of that. 2056 is going in the front side of this alliance area, trying to clean all that up, and then going neutral zone, collecting all the stuff they just scored, going back to it's so well played from Blue Alliance. And Red's kind of just not able to keep up with that pace. They just don't have enough scores. I think that's kind of what the big robot gets you when it's not being defended. When there's kind of a bigger threat on your alliance, the big dumper robot, or not even big dumper, just big hopper robot really gives you a lot of value, because everyone kind of just doesn't think of it as that much of a threat. And then you can just get away with so much fuel denial, which is what 1701 does here. And they completely clear out the neutral zone because of it. And even still, Red Alliance is putting up 534 fuel. Like, it's not a bad number, but Blue ends up dropping about 750 on their head. So what are you going to do at that point? Really, really well played from 2056 and 1701 specifically. I like their tandem of 2056 going, stealing, 1701 cleaning up that neutral zone, and then 5086 kind of eating through whatever they see and the bits on the side. Really, really nice from them. Johnson match 34. Oh. Let's see. What's the final score here? 773. Yeah, I mean, really, really good. 763 clean, but still very impressive. And maybe if the auto was closer, it's even if you put 100 points on them in auto, it still doesn't end up being close. I think showing you how well they played that teleop period. Let's see. Johnson. Match 34. Who's on match 34? Oh, 33 was here. Oh, I haven't seen 33 today. You know, let's check him out. All right, let's see him. 33, interestingly enough, is a tall dumper. So another team that could be easily defended, but might be really good as a second pick for denial. And they go outside to in, interestingly enough, but they still end up collecting a lot. Yeah, just completely dumping all of that out. Very nice. Yeah, only end up getting about 70, only 80 in auto though, which is really low considering like how much fuel they could be collecting. So might be something to look at for them is optimizing that path. Still end up winning the auto period though. And then now 33 kind of gets caught here where, yeah, they're kind of caught where they're in a weird position where they don't want to be the ones they don't want to be the ones to shoot because it's not their scoring time yet, but they also have fuel in their hopper that they don't want to get rid of. And okay, so now it's the defense here, 321. 321 gets caught out a bit here. Wow. 33 pulls away off of them pretty nicely. Does a nice dump here. And then there's a turret on the backside as well, kind of working through the rest of the fuel. But my question is, how is 33 getting out of this? Like, how are you getting value? And I guess they're collecting the bits and pieces that are there on the ground, but not really able to get that much value relatively to like a Roboteers or something where they go out to the middle. Probably because they're actually getting watched, because it's 33 being really a very good scorer. And you can see they're doing the same thing here. They're contesting the neutral zone pretty well. But there's not really anything left in the neutral zone. I feel like I would have had 1073 kind of go to this corner here. And then instead, 33 is the one now who can play there with ease. And kind of you're now able to allow 33 to get their entire hopper full from the middle of the field, and then you have the turret kind of passing all of that back to their own side. But yeah, 33 dumping their hopper looks like might have issues on that side. Yeah, it looks like they might have some issues with dumping their hopper, but are they going to be able to hit 360 if they can't dump their hopper? I don't think they have they have the scoring. Okay, maybe able to hit 360 still. Kind of depends on if they... Oh, wow. Okay, 33 ends up collecting that. And then they go back to the middle for this scoring. But if 33 is able to dump it, maybe they can hit 360 still? No, not really able to. Wow. Did they end up hitting 360? No. Wow. 351 clean. That drops all of them down. Yeah. I mean, 33, interesting. Like, obviously, they weren't firing as well as they could have, but I think that there could have been a lot better things happening in the match that could have helped them out. For example, the turret team probably stealing from here and passing it back to their side versus the turret team kind of sitting in the middle and taking away what 33's job was, which is sitting in the neutral zone, kind of collecting all of that and getting all of that away from the other alliance. Like, yeah, I think that 33 could have definitely done better, but they also weren't getting helped all that much. Like, I think the roles there were a little bit mismatched and could have been better. All right, let's see. 190 here. Let's see who else. Jack and the Bot about to play on what division is that? Newton. All right, let's check it out. Oh, wow. That is a lot of scoring. Okay. again, the same thing of Jack and the Bot, where they eat through this way with the collective point this way, and then they turn themselves so they can go backwards and herd all of it in. It's so well done. Yeah, and then one 130-ish in telly, which is in auto, which is really nice. And then use the transition period. Like that 9450's playing passing immediately here. That's pretty good. No hopper space it looks like from them, but they're still just passing, which is pretty nice. I love this style of robot, of the cleanup robot. It's really good. Cool. And yeah, 2910 doing more passing. Yeah, the passing rate of 2910 is so ridiculous. Their throughput's insane. And now, yeah, just working through this entire thing. It's really nice. I wonder who's going to go back to the neutral zone. Yep. Okay. 2910 goes back to the neutral zone, kind of gets in front of that Blue Alliance robot. So, and just gets full off of that again, allows their partners to kind of work with the stored fuel already. And then it makes it so they can go, they can be the ones kind of taking the pressure off. And you can see 2910 actually went over here expecting there to be fuel to steal because they didn't think that the Blue Alliance would just play double defense and one robot here that was really not doing much the entire time. But they kind of got surprised by there was no fuel there because no one was passing at all. They were just trying to play denial on the Red Alliance. Yeah, I mean, the 2910 is just very, very good. Like, really, really impressive. And then, yeah, you can see them going for fuel again, expecting there to be stuff, but nobody's passing on this Blue Alliance. They're just trying to play defense on red. It's just, again, the same thing of, yeah, normally there should be stuff there if they're trying to, like, win the match or get the RPs, but they looks like that they're trying to just play denial on red, so. And they end up at the very end maybe pulling out the 360 here for blue after trying to play defense the whole match. I don't think they'll end up getting the 360. I don't know if they can pull it. This 360, yeah, I don't think they could pull out 90 points that fast. Yeah, and because they're so focused on trying to stop red, they end up not even getting the first RP threshold. Wow. All right, let's see. Apparently, Qual 41 has 8con on here. Oh, yeah, 8con versus 973. This will be big.
Akon, what happened there? Did they just miss everything, or were they not shooting? No, they're very odd. I don't know what's happening there. Akon might have some issues with their scoring, but either way, Blue Lions ends up coming out with the win here in auto. And so Akon decides they're going to clean up the entire neutral zone first before going, which is really nice. Let's see. Yeah, Akon again going back to neutral zone for that fuel. And then now, playing the cleanup game. 973 is probably going to end up getting most of that fuel in the corner if it doesn't get stolen, which it doesn't look like anyone's going for the steal. Oh, 233 is there. Okay. Yeah, 233 going for the steals. I like this a lot from 233. Kind of the only way you're going to limit this red alliance, this blue alliance from making back everything you just did is from trying to eat through their fuel reserves. Really nice that they're going through there and doing that. And then, yeah, you end up giving them space to your alliance space to work with. And now you have fuel on your side that you can work with. And then they also have 5549 going to the other side and playing and kind of stealing a little bit, which is really nice. And then, yeah, you get back to the other side. Wow, it's really well coordinated. And now, if 233 is able to kind of sit there and kind of eat through the fuel in front of 973, I think this is probably just a red win. Yeah, because they look at this. So 973 is kind of just starved for fuel at this point because 233 is eaten all of it. They have to go back to the neutral zone. And at the same time, 9128's been eating through the neutral zone the entire time. Now, what I'd like to see is probably someone go back to neutral zone here instead of cleaning up. I don't think it ends up mattering because blue's kind of too far behind where it'll matter, but you could see how much fuel there is in the neutral zone. And if Ikon decided to go to neutral zone first, they probably would have gotten a lot more fuel out of it in their dump, and then you can go to the wall at that point. But I think that doing the wall last is probably better because no one's stealing it from you anyways at the last 30 seconds. If you're stealing in the last 30 seconds, you're actively giving up scoring on your side. So probably not going to have a lot of that there. So something to think about for if you're looking at how you want to use your fuel reserves and when you want to go for it. And they end up winning this match very likely, right? Yeah, Red Alliance wins. Well played. And yeah, Ikon ended up ranking 1. Nice. Ending up jumping 5 because of it. Really impressive. Okay, yeah. 4499 and Team Taters are the two that I know of these guys. I'm sure there's many other good teams in this match. It's 4499, another tall robot, but they have a die rotor, so kind of like Alpha Dogs, but just a bit slower. Haven't played against as much competition, so I guess people don't rate them as heavily, but they're still a very good machine. Yeah, I mean, you can see their rate is incredibly high. They just haven't been in Ontario and been playing every week, so people haven't seen them. Yeah, I mean, look at that. When you let the tall robot kind of just go for free, they just score so much. You can't allow the die rotor tall robots to just do that. Now 4499, are they gonna play the neutral zone game? Yeah, they're gonna decide to play the neutral zone cleanup game. You can see they're doing it pretty well. And then red sends two stealers over, which I like a lot. And then they pull the steals back because I'm assuming their pass isn't long enough to reach from the other side. So pull them back a bit so that they can reach the pass. And now you've basically just cleaned up the entire neutral zone. And now here's the defense. This is what I'm talking about. I'm looking at the tall robots. How are you going to end up getting 4499 back to your side? Well, okay. Get someone else to take the defense for him. And 4499, because they're a turret still,
able to kind of shoot on the move, block 36, 37 from being able to steal, and they just keep themselves firing the entire time. Very impressive. They might be able to hit 500 if 4499 can actually get back in time here. Is the real question. And it looks like they're getting so much fuel. Yeah, they're going to end up being able to hit 500 out of this. Yep. I think, yeah. Yep, that's 500. Yeah, very, very impressive from the Red Alliance. Love the double steal, and you're aware that your big robot can't really go steal. So what really we're going to have to play? We're going to have to play the neutral zone cleanup. Also, 4499 being a die rotor and also a turret allows them to kind of move in the zone and also pass at the same time, which is really nice for just being efficient there. This is really nice, well played overall. Yeah, 585. Yeah, I mean, 560 clean. It's really impressive. Galileo apparently has a 2231 playing another match. Oh, yeah, here it is. Awesome. Okay, perfect. It's 2231 kind of looking exactly like Orbit. With the roller floor and turret. And it looks really, really nice as a robot. The question is kind of just what's the peak of that sort of robot? And I think it's really high. Will be interesting to see who they end up pairing up with. Yeah, no, like you can see how effective the turret is for cleanup in the middle. Like all the passing is just so nice to look at. And they were also, in case there's defense on them, they were passing as well the entire way through, so they could get their net down, which is really nice. And even still, they're just cleaning up through that side. It's just so well done. Yeah, and 2231 goes for the steal here as well. Going for the steal, but they're getting a little bit punished there. Are they going to let them? Yeah, they let 2231 out because they're kind of just want to get the fuel in for the RP. And they'll probably be able to hit 500 off of this as well because there's enough fuel stuck back here. And with another cycle to the middle where I think it'll hit 500. Yeah, easily 500. But there is a lot of fuel kind of stored inside of that blue hopper and then also just on the blue side. So you can see they're sort of feeling starved. But At this point, it's kind of too late to where it doesn't really matter if you're starved or not because you've won the match already. But it's just something to keep in mind, again, of how effective it is when you have those big robots with all the fuel just being held inside their hopper. The field does feel kind of empty when that happens. Okay, yeah, we got 60-29 in the corner here. World record, coming off a world record. Let's see what they can do with this one. Oh, they're number one ranked seed in this division. Wow. Yeah, simulation has them ranking second actually. Only by 1 RP to 2056. So if they manage to win a match or win an RP that they're not expected to win, it might be really, really good for them in terms of ranking because they could just jump to 1 seed off of that alone if they just get 1 RP they're not expected to. All right, let's check it out. Yeah, I mean the double pass is just so well done from them. It is just so effective. And now you're in the middle of the field as well. You can collect. Oh, what a nice hairpin turn! Going all the way around so they can swoop in one sweet motion back to their side, and then get all that fuel into the transition period. That's so well done from them. And then again, passing just from the neutral zone, making sure they can collect all of that. They're very well done. And do get called for foul here because of the hub collect, which is again another thing that you got to watch out for. But now it's off, they're off period. So what do? They're gonna go play half defense, kind of half stealing. Looks more like defense than stealing, honestly. But they end up pushing all that fuel off to their side, kind of shuttling everything away, and then get themselves full as well. And they are down by a significant bit here. Like I think, yeah, they're gonna have to go back to the neutral zone here if they want to win this match, and it makes sure the Blue Alliance doesn't get a bunch of free cycles off of that alone. Honestly, yeah, wouldn't be hate them stealing here. I like this a lot. Like that move a lot. Honestly, go for it. Yeah, love this move. They kind of realize that there's nothing on their side, or they can get everything on their side at the end. Realize the neutral zone's kind of barren. Let's just go hit a steal. Really good timing for that as well. I think that might have won them the match if they end up winning this one. Because now everything's back in the neutral zone. You don't have to worry about that. But stealing from there, kind of gives you a 20-point-ish swing, plus 20, minus 20 for them in terms of what they can score easily. So 40-point swing, if you think about it in that way, And I think it might have won them this match. And they might not have hit 500 as well. But this really very, very nice decision from them to go hit that steal at the very end there. Kind of seeing where all the fuel was and being aware of that. All right, we can take a look at 7558 here. Alta 4, very, very good team. Probably top 4 EPA. I haven't checked what the actual EPAs are here. Probably top 4 EPA on this Johnson field. And the second best doesn't really get much here, mostly because no one else really even touched the top side. So the fuel's not really getting recycled, so now the fuel is where they're kind of expecting it to be. And just nobody's really playing this. The 9646 goes for some defense on them. And then they immediately get beached and kind of get stuck there. And because they're on the other side as well, no one's there to kind of get them unstuck, so they're kind of just sitting there until someone comes over. It looks like 114 trying to get over, try to help them off. Yeah, trying to get them off, but we'll see. 7558, nice spin move around 9646, who I'm assuming is probably trying to play defense there, but yeah, I mean, it's just nice job getting around the obstacles in their way. They're just doing a good job driving around everything here. They'll easily end up getting 360. I don't know if they can get 500. Is my question here. I don't think they can. And nice hurting from them, but it's a 2v3 at this point. And even though they'll probably end up being a Blue Alliance win, just because of how much fuel they're up right now, I don't know if it's possible for them to hit the 500 mark for 2 RP. Just because there's just no one on the field who's able to pass like a significant amount and also score a significant amount. And they are playing double defense on Alta 4 now, and they still get over with that net. It was really nice. And I just go into the corner, clean up that back wall. Probably because at this point you've probably accepted that you're only going to end up getting the you're only going to end up getting the 360. The 500 is kind of out of reach here, unless they pull out something crazy here, right? Like if they can get 2 or 3, if they can get 2 cycles from the middle, I think it's possible. It would have to be 2 very, very clean cycles, though. And it would not be from foul points. Yeah, you're not going to get the RP from foul points. But they've won the match at this point very easily. Like maybe if they ended up going back to the middle. Wait, can they hit it? No, they're only at 440 fuel. Yeah, the score itself 488, but that's all because they kind of baited the tower penalty hit. So the actual score itself being 443 fuel. So end up getting an RP and also the win RP, which is nice, but not the 3 RP or 5 RP they were looking for, probably. Let's go to Newton, where apparently there's a very nice match about to show up for Qual 44. 2046 bare metal and 604 up against 180. And that alliance of 604, 2046, and 2996 expected to hit 700 on Stepbotics. So could be a pretty good match from that blue line side. And it'll have to be pretty good from 180 and co if they want to actually end up breaking this alliance and beating them here. You know, we're going to jump to Hopper for a sec here because 5000 and Barker are both apparently playing here actively. Okay. So Barker, with the rebuild, kind of just a dumper. 5000 has had a die rotor double intake, which is unique for a robot. A double intake die rotor turret on their side. And you can see it's working pretty well. Ended up winning the auto period as well, so they have that advantage for themselves. And they're kind of just working through all of that. And I like this a lot. They're kind of aware of how important the neutral zone is. And so everybody's kind of playing the neutral zone there pretty well. And actually playing the neutral zone instead of kind of sitting inside their zone for the entire time, just waiting for fuel to show up to them. Now, nice passing overall, but I think the fuel is kind of scattered here. If you actually look at where it is, like it kind of feels like the fuel isn't really on the field, and that's because it's kind of all in hoppers right now. And you can see that all that fuel's kind of getting recycled here. Would like to see, yep, nice decision. 4174, actually going to go for a steal all the way. Saying two people over to go steal, which is really interesting. And just passing out of that. And then now during their shift, they're going to send people to go steal. And then now they're going to send, in the end game period, they're going to go through and try to collect all of that and score all of that in there. Which is interesting decision there from them. I don't know about sending two people over to steal from the same side. If they send it from the other side, then I think it'd be great. But does it really? It feels kind of redundant if you send two people there, and you probably get more value collecting the neutral zone anyways. Yeah, not able to hit the 500, it seems. Oh, and Newton is apparently on, so let's go check that. Okay. Whoa, how did Bare Metal lose auto? How did Bare Metal and 604 lose auto? So they have a follow auto set up at the top, but Bare Metal just doesn't... Oh, they don't. they aren't able to run the follow auto. And if you don't have bare metal running auto, yeah, you're going to end up losing, especially to 694, 180. 180 and co. I mean, it's really nice from the entire Red Alliance. And now bare metal is kind of in the worst place possible. And they're... Oh, do they have issues with driving? Oh, no. This might kill their ranking, actually, if they lose this one. Yeah, it just looks like they're completely dead in the water. Trying to move around, but not really having much success. Like trying to play some defense. I guess it's kind of working. They're not really letting 180 back into their zone, so it's being effective in that way. But they really there's something very wrong with that robot. Yeah, they're kind of just sitting inside of that trench, just doing nothing. But 604 and 2996 are doing a pretty good job here. Kind of just collecting from the neutral zone, putting up everything. And I mean, you can tell why these guys were expected to get 700, right? Like even without bare metal, they're still putting up 400 in 2 shifts. Or it's like very, very well done. And you can see 604 doing a nice job cleaning up, and 180 it seems like also broken due to something that happened, but they're able to actually drive around. So they're playing defense on 604, trying to deny them from getting value, but they're just dumping all of that in there. Really, really nice dive rotor robot there. And on the other side, 2996 has the dumper going for free. They might be able to even hit 500 and win the match with 500, which would be incredible for bare metal. Not only winning the match, but also getting the second RP that they were expected in this one as well. And they just need 20 more fuel, and it looks like they hit it. Wow. And not only end up winning the match without bare metal, but they also end up hitting the 2 RP for bare metal, ending up getting 5 RP as well. Yeah, this is very impressive stuff from the 604 2996, kind of carrying bare metal here. And even without them, 568 points without bare metal. Like, imagine how much they could have scored if they didn't break. It's tragic. And then on the other side, just barely ended up hitting that 630 mark. So still will end up with 1 RP, but not the 500 that they were expected to get with spam if they were working correctly. All right, Citrus is apparently playing right now. Let's jump over to that on Milstein. Citrus and Waffles both. So Waffles, very high EPA, but they are a bump-only robot as well, I believe. At least it's looked like that. So they're a bump-only robot with the turret on them. So another bump-only turret robot. One of very few. But interesting design from them. 8429 unlucky, ends up getting caught under the hub in auto, and then again, more penalty points getting caught from that. But they do have a little bit of passing in auto, and you can see that Waffles is kind of just able to, because there's no defense on them earlier, they're able to just kind of dump the entirety of their hopper out. Sloan's just very consistently able to get through that entire thing, and now they go for a steal as the big robot, which is really interesting. Going for stealing as the big robot, kind of maybe aware of the fact that they might get defended, but they're just passing everything back and just choosing to sit there and eat through all that, and now they come back to the middle and pass all of that fuel back to their own side. Nice decision making. You can see 1678 is kind of getting starved because of it. Having to go up against the walls of the field, whether it be the hub walls or the drive station or the side walls, to even find fuel, because Waffles is kind of eating all of that and is kind of sitting with it. and there's so much fuel in the corner of that red alliance zone. Like if they had a dumper here instead of just waffles, I think that this could have definitely been a much closer match than just like the 50 points. I think red would probably be up right now if they had a dumper. But because of the fact that they don't, this is only like kind of a 2-stream turret, they're not really able to have the firepower of a dumper and able to kind of eat through all of that instantly and kind of just put all of that directly into the hub. Yeah, 4476 knows their role and is doing it really well, kind of eating in front of the hub, getting full, and they actually end up getting over because there's no defense. But 6078 playing a risky game, getting in front of there. Now Hopper completely full, but they end up getting past the defense robot and get over the bump, and this should probably be game at this point. Of 6078 puts enough in the hub where it's not really comebackable at this point. And yeah, looks like 400, but 6078 probably doesn't end up getting the 5 RP. Yeah, doesn't look like they'll be able to hit the 5 RP, and red won't even be able to hit the 1 RP in their loss here. So Citrus comes out with 4 RP, and then this red alliance ends up with 1. But kind of, it was expected on those ends, so nothing really changing for both alliances in terms of what was predicted by StatBotics. Yeah, blue wins. There you go. And yeah, Citrus ends up dropping because of that, but they were kind of expected to do this anyways. So not really a surprise because of this, but it's still unfortunate for them nonetheless. And then yeah, everybody else on the other side with the 0 RP wasn't really in striking distance of being able to make a run to a captain position anyways. All right, let's see. Looks like Johnson has a Michigan battle. 33 versus 67. We could take a look at that. Yeah, if we look at 1678's ranking right now, in terms of what they're expected to end up as at StatBotics, it kind of just looks like... Oh my god, it's not going to load. StatBotics, please. Yeah, it looks like they're ending up expected to rank 1 anyways by 1 RPE. So it shouldn't be much of a difference because they were expected to lose that one. But their schedule is going to end up pulling them back up anyways. Interestingly enough, though, they have StatBotics has Super Duper ending up as the second EPA. Second ranked team on that division. So especially with Super Duper's EPA not being that high, even though they are a really good team in terms of like just dumper capability, might be interesting to see what happens in that division. Yeah, 33. Yeah, 67 just eats directly in front of 33. Look at how little 33 ends up getting here. Like, there's like you get some, but it's not for a giant robot. You only end up getting about like 30ish. Not even 30. You get like 12 in auto, because 67 kind of cuts in front of you in that way. Really nice from 67 to counter that the movement of 33. And now coming out of auto, 67 immediately out, scoring all of that fuel. Yeah, it's very well done. And just completely countering 33 in that way of not allowing them to win auto, which is one of the best things that you can do as like the dumper bot, is you kind of need to win auto so you can have the capability to make the first run to the middle and get the transition period going really quickly. But because they're not able to do that, kind of um, just lost this match almost here. Like, look at this. They're, even after the first shift, still down. And now you give the Red Alliance the setup time to be up after this shift as well. Like, yeah, there's just so much scoring going on here. They're going to have to make up a crazy amount of fuel if they want to end up winning this. And Red Alliance knows this. So they end up sending a Stealer over, which is really nice. Kind of the only way Blue could get back is if they use their reserves here to kind of push themselves forward. But because they have 3 red robots here, kind of all passing back to the middle, then there's just none of that's happening. Not able to score at all, and really just getting completely destroyed by the Red Alliance's strategy. Just not allowing anybody to do anything. And 33, you can see in the corner here, just is kind of having their own issues, but really nice from the Red Alliance, just being aware of what the Blue Alliance's win conditions are and completely taking them away. And they're going to end up hitting 360 pretty easily here as well. Yeah, and they can definitely hit 500 here also. They're already close to the 400 at the end of this shift, but it's kind of down to, can they get the fuel in this corner out? Because if they can't, then I don't know if they'll be able to hit it because there's just not enough fuel in the neutral zone, maybe. But if they can, and yeah, you can see there's a steal going over there. I don't know why they switched the camera up, but yeah, end up with 6-7 going for one last pass here. Might be able to hit it. 5 seconds. 4, 3. If they get one more dump from anybody else, not just barely not gonna be able to get it. But yeah, you could see they did go for the steal and it was pretty effective, but kind of just got blocked off by 75-51 from being able to get that last volley out of their hopper. This wasn't enough, like just barely, which is very unlucky, but well played from 75-51, kind of denying that second RP. All right, let's check out Qual 36 of the Newton division because it's got 1796, 1577, 1833, and 636. Like 4 very, very good teams. So this one should be incredibly close and also high scoring. I want to see how these guys kind of work against each other, especially when you have kind of the probably the best turret bot on this division up against you. Especially with being able to stop steals. I think that 1796 is really good at that, specifically being able to stop you from going for an easy steal. All right, this should be starting the match soon. Lovely. Who's lined up against who? So it looks like I don't know who that is. I can't read that number. Maybe yeah, it looks like 1833 is lined up against 1796. So we'll see if 1796 does the same, shoot half of their hopper and then go back to the middle so that they can try to contest the dumpers again, which is a thing that they ended up doing so that they don't end up late to the middle of the field. So 1796 immediately they're first, right? And look at them here. So they'll fire off a lot of their fuel, but then they'll end up leaving a little bit earlier to go make sure that no one can steal from that first part if they end up cutting really deep here, which I think is really nice. And then they will end up losing auto here, but they also end up going really far down in score itself because they get 30 points of penalties on them due to the fact that their partners 5216 ended up kind of hitting the other robot and also crossing the line, which are both 15-point fouls each. And even still, it's pretty close. It's like decently close, not pretty close. It's like decently close. Like they're tied at this point, and obviously you're gonna have to play some defense on them if you want to try to make it back a bit. But 1796, let's see what they do here. I think they're gonna have to go for a steal here to make this back. Yep, that's what they do. And they can try to get in front of 1833, but they don't get that much. So they're trying to go for the neutral zone cleanup, allow their partners 1577 to try to go for the steals instead, which is interesting choice over there. And they try to make sure that the dumpers can't really recycle the fuel in the neutral zone. That's what they're kind of focusing on. And now they're going to try to make up this almost 120-point deficit. 6-7 clutched the 5th RP out that last match. Wow. Okay. Incredibly impressive. Wow. I cannot believe they actually ended up getting that. It was very nice for them. But yeah, I'd like to see them go. 1796, I think, plays in neutral zone is probably best here. And then 1577 probably goes to steal is also probably best. But yeah, like when you let Bean just go for this easy sort of collect and you let them do that for free, it's just, you're not going to end up winning matches when you allow teams like Bean to just do that on you. And then 636 also doing the cleat up in the back there because no one's contesting the wall. Like, I think 1577 needed to play this, and they also get tagged for penalties twice now. Once in the corner here, once in the corner here. So it's kind of just getting killed by penalties, but also not really coordinated as well as some other alliances we've seen today. Although I think 1796 is trying their best. They're doing a really good job cleaning up the middle. And I think proving their worth as a turret bot, but probably not going to end up being, not going to be able to end up winning this match, even though they do get the 2 RP. Yeah, this match, like, if you look at the fuel itself, 560 to 592. It's really close. And I think if 1577 actually played to steal in this corner in the 5th shift instead of staying in the middle, they could have also probably made the fuel count better on their side and maybe even won the fuel count there. But no one ended up going to play Stealer on Bean. Nobody actually stopped Bean from going to the middle for another cycle. And that kind of kills their entire momentum. And you can see 50 points of penalties. Without the 50 points, it's, what is that? That's, 590. So you're within 20 points of, you're like within 20 points of fuel, but this kind of kills you. And yeah, this, I think 1796 is, captaining dreams kind of dropping off really hard there. Like, they'll definitely be able to make it back up. It's still 46 out of 125, but it's going to be tough for them to try to pull all the way back up after that. Let's see. 254 playing on Curie. Let's check it out. Yeah, nice collect. And then again, interesting pathing here. Whoa. Okay. I guess the idea is that they know that this robot isn't going to go. It's the second time, so they just go all the way down and back around. Another really creative auto path there for these top teams. Every single time, I think that's the most impressive thing is how flexible they are with their auto paths. Every single one of them that are like the highest DPAs in the world is what I'm talking about. And then, yeah, already up to 148, flipping around. You can see that they have so much fuel stockpiled here. If Red really wants to get back into this game, they need to eat through that stockpile. But nobody's going to go steal that. Instead, trying to play hard defense on 254, but 254 just spins around him. And now 254 is just going to eat through the entire thing. Like, yeah, this is just... By 254, you allow them to get this, and then the stealing's just too late, and they're able to block you off of stealing anything. Like, it's just very, very impressive. Yeah, and they have a defender robot on the other side, and then they have a robot that is dedicated to playing steal and pass, which is really nice as well. Kind of hurting all that fuel for 254 to go. And okay, Red's able to enter that stash, right? Gets out with a little bit. But because they're only able to collect and they're not able to kind of pass all of that back, there's still so much there that 254 is going to eat anyways, where it doesn't really end up making that big of a difference. But maybe we'll end up being the difference maker between the 360 RP. Like, they might actually, if they eat enough fuel here and they play good enough defense on 254, they might be able to deny that 360. But I think, yeah, no, never mind. It's not possible. 360 is going to get hit unless they play some lockout defense here on 254, which I don't think is going to be possible. And now they just flip around over the bump, and that will be they're getting the 4 RP. But still, no 5 RP for Poofs this match. And yeah, it's okay. They're just hitting them on the tower for no reason. The match is basically over at this point. Just kind of very greedy defense there. I guess maybe not aware of the fact that hitting the tower gives them 15 points, or touching them when they're touching the tower gives them 15 points. But nonetheless, not able to get that 5th RP, which I don't know if they were expected to get it, but might end up shifting their ranking slightly. Yeah, so they were expected to win this one with 2 RPs. But because of the fact they weren't able to win this with 2 RP, let's see, does it end up actually affecting their schedule? If you drop one. Wow, now 125's within 1 expected RP of them. So if 125 flips a match somewhere, could very much see 125 being the captain of Alliance 1 here. Because the RPs that Statbotics is predicting are basically just 44-ish for 254, 42-ish for Neutrons. And if you account that they lost an RP they were expected to get, now you're looking at 43 versus 42.6. It very much could go either way. Qual 48 for Johnson. Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's see it. Where's Qual 48? Oh, we're not there yet. Wait, are we there yet? No, we're not. But okay. We got 90, 43, and 179. Let's just check this one anyways. All right, our 27 is playing right now. We'll come back to this division. '27's getting. This is really close. 1731 on the other side is the one that I know of. That was my riser in this division, but they ended up switching from a double turret to kind of just a dumper. So ended up deciding to go with the just a standard dumper instead, which is an interesting decision. Definitely easier to work with than trying to code double turret or do all that sort of deal with all that hassle. But it might end up giving them the win here, especially with 6907 coming back with a single stream and full hopper. Yeah, I think, wow. It's Rush looks like they'll get 360 at least. Right, this is definitely 25 for Rush at least. But not going to be able to hit the match win, and that'll drop them, I assume, a significant amount. What is that going to be doing to them? Oh, it's Johnson. That was the right one. Okay, yeah, in 179 and 43, you end up getting 140 in auto. Yes, of course. We've seen the dumper and the big turret of 9483's autos before. Let's see. Yeah, 321 playing some pretty solid defense, just not letting. Oh, but they get baited by 9043. Nice driving by them, getting themselves out of there. And 179 inside their zone might have to get pulled. No, 9043 just pushes past 321. That's crazy that they can just do that. I guess when you're that heavy and you have that much fuel inside your robot, you can probably just push past a lot of robots that aren't full max weight or filled with fuel as well. Yeah, just completely dumping fuel inside inside the hub, which is very, very nice. But 321 playing some defense on them, not letting them out. Just doing enough, catching them here, and oh, they slip right past the corner of the trench bar, which is really nice for them. This kind of trench bar here almost caught them, but they just rotate themselves around it, so really nice. 3023 playing as well soon. Okay, yeah, we'll check that one out after this match. And then I'll jump to Johnson 48 that you were talking about. Yeah, no, it's just very well played. 179 and the dumper and the 9043 robot just work so well together in the alliance zone. Like as soon as 9043 just starts going and you get them set up, like the dumper just does short cycles. They can go through their side. They can do the neutral zone cleanup. 9043 can just sit inside their zone and just score the entire time. It's very well done. And they're calling a pin on 321 here, which I don't know if I agree if that's a pin. I think they were kind of just caught up on the fuel and then just had contact. Okay, now this is a pin. This is very obviously a pin that should get called, yes. But I don't know if I agreed with the first one. But either way, end up getting the 500, end up getting 5 RP for both of these guys. Very impressive. And then Red Alliance obviously not able to hit the any RP for that match. All right, 3023 about to play, I presume. Let's see who's on right now. Hopper. 3460. Yeah, 3467 is playing right now. One of the New England dumpers that's kind of expected to do pretty well. Yeah, just nice steal here as well. Being aware that they need to try to eat through the Red Alliance's area. And then let's see. I want to see how every alliance is playing the neutral zone. So yeah, 3467 themselves is the one who's going to go out to the neutral zone and do the cleanup there and make sure that that's kind of being accounted for. And they've won this match at this point. They already have the 5 RP. So they look pretty good. Especially after that last match where they kind of didn't have the greatest partners and kind of didn't even get an RP, I believe. Maybe that's someone else, but either way, really nice from them. Let's see, where is the? Here it is. All right, Johnson. No. Daily. Okay, and 9043 ends up jumping to rank 2, of course. Qual 47 has 1323. Did we miss him? We did miss him. Okay, let's go. Let's watch this one. Okay. 1323 on the bottom here. It's so interesting to me that 1323 is still doing the fuel dump thing where they don't put their preloads in and they just leave it there to collect after. But 254, the people who started the entire trend, are not doing it anymore. And they've just put it inside of their robot to keep there. It's so... I don't know what the decision there is, but it's so interesting to me that they're actively choosing to do that. And 1320, oh yeah, so much fuel here for them to collect, and they just go through it, turn, and staying efficient the entire way, collecting all of that fuel that's just landing there, and now going back and probably just gonna start passing from the neutral zone. Yep, nice. And they also have a third red robot that's passing back to the neutral zone, or at least shuttling fuel in some way there, making sure that Blue Alliance never actually gets a foothold in this game in the first place, and just putting all the fuel on that side. It's so well done. And look at where the fuel is. Like, the middle of the field is barren, and it's just 1323 is just going to run through all of this, as well as 6919 and 4188 kind of just ending up in this corner here, trying to go back to neutral zone, collecting all that stuff. And I like this a lot from whoever is playing that corner. I'm not sure which robot that is, but because it's too blurry. But whoever's playing that corner is really, really nice. I love the fact that they're kind of eating through the other alliance's zone, putting that back into the neutral zone, because now 1323 can collect all of that fuel and pass it all back. And both of your robots are able to kind of keep that giant refresh of starvation going. Really well done. Already up to 330 in one shift alone. And they have basically all the fuel in the game on their side at this point. Or in their hopper. Like, it is very, very well done. Like, so good. And because they're eating at it, like, directly in front of them, they're able to take away the angle for this robot that they would go for stealing in the first place. And then they go back to the middle of the field to make sure that they're not eating too much of their reserves, and they can save that for their very last cycle. So they're doing neutral zone cycles now. And you can see they're going to probably take a route here where they, just keep shooting through here and then go back to the middle, I assume, for one more cycle. No, interesting. They decided to go through the tower here. I guess the idea is they probably think they have enough fuel. No. Okay. So they just want to go through the tower so they can score anyways, and they have one more neutral zone cycle. I guess they just didn't realize how much fuel there was in this corner here at the end of the game here. Because, otherwise I think they wouldn't have gone out this way. I think they would have probably just ate through here and then turned around this way and gone. Probably just a lack of vision, because, you can see what driver station they're in. They can barely see in that corner. But no, 5 RP, I presume? 5 RP for 1323. Yeah, almost 600 points scored. Very well played. All right, let's go to the Johnson division. 47. Nah, okay. Who else is playing here? Oh, 48 Archimedes is apparently going to be close. Oh, okay, yeah, wow. So AG Robotic, in case you don't know, very good turret team from Turkey. And then on the other side, 1114, 1241, two very good Canadian Ontario district teams. But the scoring here will matter very much, because it looks like 6459 has an issue with their scoring. And they're not able to do anything, but they end up getting 4 RP out of this, which is nice for them. But kind of just this win, I think, kind of just jumps the 11-14 into a position that they very much want to be in, for like in terms of captaining. Like, let's see. If you look at predictions for Statbotic Simulation, yeah, Symbotic's currently expected to rank first and then pick somebody. And I think whoever they end up picking is not going to say no. It's probably going to end up being Rush, and they're not going to say no. Because there's really no reason ever to say no to Symbotics other than you're a little bit scared, but that's the only reason you wouldn't pick them. That's not a reason you'd say no. And 64-59, losing this match kind of just cements they're not going to be able to be captaining this event. They're probably going to get picked really high. And 11-14, expected to end up rank 1. This is a very big one for them. If they ended up getting this match flipped on them, could have ended up dropping maybe 94-70 takes the Alliance 1 there, and then all chaos breaks loose on that field. But 11-14 does what they need to do, gets through this match, ends up keeping their ranking the same. Pretty good. Let's see what's going on in Galileo. Oh, Orbit's playing. Okay, yeah, let's go. Check it out. All right. Orbit's been having some issues today at the start of the day where they just stopped firing, like at their very first match. So something to watch out for them. Like, obviously, they ended up fixing it as soon as that match ended. But something to take a look, to keep note of, is Orbit kind of being a little bit iffy in terms of consistency. Very likely because they haven't played like real matches yet. Obviously, they had their practice exhibition thing, but it's not an event. Yeah, 140, like 155, and they're just passing the entire way back. Like, this is, I think, what's the best part about Orbit is their driving is so good. They're just being able to continuously be passing, and also be able to just go through the middle of the field so effectively, do these quick little passes through the other side of the field, do the steals really quickly is very, very good. Now, 54-20 and 51-81, doing a pretty good job here in defense, actually catching Orbit really nicely. And Orbit's, because their turret, still able to shoot from there, but catching them pretty nicely and denying them from eating through any of their sort of stockpile. Pretty good defense on them overall. And Orbit ends up rotating past them, but at this point, you've kind of denied them of all of this fuel during their shift. And you're now allowing 69-11 to eat through all of the other side and pass it back, and now you're able to pass all that back. Wow, really well played from 51-81, really limiting Orbit from being able to do what they want. And you can see that the Orbit neutral zone passing is pretty good, but it's not getting as much value because all the fuel is kind of there anyways. You've done all the stuff you could do with passing. You just need to actually be able to access the fuel now, and 51-81 was doing a pretty good job of stopping them from doing that. 449 obviously ends up getting pulled here to stop 5181 and not allow them to stop Orbit anymore and let Orbit kind of go through all of that fuel and just start dumping that in. But if they didn't pull 449, I think 5181 would have done a really good job. RSN does keep saying you don't want to lose, you want to lose auto. Yes, I agree completely. I also want to lose auto. I'd say there's more nuance to it. I think it's kind of dependent on how tall you are rather than turret or dumper. If you, I'll explain after this match ends. But so yeah, 1690 just going through the entire way, doing a really good job. But I think 5181 does a really nice job here, makes it so Orbit doesn't get that 2 RP. I think they themselves have stopped Orbit from getting that 2 RP by denying them in that first shift of how to be able to play the game. Now, to the point of if you want to lose auto, I think that it's very dependent on your height rather than dependent on your style of shooting. Because, let me just pause here. So, if I'm looking at the game in terms of how I want to play the game after auto, what people have normally been doing if they lose auto is, or if they win auto, is you go out to the middle, you take like 5 seconds, or hopefully you're already in the middle. And then you take 5 seconds, you go through, you come back, and now you're already, you're able to dump an entire hopper, or whatever you ended up collecting, you're able to dump that into the hub. If I'm a tall robot, that now means that I have less defense on me here than any other shift in the rest of the game, right? And so if I win auto and I'm a tall robot, I now have a free cycle where I'm not getting defended and I'm able to go through the entire way and get a perfect cycle off. But if I'm a short robot and I win auto, well, okay, how much value are you really getting out of that? It's probably one hopper's worth. So I think looking at it in terms of turret versus dumper isn't correct as much as looking at it in terms of height and seeing how much hopper capacity you have. Because if you're able to get like 80 fuel in that free cycle, then yes, it might be worth it to do that. But if you're not able to get 80 fuel and you're only getting like 40 or 50, then I think that you're going to have a really bad time trying to play the end game into, fifth shift into end game period if you win auto. And on the other side, I think it also is very dependent on how the other alliance is playing the, how they're playing the fifth shift into, or how they're playing their second off shift. Because if I'm this other alliance and I am playing the second off shift, what my job, if I'm doing it correctly, how I think is the best way, I would probably have 2 robots, or maybe even 1 robot sitting in the middle, firing everything back in the neutral zone during my second off shift. And I'd have 2 robots sitting in there stealing the entire time. And then what I'd probably do is pull this robot over probably halfway through that shift and then have them clear the neutral zone as well. Because what you've then done is you're now eating through all the reserves they've left for themselves on their last inactive shift, the other alliance's last inactive shift. So you get rid of those. And now you have a robot in the neutral zone that's clearing out everything that they're currently scoring in their current active shift. So you're getting rid of all of those and putting that on your side of the field. And now, if you pull the second stealer to the middle of the neutral zone and you're having them both go at the same time, you're now eating all of the neutral zone fuel as well and kind of pulling that away. And I'm going to pull up a match to show you exactly what I'm... actually, they didn't do it as well in this match, but I guess a good example of what I'm talking about. Because what ends up happening here is that you end up where the entire field's fuel is basically on your side of the field, and everybody on the other alliance has to go to your side to try to match you. And otherwise, they just lose. Let's see. Let me pull this one up here. Let's see. Colon 40 hopper division. All right. Let's see it. Okay. Let's see, where is it here? Okay, so these guys end up winning auto, so not the point, but I would not A-stop. I think that you probably just try to lose auto by not being perfectly efficient. Because if you lose auto by like 80, then you've lost the game at that point. Especially at Einstein end of division playoff levels. I think you just lose the match at that point. But if you look at this, so look at the way that they play this. Obviously not relevant because they didn't lose auto, but a pretty good example of what I'm talking about for what you should do in your off shift. So what they do is they have 11270 playing kind of half stealer, right? There's obviously not that much fuel on the other side for them to go steal, but they have 2 robots in the neutral zone. They're actively passing. They have 11270 who's going onto the other side and playing stealer. And now they've essentially, like, imagine this is the end game shift, right, for your robot. And this is what you've done. You've had someone sit in the middle here, passing the entire time, and they're your 2 best robots. And then you had your 3rd robot on a divisional playoff, who's also a very good robot, probably 170-ish EPA, let's say, sitting here passing back the entire time. Look at this field state that ends up happening at the end of this match. 3, 2, 1. And this is the world record match, by the way. They ended up scoring 900 in this one. But they ended up where all of that fuel is on that side of the field. And they also have 11270 contesting everybody trying to go for the neutral zone fuel that barely is there in the first place. And so now you've essentially made it so all 3 robots are having to play the neutral zone at the same time, wait for you to score, and then also have you... and also have to go try to steal from you as well. So, like, here it's not as relevant, but I just wanted to show you the kind of like example of what the fuel on the field would look like if you do it the right way And I think this is kind of an example of what you could do for like a chokehold endgame strategy, where you kind of just take all the fuel and deny anybody from getting in the first place. Which is why I think losing auto is pretty valuable, but I don't know if I'd go so far to say as I'd intentionally A-stop, because I think that you still want to be able to make the auto close. I just think that losing auto is going to be pretty good. Let's see. Johnson Division. Qual 48. That being 394 to 388. Let's see. Milstein. Pair of dice. No. Who's on Newton right now? Team Scream and ItCon are both playing Qual 49. Yeah, let's check that one out. And we can check out the Qual 48 that you wanted me to take a look at as well. I ended up getting caught on, yeah. 6324 was my riser in this division because I liked the way that they played the game. But so we'll take a look at, I'm gonna just focus on them here for a second and see what they're doing. But they ended up winning auto, which is nice. And then how do they play this? Going to go, yeah, nice collections here, and then probably passing back. Yep. So this is why I like them so much, is because they have this really really long pass all the way back, and they're also a dumper, so they're able to kind of just if you put them as like a stealer robot, as a second robot of a really good alliance, they can just do that kind of cycle where they hit the wall, collect all of that, dump all of it back, and then go for more in the neutral zone, which is why I like them so much. Obviously, if they're playing as like a first option here, you're not going to see it as much, but I do like it a lot, that kind of style, and I think that they do it pretty well. And their driver is also quite good. Yeah, and they kind of get defended because, again, I was like, the reason I picked them as a riser was because I saw them as a really, really good second option. But I think that first option wise, there's a lot of great robots on this division that could go instead. Yeah, 288, and then they're doing Red Alliance is doing a pretty good job considering they lost auto. They should win this match here. How did they end up losing? Getting being like really close here. Nice defense over here from, I believe that's 334, but they end up kind of getting baited here, which is pretty good from 6324. Nice move there to get out. And yeah, 5 left. How does this end up being close? This, I feel like this should kind of be a red win if, yeah, okay. So, yeah, collections here, focusing the neutral zone, and then just passing all of that back, I presume, right? Or no, they just try to get around the defense of 334. And that's a good. I'm gonna point this out because I like this move. Let's go back here. So 6324, 334 obviously is playing very ahead here, right? They're being very aggressive with their try to predict the A stop barely lose. Yeah, fair enough. I think you could probably, that seems like something that's reasonable that we might see, but I don't know if teams would risk that. I think someone probably will try to do it, but I don't know if teams will. A lot of teams will be doing it. But look at 334's move here. So they're playing very aggressive. I think normally you want to play defense here, and they were doing that earlier, and it was working out really well for them. But because they're jumping out forward, 6324 does this here and pushes them forward into the hub, and then just flips around and goes the other way. And I think that's so effective if you have a robot that's being like a nuisance and getting onto you in the neutral zone. You can kind of just use the bump as a way for them to bait them forward, and they will chase you because they're playing a man defense on you. And you just push them here, get them up on the bump, and then you just spin around and go the other way, because they're going to have to be in front of you in the first place. If they're not in front of you, you should just be able to get around them. So nice move by 6324 here, getting around that sort of defense. Now let's see. Yeah. So Itcon Girls and Team Scream both on the same alliance here. Let's see what they end up doing here. What have they predicted? 600? Yeah. Okay. See if they can end up hitting 600. Oh, there's someone on the field. Oh, look at this, actually. They're doing a follow auto. Very cool. 9072 and Icon Girls are doing a follow auto. And okay, match is about to start. Let's see. So, yeah, just normal autos here. 9557, I assume, goes to Depot. Probably. But, yeah, nice. Very cool that they're going to have a follow auto. But, yeah, yes, High Tide, for sure. Yes, love High Tide. All right, we can just skip back to them. Them and 1323 and 254 and Citrus, watching every single one of their matches. And, oh, this seemed really slow to the line. Ended up actually losing a lot of their fuel because of that. And, oh my god, look, the coordination on this auto on the blue side is just so well done. And what is this, 180? 170? No, not nearly as much. Still one. No, wow. Okay, it is 170. Wow, my god. Wow. That is a crazy number of fuel. And yeah, you can see, okay, good defense, kind of denying the transition shift for Icon Girls. I don't know what the foul there was on red. But nice defense denying the foul, denying Icon Girls from trying to get back on the other side, doing the immediate transition shift. A Red Alliance kind of deciding to go to the neutral zone and way more, which I like, but also you need to be leaving at this point to go steal. If you're Red Alliance, especially when you're this far down. I think you probably should have left like 2 seconds earlier. And okay, there's pretty good defense here. Not really allowing. Yeah, they're doing some good stealing here, getting in their way, but this match is kind of just over. There's just not enough scoring potential on the side. But 400 on the blue line side, and I don't know why they're not calling this, but I guess just the way that these refs are. I've also been looking at the other refs a lot more, but the different fields refs, it's so interesting to see who ends up calling the hub fuel and who doesn't, because some fields are like really strict about it. This one, I guess, isn't as much, because I've seen Icon Girls go 3 times now and not get called for penalties at all. Yeah, I mean, look at this. Yeah, I mean, it's a nice try by Red trying to do the steal, but I mean, it's like, what are you going to do when this Blue Alliance is just so effective? Like, oh my god. 614, and they still can collect from the. They might break 800. And they're, yep, 9072 doing some good passing. Oh, Icon Girls is broken. They're not going to break 800. Yeah, they're fidgeting with their intake, trying to fix it. They're not going to end up hitting 800 because of it. Maybe could have hit 800 if they didn't have that problem, but maybe still 750. Yeah, 750. Wow, incredible scoring. That's so impressive. Very, very. I would not be surprised at all to see these two team up in Elims. Very much could be that kind of pair up. What's the final? Oh, it's live. Okay. I do want to see what the final score is. Maybe 750 clean, because it is only it's 740 fuel right now. Come on. 783. How much is that clean? 773 clean. Wow. Wow. That's well played. Well played. Very much could be an Elam's Alliance. Let's see. Daily, qual 49. Yeah, for sure. 51. Okay, go back. 48. All right, high tide at the bottom here. Oh, Cybercats as well in this match. Okay, this could be a really high scoring one. Cybercats coming to their first Worlds in a while, which is really nice for them. Love to see them actually here because they're always a very, very good robot, but just have some issues with coming to Houston. And 116 auto. I mean, wow. And then, yeah, high tide immediately rips through that entire pile of fuel to get back. Nice defense, though, from 5550. Probably denied about 20-ish fuel from that one move alone. And that's what I'm talking about in transition, right? If you end up winning auto and there's a robot that's in your way there, and you kind of lose the bonus of transition, and maybe you don't even look at transition or like defense on like this side, but they're able to gun over and get in front of you first, you could very much see the transition period being a negative because of that. 2, 3 Cybercats playing defense playing passing because they see the defense on this side. I mean, like, wow. The defense is pretty good from 5550, but actually the defense is really nice from 5550. They're really kind of just slowing down high tide, not allowing them to get to their reserves here and able to eat through that side. But the thing is, they're not playing passing, so all of this fuel... Okay, are they collecting it? Are they going to pass it? The thing is that if you have a defense robot like this, and you were asking about like purely defense robots, like, yes, it's good that you're playing good defense, but also I think there's very much good. There are too many good teams at Worlds where you can find a team that will play good enough defense that also has a strong, really strong BPS for stealing as well. Because if you look at it here, 5550 could be incredible at defense, right? They were really holding down high tide, didn't let them get inside at all, but because you don't have the BPS to steal, when you do make a mistake and slip up once and let high tide in, all of that fuel is now getting scored instantly. And I think that there's more than enough very good drivers on Worlds divisions where like pure defense teams that aren't able to do stealing aren't going to end up getting picked. Unless you're like literally 321 and you're the greatest defense driver of all time and you shut down Madtown for an entire match. Yeah, and what's the final score? 7. Like, what a match from this Red Alliance. So well done. 7-8, 775 clean. Like, oh my god. High Tide and 1323 about to break the world record. Their first match. It's going to be ridiculous. Alright, let's see. Wait, this is also a very solid alliance. 4028, 1156, 469. Also a really strong alliance. Could very much see like 700 plus being broken here. And yeah, both of them collect forward. Yeah, 4028 goes for the kind of bump. Interesting that 1156 isn't going for the bump at all. Like they're very much, their autos are absolutely not touching the bump ever, which is really interesting because most turret teams are actually doing a lot of that. And okay, they do end up winning auto, so a lot of neutral zone passing back to themselves. Would like to see someone probably try to go get that passing as well. Yeah, Beak Squad goes to do that. Nice. Well played. And then you have 2 robots in the neutral zone just cleaning all of that up, and you can see how effective it is to win auto in that first zone when you don't have the other alliance actively passing back to themselves, because you just let all of this kind of pile up, and it's just so nice. And this is kind of the one advantage of auto that you get. is that you get the transition period, which is basically a full hopper. So if you're a big robot, then you really want to win that, because you get a full hopper for free. And then if you end up winning that period, then the second period as well, if you play it well enough and you have a stealer on the other side and you have two really good neutral zone cleanup alliances, then you can get a lot of value off of that. That maybe even makes up for the end game issues that you might have with winning auto. Okay. They're still 300 off of their good shift, so let's see how they do in endgame. I like that 4028 and 469 are both playing the neutral zone, kind of aware of the fact that they want to be recycling the field that they're already scoring in. Yeah, but interesting that they're not going to hit that high of a number, it looks like. I don't know if it's the defense on Beak Squad that's kind of doing it, but these robots, what was their expected score for this match? What division is this? Yeah, these guys are probably expected like 550 plus, but interesting that they're still getting the 5 RP off of this, but not the 700 I expected. But still very well played, right? In terms of strategy itself, I like the way that they play winning the auto. It's well done. Let's see. Is 1323 on the next match? No. What about this one? Oh, Newton apparently has a very close match. I'm gonna jump over there. Spam versus Spam and oh wow. Okay, yeah. This one should be close actually. Spam when they're working is really good. 2713 when they're working is really good. And then obviously Icon, incredible team. 3005 Robochargers, their history precedes them. And then 4206, another very good team out of the believe Minnesota region. You can correct me. They might be Michigan. It's an M state, I think. I'm gonna check. But I've seen them around so much at Worlds. They're a very good team. It was Texas. They're from Texas. I'm thinking of a different team. But no, they're a very good team. Triple Texas Alliance. Look at that. But yeah, this one could be close. I would not be surprised to see them pull this within like 30 points ish. If that's very big if Spam is working correctly, if 2713 is working correctly, and if 599 is all working correctly. Because that's kind of been the issues with both 2713 and 180 is that they look really good when they're kind of working correctly, but they have consistency issues. Yup. And yeah, 2713 just not working now. Probably gonna end up losing auto because of that. Spam also not shooting nearly as much as they'd like to, but they pull it close with an auto. And honestly, if we're looking at if we want to lose auto, might be close. A match 35 on which division? Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good, but I like this so much. 3005, doing the ceiling, making sure that the blue alliance has to go back to the neutral zone for that timing, and then you have two robots here that are actively contesting that neutral zone, making sure you're not able to play the game there. I would like to see, honestly, someone go right now, go steal. Like leave your zone. This is something that I think people don't do nearly enough of. Yes, it sounds kind of insane. Match timing was off in 35. Oh, okay. I see. That makes so much sense. Yeah. But something I haven't seen enough of is teams that leave their zone early while their partners are scoring, and there's basically no more fuel for you to score other than just in your hopper. And they don't leave early to go contest the other alliance, especially when they have a strong robot on the other side, and go do that stealing. And you can see it's working really well for Tech Vikes. They leave early, and now they're denying and picking up and stopping 180 and 2713 from doing anything. And now 2713 has to go back here, and I guess they're playing defense because something broke is the idea, maybe? But this is really close. This is oddly close, actually. And Spam stand up. Ends up stuck on the bump. Yeah, and now this probably going to run away with... Icon's going to run away with it, I would assume. And 2713, the defense is kind of stuck up on fuel. Actually, they could pull this back here if they contest this middle fuel, if they don't let red get any of it. Okay, Icon's kind of getting denied. Yeah, there's a lot of fuel here for Spam to go through. Yeah, Spam could win this match here right now in this corner. They just have to make sure that they work the entire way through. Oh, they have turret issues again. Yeah, it's so messed up that if it's the match timing of why they have issues. That's so tragic. But yeah, it was almost close. But yeah, there's a lot of issues with working through that. Just unlucky because it could very much... Yeah, Icon's a big robot that kind of became small, so interesting to see them kind of get beached, because I feel like if you're a big robot, that seems like the first issue that you'd probably want to have fixed for the tall robot. But I guess the fuel's just so odd in this game where you can't really fix that perfectly. Let's see... Bread and Strike Force working together on Archimedes. Let's jump to that. Oh, actually, what's the final score of that? 568 to... Okay, 538 clean, yeah. But still, this could have been a very close match if these guys were all working as intended, but alas. Yeah, so it's 2767 and Bread. Two very good teams. 2767, tall turret only robot. Oh, it looks like they hit the turret on the trench again. Yeah, because they were working great before they ended up doing that. And they have a nice triple auto, and that coordination is so good there. That's so nice. 2767 barely moves over in time, and now you have 3 robots firing at once. Wow. Really nice. And it ends up getting him 120. Really impressive. And now... Yeah, okay. So this is something I like, is that 2767 sees they don't really have an angle in the transition period to impact the scoring at all. Like, you're not going to get enough scoring to where you want to come back over the bump and go through that. So they decide to start passing it back instead in the transition period and just using it as extra time, which is quite good. And then Bread obviously ended up having a extendable hopper, which is quite nice for them. And so you can see they're about to unload on this. Yeah, and interesting. They go back for stealing right now instead of eating through their reserves, which that's an interesting choice because you're going back anyways. And there is fuel there that ended up getting stolen in the first place. But I guess they just thought it wasn't worth it. It's so definitely an interesting choice to see why they ended up going with that steal there. Yeah, I mean, you can see how much fuel is stuck in this corner. Like, if these guys actually get over to the other side, yeah, okay. So in the prediction video for Archimedes, I was like, I think 2767 might pull out we're going to sit on the other side and play denial and pass the entire game. That's kind of what they're doing right now, except they're getting defended from being able to do that. And now they're kind of playing the neutral zone because they see how much there is in the neutral zone to try to come back with some fuel as well. But I really like that from 2767, kind of playing that corner, coming out to the middle as well, and then going back in the far side, just playing the stealer role. It looks like their intake kind of got smashed here of 3045, but doesn't matter in terms of RPs. They do end up getting that 500, and the score is way too far apart for it to ever be close. So really nice from this Archimedes Alliance. Ended up putting what? Maybe they hit 600 with bread at the end here? Oh, wow. That's a lot of fuel at the end. Yeah, definitely hit 600 at the end with bread there. Very impressive stuff. What's the final score? 600 something? Yeah, 630. Really nice. And then the Red Alliance doesn't even end up with the 1 RP. Yeah. Wow, and Bread ending up in third. I think they're expected to rank like second or third or something, so really good for them. Let's see, where else? Where else is on right now? Milstein has Highlanders versus the interesting. Roboteers ended up winning this one. Interesting that is it just the lack of good defense on them? How are they able to just get away with so much? So 44.99 is kind of like Alpha Dogs, but with a little bit less EPA because they haven't played as many matches. They have a tall robot. They have that sort of circular backside as well with the die rotor. But then Roboteers on the other side is like the dumper archetype of the tall robot. So 1v1 specifically. And then just completely dumping all of that out. Do they end up winning auto here? Yeah, they end up winning auto. So if they win auto, I feel like you should, as 44.99, be able to just get a... Oh, they don't get the auto advantage because they get stuck on fuel the entire time. And now their entire advantage just ends up becoming only like, what, 30-ish from the transition period, when you should be getting, like, with that hopper, probably at least like 50 to 60 in terms of the points that you scored during that period. And that's why Roboteers ends up jumping up with 60. And now you have 3 dumpers all shooting at once with all that fuel. But wow, nice steal. I think 201 probably saved part of this match here by getting in front of them here, and just eating through all of that, not letting Highlanders get anything and stay active, and now forcing Highlanders to die rotor themselves, use the die rotor here, get for all of that, and now they've tried to get out of here in the first place, which at this point there's really no reason to. You just shoot whatever you have left here, and now you're now down in the most advantageous position of the match, and they're probably just going to kill you in endgame after this. But yeah, I really like the idea of losing auto, because of stuff like this can happen, where if they stop your best robot from being able to go back once, and you get beached once, you've now lost the entire match because of it. Especially if they play it correctly and send Stealers a little bit early to catch you. And again, they're just sitting in front of Highlanders, not letting them play the game, and just passing everything that they want to get back towards themselves. Really, really nice stuff. And even on the other side, we have 2 Stealers now, and playing the 1.5 Stealer game, where you have 1 Stealer, at least 1 Stealer permanently over there, and another one that's going to go over to the other side, depending on, or to the neutral zone, depending on what they feel like there would be where the more fuel is. And also, no one is defending Roboteers, and if you don't defend Roboteers, they will kill you. There's no doubt about it. They are so good when they are left undefended, and nobody is on them, and so they probably ended up putting like 250 points this match alone, just because that's how good they are when they're undefended. You can't allow them to do that. It's really nice from the Blue Alliance, though, in terms of strategy. And everyone ends up getting 2 RP, but does end up swapping the positions of 44.99 and Roboteers. All right, 9470 we haven't seen a lot of. I'm going to go back to them. I really love watching the drive team. They're so good. I mean, it's so good. It's so much fun to watch their drive team. Okay, so basically the idea is this is something that apparently R said, and we're saying a lot of too. That you want to lose auto, and I think I agree. So transition, I don't know if transition's rough for the winners of auto. It kind of just makes it so if you win auto, you have to win the transition period really heavily. Because otherwise, you're going to have a disadvantage in endgame because you have 55 seconds of scoring where the other alliance can just set up all the fuel away from you. And now you have 30 seconds of endgame period where you don't have any scoring at all because all the fuel's gone away from you because they've passed it all away. So that's the disadvantage of losing auto in endgame. But if you win, of winning auto in endgame. But if you win auto, then what it ends up happening is that you need to use the transition period to push your advantage. Otherwise, if they defend you there, you're now only disadvantaged, and you don't have an advantage at all, other than the like maybe 5 seconds extra of transition period to set yourself up for your first shift. But even then, it's not worth it. Citrus is playing Milstein 53. Okay, yeah, we'll check that out. $94.70. Yeah, I mean, look at the passing is so nice. There's such like going through that tower looks so easy, and it is so incredibly hard to pull off. 3 seconds left. Oh, are they beached? No, they get off. Wow, nice. They come back and dump all of that out. And nice herd from 3604, giving 94.70 even more fuel to work with. And when you don't send a scorer or stealer on the best robot on the other alliance's side, does tend to happen that they score a lot of fuel into their hub. And 3604 playing a really nice herding game. Like, it's pretty good. I don't know why they're not scoring, but wait, going for a climb? Wait, L3? Is that an L3? Or is that an L2? That might be an L2. Is this an RP? Did they climb an auto? I didn't check. They might have gotten an L3 climb. Do they get the... So they're obviously L3, they're obviously L1. The question is, did they climb an auto? And I did not see. But I guess we will see if they climbed an auto, because that would be huge for 94.70 if they pull off a 6 RP match here. Yep. Wow. 6 RP. Wow. That's very impressive. 6 RP. Finally saw it. Okay, let's see. Citrus on Milstein. What was their match? Citrus, I think they're at 50. Okay, 53. Okay, we can just wait for them to finish. I do want to see, because does that make a difference for 94.70's ranking? Because 94.70 was already predicted to be rank 2 in Archimedes, even before this. And so if they got an extra RP that wasn't expected, that would put them at 45 expected RP, which might make them, which is tied with Symbotics. So if they, 94.70 might be captain of that division, depending on how that plays out. What matches Symbotics have left? Are they expected to not get 5 RP in any of them? Because if they don't get 5 RP in a single one of them, then that might be how 94.70 takes it. Okay. Symbotics is expected to get 2 RP, or at least 2 RP. No, they're expected to 5 RP every single one of their next matches. So, and one of them is directly against 9470. Qual 100, wow. Okay, so Qual 100 of Archimedes probably decides who's captaining if everything goes to plan. In terms of like just generally, which is that is one that to watch out for. It is literally just 9470 versus 1114. Who's gonna win? Figure it out. That'll be a fun one to watch. Or actually, this one might be close. Citrus against BCR and 4907. 4907's been playing some pretty good defense. Would not be surprised to see them kind of jump up here. Jump on Citrus here and try to play some pretty effective defense there. All right, I'm gonna hop to, let's see. Curie, no. What's on Johnson? 118's playing? Are they on right now? Okay. I'll switch back to 6078 when they actually go, but looks like they're setting up for now. Has the Citrus match? Really? Okay. Yeah, okay. We're definitely gonna watch that one. Okay, we'll just stay on it. What is Statbotics? Who is Statbotics predicting to be the high scorers in this one? Obviously Citrus and probably BCR is what I'd assume, but 4907 was not really playing that much offense. I would take 27 over 1114. I had those 9470 and 27 together in my predictions because 1114's, as soon as you get good defense on them, I think that they're going to lose a lot of their value as a scorer. And obviously, they'll still have a ton of value as a passer, but I wouldn't pick my Alliance 1, pick 1 to be a passer alone. They also win auto a lot, which if that's something you don't like, then maybe you take Rush instead and just say, okay, we're fine losing auto because we want to play that end game period against you. Statbotics is not loading this division right now. Very annoying. Let's see. Okay. Wall matches. Wow. Yeah, true tie. Okay. What? Let's see. Overlay Gadita. What is Statbotics saying? Okay. Thank you, Statbotics. Very cool. Yeah, true tie with nobody getting 500 is kind of insane. I think that if Citrus is going to win this one, they're going to have to defend 2200 somehow or do something to slow them down because they are a tall robot and they're probably going to win auto, I would assume, just off of the fact that 2200 is a tall robot that does auto really well. So if they win auto, you have to have a way to stop them from getting that transition shift being really valuable. So I'd watch out and see what they kind of pull out there to stop 2200 from getting value in that way. That's probably my biggest key here. If I'm Citrus expecting to lose auto, if you're expecting to win auto, I don't know how you win this match. Because obviously you'll have the first transition shift to score, which is nice. But if they're just sitting in the middle and just passing back the entire time, then I don't know how you win, because if they'll clean the neutral zone out so fast, especially when you're doing transition, scoring everything, they'll clean all of that out so fast on their side, and they go over. you'll have to at least have one robot defending BCR, but that still leaves two robots to just score the entirety of the field's worth of fuel, or at least like 100 plus fuel just directly into the hub that was passed back to them. I don't know. I think Citrus would probably try to win auto. I think a lot of these teams are I think someone talked about it on Fun. I don't remember who, but someone was asked about if they want to lose auto, and they're like, I like to play ahead. And I think that's a fine opinion to have, but also, I don't know if it's strategically advantaged for you to play from ahead here. Let's see. Yeah, 4907 passing here first. And then going for, kind of the orbit style, auto where they, okay, well, I guess Citrus loses anyways, just because of the fact that they ended up getting knocked by their partners right here and not able to get over. But now let's see. So Citrus, yep, collecting all of that. Are they going to go score in transition? Okay. Yeah, this is what I don't like. So look, so Citrus going to score here, I don't think that's the correct move to make. Because if you look now at where all the fuel is on the field, BCR was now given free reign to put their entire hopper with fuel. And now 7594 is also in a disadvantageous spot to get that auto, defense on them. And now BCR is able to score for free the entire time. And yes, Citrus is playing defense there. But they're I don't know. BCR is also having some issues here, and there's not really that much scoring going on. They're playing the neutral zone really well, to be fair. But allowing BCR to do that probably gave them like 50 points of value, instead of just playing passing first. Yeah, Citrus is doing sweeps. I like this from 1678, where they're leaving the fuel in the corners here so that it doesn't get touched, so that there's less fuel on the field for these guys to now take. Well, that's really nice. But there is defense on you, and and now look at this. This is like, if unless they really stop BCR here, or 4907 really can't score here at all, and it's just BCR that's scoring. Okay, so 4907 has now given up on scoring and is playing double defense on Citrus from getting back in the first place. Is this not a card? If you're blocking off both of the bumps, is that not a card? If you're using two robots to shut off major areas of the game? I don't like that if it would got called a card, but I think it is in the manual written as a card. And now you have to pull BCR. Oh, yeah. Do they win this? Citrus ends up getting a last hopper off here. Yeah, they win. Blue wins here. Yeah, they win off of like, it's gonna be like 2 points win. If you see the last points there. But if 4907 works, I think Citrus loses that match. I heavily respect Citrus and everything they do, but I also don't think that going to score in your transition period is the correct play after you lose auto. And I think that that's going to end up burning a lot of very good teams, if you end up doing that later and later, because the points are just not worth the denial in the middle of the field, in my opinion. Like, you can tank your shift. Like, it's fine to have only 20 seconds versus 25 scoring, and you're also denying 80 plus fuel from the other alliance. I think that's a worthwhile trade to make. But I guess these guys don't see it that way, which there must be something I'm missing, because I'm sure that they've thought of this as well, and gone through it and just decided that it's not like the worthwhile thing to do. So I don't know what I'm missing, but I'm sure that there's a reason that they're doing the things that they're doing. It was carded in 2018 Chessy Chess Finals. Yeah. Blockading is a major foul now. Really? It didn't get... It got changed to a... Blockading got changed to a major foul only? I swear it used to be a yellow. Yeah, blue wins. Probably by like 2, I assume. 4, yeah, sure. But that's 45 points of penalties. Oh, because BCR was getting defended on the tower, so they had a bunch of tech fouls. Yes, of course. Okay. But yeah, and there's no penalties called on the blockade either. But I guess it was also very fast. Fair enough, I guess. Sure. They ended up getting off of it fast enough. Sure. Let's see. Oh, on Arkham. Oh, you said Newton was doing the replay, right, of 35? That is the replay of 35. Where's 180? Are they? Oh, they're playing defense again. Did they break their turret? No, please tell me they just stole. Yep. Okay, nice. Their turret's working. Lovely. Awesome. Okay. I want to go back and see what they did in this fifth shift. Because the fuel does not look like the fuel pathing or where it is on the field doesn't look right. Like, I feel like you should be able to have so much more fuel on your side after an entire shift of passing back to yourself. So they're just scoring here, which is fine, yes. Oh, okay. Change blockading rule this year. Sure. Yeah, so they're... Oh, it's because there's only 2 robots actually doing passing back to themselves. I see. So all the advantage in endgame kind of just gets negated because you don't have anyone to actually be passing that back to your own alliance. Because 10903 is kind of just stuck here with a drive base that's having some problems, and then you just don't have enough fuel here. I think, yeah, they shouldn't be eating through the reserves yet. You should be going to the middle. Nice decision from them here. And maybe maybe they'll be able to pull out a win if their partners go out. Maybe if they drop this last one in. No, barely not able to. Well, yeah, it's close though. Yeah, I think if 10903 is working there, they definitely win. But I think also just because if 10903 is working, you have someone passing back, and now your end game's actually advantageous versus not being, versus you not having any fuel in this end stockpile. Let's see. Oh, 56 Rush and 1114 are playing together. Potential number 1 alliance in in one match. We'll check that out after when it shows up. Who is on right now? Johnson. Oh, 33 is playing. Oh, whoa. Close match. Okay. And red won auto because, again, the tall robots normally do end up winning auto. But what is 33 doing? Oh, I guess their shooter probably broke because they're only passing. They're only kind of passing with their intake. So it looks like they might end up winning this one actually still, even though their shooter ended up breaking or something ended up breaking there that they can't shoot. Yeah, good for them. I love Rush. I do love Rush. Rush is great. Okay. See, Curie. No. Daily. No. Galileo. No. 600. Wow. Oh, because they have 2 tall robots, and I assume they weren't defended. And if you let two tall robots go for free, yes, you're probably gonna put 600. Okay, I'm just gonna wait for the Archimedes match to start up. This match is going to be what is Statbotics? Statbotics predicts 727. I hope that no one plays defense on 1114 and they break 900. That is my hope. Probably won't happen, but that's my hope.
It's 179's match schedule? No, I did not. What happened to them? Oh my god. Statbotics keeps doing this team not found issue. It's making me very annoyed. Okay, yeah. 27, 11, 14 versus 971. Rest in peace. Only predicted how could their match schedule be that bad? It's crazy. Oh no. Oh. Oh my lord. That is a match schedule indeed. Wow. And then they're predicted to go up against Alt F4 next. Wow. And then they also play. Wow. Yeah. That is messed up. Yeah, we were talking about that. Qual match 100, I believe it is. It's probably if 11-14 wins it like they're expected to, there's still a chance that they that 9470 can jump them, just because of how 9470 schedule works. They're like expected to be very, very close. But if 9470 wins that one, it's done. 9470 just wins the entire division, I think. And honestly, I think that the Archimedes division probably is a better chance on Einstein's if 9470 wins that match and ends up taking captaining. Just because I don't trust the tall bump only robots against really good alliances. Although you could probably say the same thing about 9483 or Roboteers. Or Alpha Dust. Oh my god, Johnson division is loaded with tall robots, actually. How many top EPA tall robots are there on that division? 9483 is a bump only robot. 4946 is a bump only robot. 498 redesigned. Is that it? Is it only 2? I guess it's 2, but it's like the 2 of the 3 best are bump only robots. I thought that that's what they were doing, but it was just bait. They were in fact not redesigning and came with the exact same robot that came with all their district events or regionals rather. All right, what are they doing here? 1511 just in the middle. Mm, but okay, so Symbiotics, I don't know what their auto path is. I really think that the bump only robots should go outside in, inside out rather, and then because everybody else goes outside in, you get so much more fuel when you contest what's not being contested. But I don't know if they're an outside in team. I guess we'll see. Yeah, so they go outside in versus inside out. But I mean, I guess it doesn't matter when you collect that much fuel.
Yeah, now Symbiotics is ready to collect from there. And this is why winning as the bump only robot is so impressive, because you get basically a full hopper here, and that their full hopper is worth double your full hopper, which is why winning an auto is so good for them specifically, is because of the fact that 1114's hopper is so big that they can actually maximize that advantage. Now, yeah, just passing the entire time. Nice. And they have 1511 doing some pretty good passing. But you're not playing defense on Symbiotics, and so if you're not playing defense on Symbiotics, they will kind of okay, they are playing defense on them. Okay, nice. 971 kind of slowing them down. Oh, I like this a lot, actually. Okay, so 971's obviously passing to the middle here, while also not allowing Symbiotics to go. So they're getting value both ways in denying Symbiotics the neutral zone and doing short cycles. They're also denying, they're also passing all the stuff that's getting collected in the middle back to their alliance. So that's really nice for them. And it's honestly a very good way to try to limit that robot and also get value while being a defender. I mean, yeah, you can see how close it is. Wow, are they gonna lose? If they don't let Symbiotics get this next cycle, I think it's possible for Blue Lines to lose this. Yeah, it's like it's doable. Okay, no, Symbiotics gets back. I think it's over now, unless there's some crazy defense. That's not a pin. That wasn't a pin. What are we calling? Okay, yeah, okay. Now this match is over. Yeah, as soon as Symbiotics got that second cycle, it was done. They needed to play some perfect defense on him, and they just weren't able to. Now Symbiotics will dump their entire thing. 800? No, maybe real close though. Hey, it's good defense. They did limit them a bit, but also you didn't play hard defense on them, and the defense wasn't all that effective. It was like good, wasn't all that effective. So, if the pin starts, yes, no, I agree. I just don't think the pin ever should have started there. I 100% agree that they should have moved away. I just don't think there was a pin that should have started there. And okay, 797, real close. Well, how many pins? Okay, so yeah, 787 clean. Very, very nice scoring from them. I think you kind of see. Let me pull this matchup on TBA actually, because the breakdown of this. I think you're gonna see why it's so good for these robots, for the tall robots to win this auto period. As soon as it gets added to TBA. Okay, I'll pull it up after. Let's see. Who is playing? Oh, Madtown about to play on daily. Okay, let's jump over there. After this match. Oh, GRR is on. GRR is on. Are they a tall bot only? I thought they... No, I guess they're tall bot only. Interesting. And they don't have a net either, which is so interesting. Because they're a very good team, 340, but they just are tall bot and also don't have a net to kind of allow themselves to expand even more, because if you're that tall, then who cares at that point? But it might be just due to the fact that they don't want to get height expansion limited, or like get penalized for that. But yeah, no, again, you can see the defense on tall robots kind of coming out. But oh wow, nice spin move there from GRR. That's crazy that you were able to do that with that heavy of a robot. And then they might be able to pull off the 500 here actually. Yeah, especially if they collect nice. Yep, nice collecting here. And then no defense on you now, and you can just come back and just dump this entire thing. That's probably 500. 3. Yeah, they get 500. Yeah, no, really impressive. Well done from them. Let's see. Archimedes division. Okay, here it is. Let's pull it up. Okay. So, what is it? What was the final score? Let's just look at it. Yes, blue wins. How much was it? 514. Yeah, and they end up getting the 500 RP. Or, yeah, 5 RP there. Jumping up in ranking. Nice. So, this is why it's so important for the Symbiotics to kind of win this. Is because they're able to. So, Rush basically didn't score during this time period. If we're being honest, Rush was just playing in the middle. So this 66 points is basically all just Symbiotics, just being able to score in transition, which is why it's so good for them to win in auto, because their hopper is so big that they're able to score 66 points in transition. And so if they're winning in auto and you have 66 points from them alone, and obviously next time I guess you'd have Rush probably also scoring at that point as well. So let's say 100 points in transition being scored there versus another alliance that is probably 2 short trenched robots. Probably maximum hopper space they'd end up getting is like 40 each, and you only get 80 total versus like 100 total. And so now you're getting 20 extra points because you have Symbiotics on your alliance because you have a tall robot. So that's why it's important for them to win auto, because you also get the points of auto, of just winning auto and being ahead of them. And then you also get the extra points of how big your hopper is and the extra fuel you can hold being added on. And I think that at that point, you could probably play the game well enough where your endgame's good enough to win. I think that this endgame and Shift 4 should not have been nearly as good as it was. It was kind of ridiculous that they allowed Symbiotics to kind of just score, but I think that was just because it's a qual match and they wanted to hit the 500 RP. But if this was an Elam's match and they actually cared about winning the match way more, and they're like, we have to win the match, we don't care about RP, I think this number would have been cut in at least half, or this combined number would have been cut in at least half, because Symbiotics would have been hard defended the entire match. But yeah, that's why I think it's so important for you to win transition, just because if you're a big robot, because you need to have that, especially with the fact that you're also disadvantaged throughout the entire game. You at least need to have one part of the game where you're able to score effectively without getting defended at all. Oh yeah, 1323 is here, by the way, in case I did not mention. Tide has it dropped less than 700 points every game. Yeah, that checks out. They play the game the best, I think, in the world right now. Not even just from robot perspective. I think they play the game the best in the world. Yeah, I also have daily. Tide, Madtown, yeah. They're gonna win the whole thing. I think if you're gonna stop them, you're gonna have to figure out how you stop 2 turrets that score the same speed as dumpers, and also get some crazy steel bot going, which I don't think is gonna be happening from any other division, except for maybe Hopper. Hopper is the only one I can see where if you get like a... Actually, let me pull up the Hopper division right now. Hopper division. Yeah, okay. Hopper is the only division I can see where if you get OP and then you get maybe who's probably gonna... If you get OP and maybe you get Denim Venom and you just gamble on Denim Venom being better than their EPA says, or maybe you just take a dumper robot. Either way, I don't really care. Just someone there. And you get OP in a dumper. And then how deep is this field? What's the 24th for EPA team? Like Team Titanium, Mars Wars. What you might be able to do is grab a really good tall robot. That might be how you end up stopping them. Is you get a robot that's very tall and able to pass at a very fast, able to pass across the entire field, and then have them kind of eat all the fuel that High Tide would have picked up anyways, and you just have them sit with 100 fuel the entire match, and then you have your alliance sit, your outpost maybe, you just use that as well, and you deny 50 fuel through that, so then you deny like 150 fuel from the field overall, and you play a denial game. But I think High Tide plays that better than you anyways. It's like, it's just too, I don't know if it's possible for anyone to beat them unless they play the Starvation game, and I think High Tide and Madtown together play a Starvation game better than anyone else in the world. I don't think it's, I think they just kind of win. I don't think Dumper matters, because I think as soon as they start getting on Einstein and playing the Starvation game against Dumpers, the Dumpers are gonna see a lot of hell rained on them because they're not gonna get any fuel collected. It's gonna feel bad. And Madtown again, kind of sacking some of their auto scoring so that they can go to the middle earlier and use the transition period. And immediately, as soon as they're done scoring transition, and they go back in there. Now they're just immediately into passing from the neutral zone, cleaning up all of that from the middle. And I think what they were trying to do is have someone over here go steal, but it looks like they got beached, so they're going to be the ones to go steal instead. And start passing all of that, cleaning up the neutral zone very nicely. And now, yeah, 1323 will just kind of eat through everything. I also think that even if we saw 2050 Alliance, I can see winning against the other alliances, because I think that these guys can play such a disgusting denial game of fuel, if depending on their third pick, that any double Dumper alliance will just die of starvation against them. Like, that you just won't be able to collect fuel in a fast enough manner to be able to score efficiently at all, versus them, who are going to be able to search their entire field or their entire alliance zone with shoot on the move and be able to do all of that the entire shift. Yeah, and 1323 is good at the game, guys. I think 1323 might be good at the game. They're so aware of how to play against defense too. Like, it's so nice. As soon as they see the defense trying to cut in front of them here, okay. As soon as they see the defense kind of get in front of them here, they're like, okay, we can leave the reserves for later. Let's just go back out to the neutral zone and score all of that. And then I think this is the biggest mistake people do, is they try to go back and score, and obviously they're doing it because it's a qual match, or they want to show themselves off or whatever. In Elam's matches, if I see a defender robot on 1323 leave at the last 30 seconds because they're scared of the tower, I'm going to lose my mind. You cannot allow them to just score for the last 30 seconds uninterrupted, especially because you've spent the entire game, you're probably down from auto, and you need to starve them somehow, and you need to be able to be playing defense on them if you want to stop them at all. Yep, end up winning the match. Yeah, 590. Oh, don't hit 600. Unlucky. Yeah, 128, 470 clean. It's so nice. It's just High Tide and Madtown. It's just going to happen. There's no other world. Unless Madtown explodes, or High Tide explodes, I don't think there's any world where they're not together at the number one ranked alliance. And even then, I think that they'd probably pick each other because they're sure that they're going to win Einstein's anyways, because they probably have a second robot. Let's see. What matches are... Oh, 1706 is playing... Oh, 1706 just ended. 1987 and Strike Force are actually playing right now. Or Strike Zone are actually playing. Yeah, Strike Zone. Let's see, where's that Curie? So 1987 die rotor turret. The clip of Madtown defending a Dumper with their intake. Yeah, I did. Yeah, yeah. That's Unfair. It's unfair. They're too good. Should not be allowed. They are going to. I think they are the dumper killers. Anybody who kind of is very, very dumper pilled will see Mad Town and High Tide play and to realize that dumpers are not the way to go because they will just get starved out. But yeah. So 1987 probably will end up as the second alliance pick here, maybe first pick here. I actually haven't seen the EPA of this division at all, and obviously EPA is highly inaccurate, but it is a good standard to base stuff on. Yeah, they're about equal with Strike Zone and Valor. So these two, Valor, and then also Mercenary, are probably going to be ending up being the second and third alliance in some combination there. So basically, Dive Rotor Turret, very, very, very good dumper from 5460. A flap that folds to max height just to block dumpers. That's kind of just what they did. Yeah, so the big thing about Strike Zone, not Strike Force, the big thing about Strike Zone is that their drivers are incredibly good. They also have the Citrus extension on their hopper. I ended up getting caught here on the trench, which is unlucky, but their drivers are very, very good at doing the stealing and driving on the other side of the alliance, or on the other side of the field rather. That's kind of what makes them so good. Like, their robot itself is good, yes, but them going all the way to the other side is what makes them like incredibly good and makes them have like a top 3 pick or a top 3 captain on this. Yeah, I mean, the passing here is so good. Oh, someone's gonna take broke. Uh-oh. What is Bronco Bots doing? Oh, that's interesting. They're kind of delaying their. That's such a cool idea. Okay, so they basically, if you saw them, they're sitting here, and I don't know if it was just because they're late and they didn't realize, which very much it could be, but they were sitting here and then they passed their entire hopper, collected a new hopper, and then went back and scored that one, and then went to go collect. And basically, what that allows you to do is, because Strike Zone is already scoring into the hub, all of this coming back anyways, and so now you're basically recycling the fuel that they scored and then just spending a little bit of time to make sure that the other alliance isn't able to grab it, and so you get more fuel that way. Interesting idea. And then now you have Strike Zone coming back here with an entire hopper worth of fuel. 6497 stop. Oh, yeah. Unlucky. Wait, this is really close, actually. Even though Red's kind of pulling away with it. Maybe could have been an upset if 6497 doesn't break here. Tragic. Nice defense from 11-304 though, really denying Rambots from getting back. But that's a tech foul. Yo! Why aren't they punishing that? They could have won the match there. They could have very easily won the match there if they just didn't allow Strike Zone to get out of the tower, and they actually contacted them as much as possible there, because you're allowed to the way the rule's written, you're allowed to intentionally make contact if the other alliance robot is inside the tower zone or near it. You're allowed to force hit them and connect them with that. So maybe there was a chance to win the match there. I don't think you would have gotten 60 points worth of penalties out of it anyways, because I think they would have gotten out. But again, kind of shows you, right? They're really good at going through the tower. They are so adept at that skill specifically. And they're incredible at that, making sure that they get out in a very clean manner. Let's see. Where is it? All right, what match is going on now? Oh, qual 58 on Hopper with 581, 2102, and 2056, huh? Expected 773. Okay, let's see. I guess that's after this one, but either way, Celtics and Ratchet and Mars Wars. Oh wow, yeah, three very good teams on the other side here as well. How is this close? Are the Blue just doing a really nice job stealing? This, like, I don't think this should be close. I guess, oh, Mars Wars might be broken because they're playing hard defense. Ah, that would explain it, actually, probably. Yeah, if they're just playing defense, then yeah, that would do it. But this game, yeah, okay, this match is kind of over now because they didn't capitalize on this fifth shift. Oh wait, they're also winning in auto. Yeah, okay, they won auto. This match is over. The Red Alliance has set up time as well. Yeah. Looks like 1706 is having issues with their shooter though. Not really able to get up or get the fuel up off of their robot. Might have electrical problems. They were browning out a little bit before as well. They do not hit the 500. Wow, don't hit the 500. Barely. 4888 fuel at the top here, 10 penalty points. Wow. Very close. Yeah. Okay, here we go. 2056 Paradox and 581. It's supposed to be 770, but I really hope they do break 800 at least. That would be fun to watch. Who do you think ItCon will take if they end up rank 1? Are they gonna which division are they on? They're on Newton, right? No, that's wrong. Oh no, they are a Newton. Okay. Take it they rank 1. Bare Metal has a higher EPA. But I think the Jack in the Bot is probably a better pick than them. Like, I would trust Jack in the Bot more in terms of just raw balls per second. It's so much better, and Jack in the Bot's passing is nicer. And also, I think Jack in the Bot's EPA is kind of lower for no reason, because historically, whatever, that's how EPA works. Robo Tigers is the only one I think I'd consider over Jack in the Bot. The only reason for that is because if you want to go turret, I think you go Robo Tigers. Robo Tigers turret is incredibly good. They know how to do the nuanced things with the turret. They're really good at blocking stealing specifically, which I think if you're playing up against like Jack in the Bot and Bare Metal, they're going to be stealing up against you. Anyways, and so that's very nice for blocking. But I think it's kind of between them. I would expect to see 1796 or or Jack in the Bot be the two that get picked. 604 is nice, but they're also bump only, which is the main issue. And they're also not like crazy good in terms of pure scoring. Like, they're good, but they're not like 90-43 where I'm scared if I'm against them because I picked someone else. So, or like an 11-14 where I'm terrified that I'd have to play them if I pick someone else, which is my main thing with them, where it's like they're really good, but I don't know if they're pick one by ItCon good, which is why I'd go with Robo Tigers instead, because they have the flexibility of the trench only as well. And then you have like really high scoring, but I think Jack in the Bot's probably the pick that they'll end up going with. Jack in the Bot's probably the best one to look at. Or Bare Metal. I mean, either of them really good. I just kind of rate Jack in the Bot higher because I think EPA is a little bit fraudulent right now for them. What is the OPR actually for the Newton division? TBA should have that. Insights. OPR wise. Yeah, OPR has Jack in the Bot as by far, bar none, the highest. It's not even close. Alliance 1 won't win Newton. It's possible. Who would the other alliances be? ItCon picks. If ItCon picks 2910, then cool. Oh wait, actually, I should look at simulation on actual rankings. Yeah. Okay, so my main thing is I think they take 2910 because then you don't allow 2910 to take whoever they want at rank 2, and then you make Quicksilver take whoever they're gonna end up picking, and you kind of just nerf the entire field by doing that. So. Proof's playing in Curry 59. Okay, yeah, we'll check that out after this match. So actually, let's pull it up for now. Sure. This match is taking a bit to start. I'll pull up this match immediately after. But so if I'm doing this, I'd take Jack in the Bot because now I have ItCon and Jack in the Bot. My rank 2 captain is now Quicksilver, who will take, let's say, Bare Metal. So they'll be pulled up from up. Then 973 probably takes Robo Tigers. And now you have a 5th Alliance captain that is a 139 EPA. That is much lower than everybody else. Oh, shoot. Match starting. No, let's back up a bit. Like, I think just in terms of a match strategy, you probably do that. All right. Yeah, and they have the follow auto as well set up for them. Okay. And 2056 shooting. And oh, nice. Their follow auto moves the corner. I think it'd be probably better if they move to the outpost, but I guess the way their geometry works, that probably wouldn't score. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, 224. 224 coming out of transition. Okay. And now is 2056 going to go steal? There's not really much in the neutral zone for you to do. Yeah, but yeah, you can't go at this point. You have to leave now. Okay, nice decision making there. It kind of got confused whether they should go or not, and then at that point you should say no, we don't go because we're not going to get caught. And then yeah, just starting to score everything back. 3175 doing a pretty good job though. Doing a good job kind of denying fuel. You can see that they're bump only, and so just being there and eating through all that fuel is doing a much better job than any other robot that's a trench robot as well would do. Yeah, I mean 374 is nothing to slouch at, but I think the Red Alliance is doing a very nice job kind of limiting the Blue Alliance here, because if 3175 wasn't doing that, I think that 2056 and 581 probably end up at 500 right now. If I'm being completely honest, they have so much. And now, yeah, look at this 2056 kind of being defended because they have to get them off, kind of being slow to go. Obviously, it won't end up mattering because the fact that they just score so much where it doesn't matter, and the other alliance doesn't have enough scoring potential to match them at all. But they'll end up getting the 500. Just won't end up being like a 700 plus match probably. Maybe it will, and I'll be pleasantly surprised, but I doubt it. Yeah. Okay. Nice. Yeah. Nice passing here. Would like to see you move to the neutral zone. Yep. Nice. And probably collect from here so that 2056 doesn't have to go there. Okay. 581 collects from there anyways. Nice. 3 seconds. Yeah. It's not bad, but it's not incredible. Just because I think that the Red Alliance did a really nice job limiting them the entire match, keeping 2056 here for a little bit too long inside their own shift. 3175 eating through 2056's reserves off that transition period. Just in general, nice stuff overall being done from the Red Alliance, but obviously it doesn't end up mattering because they have 2056, 581, and 21-2. I don't think you're going to be able to do anything. All right, let's check out that 254 match. Oh my god, this match is going to be close. 125 and Spectrum versus 254. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay, so if we're going to look at, let's see. I want to pull up the Newton division. So if you just look at, let's say, the Quicksilver and whoever they pick, because I want to talk about this conversation. If I just go by EPA, this is the 23rd team and 24th team. Okay. How EPA is never accurate for anybody past. EPA is not accurate. EPA is good for making tier lists of teams. It's not accurate for if you want to rank robots directly. Like, I don't think that comparing these two, EPA will ever tell you which one is better. But my top 10 in the world is High Tide, Madtown. I'd go High Tide 1 for sure. And then, I'd say Madtown 2. Madtown 2 for sure. Yeah, High Tide 1, Madtown 2. Then, do I like Citrus or 254 more than Jack in the Bot? I don't know. So, okay, you know what? I'm going to write it out. Let's see. High Tide 1, Madtown 2. I think I'll take... I just don't trust 9043 in playoffs in Einstein's elims. Like, I just don't trust a tall bot. 3932 will defend. Yo, I'm so down to see it. Let's go. I think 2056 3. And then 254 4. Honestly, maybe not even 2056 3. Maybe 254 is 3. Yeah, 2910 also. That's what I'm considering. I don't know who between them, 254 and 1678 is the best drum. I think it genuinely just might be 2910. Because 254 is not being... I guess we'll watch them here, but they weren't doing some optimizations. Have you been watching this for 9 hours? Yes, I have. Well, I guess 8 hours and 30 minutes because I went to have lunch. Drummond, yeah, I think it's 2910. Okay, you know what? Let's make a list. I think High Tide 1, 1323. Oh my god, my handwriting's terrible. I think 1323 is 2. I think I'd go 2910 3 just because their BPS is so high. And then I have to put 254 at that point And no, you know what? No, I'd go 20. Let's talk about it after. Let's just watch this match. Okay, so 125 is up against 254. 125 is really late and gets nothing because of that. And 254 gets all of that fuel. And Spectrum also gets caught here. Okay, so they're going to end up losing auto by a lot. Probably. Unless Spectrum gets back in a nice way. How much do they lose by? 50-ish? 60-ish? Okay. Only 40, definitely comebackable. But I think you need to have, 125 immediately going to passing. Love that from them. So they have Spectrum doing the immediate scoring, and 125 is the one who's going to contest the middle and be scoring actively. And 254 jammed? Because they didn't score. Did you watch the Division Qual 46? I believe I did. 254 looks kind of broken here, right? Or is this a jam? That might be a fuel jammed in them. Are they playing defense now? Oh my god. And 125 is ranking 1 at Curie. Oh, you did say to watch 39, 32's defense. Yeah, let's watch him. But yeah, 125 is ranking first on Curie. One, two, you have to back up. Okay, avoid the penalty, but now... No, they didn't even avoid the penalty because they didn't wait for it to cancel before they went back in. End up getting a pin call there. I mean, it's good bump defense, but they were just a little bit late last time. I like the fact that they're playing the turret. They're doing the turret passing while they're playing defense. I like that a lot. I think it's very effective. But I think they probably should have played more on this side because 125 is the cleanup. 2054 is unjammed. Okay, here we go. Maybe it's close now. And 125's back, yeah. But again, wow, they are just not letting 254 back. That's so good. Okay, Spectrum is just getting knocked by 39-32. Wow, the defense here is very nice. And then we have 125, 1, 2, back up out. Nice, cancel the pin. 10 seconds. Oh, you should have gone in 125. You shouldn't be playing on the turret at the end. And they should... Wait, where's the... No tech foul call? Oh, were they not against the tower? What happened there? Yeah, no, 254 is much better than 125. Yes, I agree. Wow, we're watching that match back. There's so much that went on there. Okay. So obviously out of auto. Okay, what? So out of transition, when does 254 realize they're jammed? Is that what it is? Actually, look at their net here. Does their trench hit the ball into their intake from the top? Yeah, it does. That's how they jam. Because they have a fuel on top of their net, so it jams that way, and now they can't fire because they have one plugged in at the top of that, at the top there. And now, even with 254 not being able to score, 125 still piling on fuel. Spectrum's trying to grab fuel here and is getting defended by 39-32. Not allowed in. I don't know. I think they probably win this match if 125 just stops trying to be efficient and just goes and helps the partner because they have fuel in there. Like, maybe not win the match, but they would have been a lot closer. Like, Spectrum just kind of got rocked by 39-32 because 125 is not going over and playing counter defense with the turret. Like, you have a turret, you have the shoot on the move, you should be the one to go over there and play the defense. And 254 now is playing defense on their active shift because they're still jammed. I guess they're not. Yeah, they're still jammed. Not allowing 125 out. And now there's counter defense on them for that. And then now we're basically playing double defense. And now 254 unjams here, I guess, at this point. Yeah, unjams at this point. Realizes that they can score now. And Spectrum's still getting defended. I don't know why 125 won't go over and play counter defense here. Like, yes, I know you want to be efficient as a robot. Yes, it's good to play there. But if you're playing against defense and your dumper bot is getting rocked by defense, you need to be there to help them. 2056 does it for a reason. It's so good. Nice steal from 254 here, eating through 125's reserves. And now where does 125 go? 7 seconds left. Still just kind of sit there. And you don't have any fuel to collect. Again, you should be going here and just blocking off 3932 from defending Spectrum so they can get that fuel out. And instead, now Spectrum's sitting here with a full hopper of fuel. And what are they going to do except go back to the middle and pass it? And now they're going to go over and steal. And 254 is obviously just going to be dumping everything. Very nice, right? 254 is doing incredibly well. And they eat, so nice, actually. Eating directly in front of where 125 will want to pass to go back because they know the time is low for 125 to get back. That's lovely. And then they rotate around, collect all that neutral zone fuel. And then, yeah, score all of that, get around the defense because of that. And then again, Spectrum just getting blocked by 3932. Wow. Yeah, no, you're right. 3932's defense is quite good. This is really effective against that dumper. I think that it shouldn't be effective because 125 should be playing better defense, or counter defense rather. But I think that it worked very effectively. And did they get the 500 here actually? Yeah, 510 clean. And they get the 5 RP. And that basically kicks them up to being rank 1, probably by the end of the event. Is there any other good match? That's a good point. Let's check it out. High Tide's playing right now. Lovely. Let's go see. So again, they're doing the hub collect one. So basically what High Tide does is when they have someone who's collecting the outpost, they'll go and collect, do their double pass. But when they don't, what they'll do is they'll do this pathing where they go out and they slam into the hub to make sure they collect everything in the middle. And then they'll go to the outpost to shoot the rest of it out. 111, really nice. And then come back, obviously just dump the rest of the entire hopper out. Then let's see. They get called for a penalty here because they collected fuel out of the hub. But they're so good. And they're getting defense on them by 999, but you just... Okay. As soon as they're in, you can't defend them anymore. You can't move them. Yeah, you can't defend them anymore. I mean, it's nice that they're getting in front of the reserves, but it doesn't matter because they're just going to go over here and steal everything anyways. Like, 7, 6, and 3, 2. No, wow, nice defense. I mean, they're playing double defense, to be fair. Yeah, and they're just passing everything back. If they stole this, maybe this ends up being a lot closer. Let's see. The passing is incredible from High Tide. Are they not going to get... No, they'll end up getting 500 this match. They can just clear around this way if they want. But they block the stealing off. Nice decision from them again. Using the turret for that utility of being able to deny your opponents of doing the actions that they want to do. And then again, leave the reserves for the very end because you know that they're not going to seal it anyways. So we're going to go back to the middle, collect all of it this way, and then figure out how you're going to get around the defense. Oh, they can just score from here, yeah. Getting defended, they're on the bump, halfway tilted, still scoring. Like, come on. This is so ridiculous. They get through, and are they going to get 500? Do they hit? I don't know. 6, 5, 4, 3. No. No 500. No 500. Probably gonna be like 493 ish, something like that. 482 fuel, right? The 487 isn't accurate for 500 fuel, but I mean, I don't think you can look at that match and say that that's High Tide's fault ever. Yeah, Red Wins. Is it 500 though? Wait, they got it? No, they didn't. 20 points of penalties. So only 4 RP. Only 4 RP. Bro, they basically just soloed 400 points. Like, what? But yeah, let's see. I'm going to jump to another match, but we can talk about ranking the teams here. Let's see. Team Scream. Estimation average went down. Yes, I'm so disappointed they couldn't even put up 700 with the rank 16 and rank 58 team. That's so tragic. I can't believe them. Orbit low-key struggling. Yeah, I don't know what's happened. I think it's kind of just their robot hasn't played a real comp yet, so they've been having issues with the field. I don't know what it is. Team Scream's playing on Johnson though, so let's check that one out. And you know what? Let's get all the teams out. Who are my top teams in this entire? Oh, rank 1, rank 4, and then rank 25. Nice. And Team Scream here. Lovely. Who do I think is the... So, High Tide's my number 1 team, I think, just undoubtedly. Oops. I think I just put 1323 second. Like, they're kind of just High Tide, but haven't... I don't even know if I think their driver's worse. I just think that he hasn't prove himself. He or her, whoever it is, hasn't had to prove themselves to be better yet, because High Tide's been doing a lot more nuanced stuff and showing it off so far. But I think their drivers are about equal, and they're both incredible. And then honestly, hot take, it's 2910 as my third best. And then I think... I think it's 254. It's 254, 2056. It's one of the two. It might be 2056. That feels like disrespect to 254 though. No, I like having a turret way more. I think the only reason I have Jack in the Bot over 2056 is just because I'm scared of 2910's BPS being so ridiculous as a passer. But otherwise, I'd put 2056 above them instantly. But yeah, okay, so 2056, I think, is my third. Or, sorry, my fourth. And then easily 254 then. I don't think it's an argument for anyone after that. It has to be 254. Who after that? Like, I'm thinking Citrus, probably, but I didn't like the way Citrus was playing their autos. I didn't like the idea of them losing auto and still going to score. But that's obviously just something they can play in terms of, like... 250 Curie is kind of just 254 and everybody else is there. And someone's going to get a ride to Einstein with them. Let's see. Who else's teams? The Crew, Symbiotics, Rush. I'd put Citrus over all of them, maybe. No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. I think the Crew are 27. One of them is here. I might go with the Crew, actually. 77, 69. And then I'd go 27. Then I'd go 1678, because I think there's no argument for them after that. And then... what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then after that, I'll put 11, 14, because I think their passing value is still incredibly high. And then probably 94, 83 after that. I think that's my top 10 right now. And yeah, I left out Itcon, but maybe it's just IdCon over 9483. No, 9483 is too good. It's hard. It's hard. Everyone's very good. Yeah, we'll jump to 131 in auto. What? Team Scream and whoever rank 1 is cooking here. Okay. I want to check out Team Scream here though, because they were doing really nice. That might end up being like a third or second captain here, and then we'll jump over to Jack in the Bot. Best team not champs, easily Outliers. I think Outliers is probably a top 10 team in the world if they show up here. 56-87. I honestly, I don't even think probably. I think they're better than they're the 7th best team in the world if they show up to Worlds. Hot take. What is happening here? Okay, so defense getting played on them, but they have a Steeler sitting here the entire time that's kind of just been there. I feel like they should probably be cutting in front. But Scream's getting around the defense pretty nicely, and then they have a pretty good amount of scoring going on. But I actually, you know what? No, I like this. I like that the defense is here. They're playing half defense, and they're playing actually good defense. You're kind of knocking them off that in the first place, and they're also playing denial, and you've now made the turret basically have nothing to collect. It's actually very nice. I like this a lot, actually. Look at this. 34-14 can't do anything. I mean, obviously 34-14 isn't like 254, but the defense here is very well played, and you can see that as soon as they're not playing defense actively, they're going back to passing back to Team Scream. And Team Scream's doing a great job here as well as 1792, kind of just eating through whatever's getting passed over to them and getting all of that into the hub. I really like the setup, actually. I think Team Scream, I don't know who made the strategy, but whoever did, I like it a lot. And then you get more defense on them here. You're able to rotate them around. You're defending two robots at once. And okay, now I guess the idea is they want to get the 500, so they pull the robot back, sure. But in Elam's match, I think you probably keep them there. A fully functional 1690 is probably just 2056. I think very similar. Do they end up getting... Okay, they hit the 500, probably, with that. Yeah, they probably hit the 500. Okay, let's look at 2010, yeah. Newton, right? I think. Yeah, Newton. Okay, let's go. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I mean, look at the collect. There's so much. Okay. Do they still get over? Oh, they end up getting stuck on the hub, yeah. Okay, so they lose. I want to see how they play this after they lose auto, actually. Let's see. Okay, you have a full hopper. I think it's okay if you already have a full hopper after missing auto for you to go do that. But, yeah, but now if you're doing that, sure, you got 2 hoppers in, but against an alliance that's actually like a high scoring alliance, I think that kind of burns you if you lose auto there. Because you have 3 robots probably actively contesting the neutral zone, and you have nothing now. I don't know. Everybody's doing it where they're kind of just leaving auto in auto after they lose. They're just scoring anyways, and they're going to just score cycles. But oh yeah, 2910 is the best dumper. I think it's close. 254 is good, but I think that 254 is close because of the driver, not because of just the robot. I think 2910 is the best robot, yes. Let's see. Yeah, because I've seen 2910 get defended before, and it's happened. There has been good defense on them. It's worked before. But 254 I've never seen get actively defended for a long stretch of time. But obviously that can change, right? You get experience at Worlds, you get better and better against playing defense. So that's all kind of in the air. But I think 2910 will be very, very good. Let's see. 2910. Yeah. I mean, they're doing a great job collecting from neutral. I mean, the passing is so ridiculous. Like, that's 1114 level of passing. And it's on a trench robot that can get through the trench as well. Like, it's too good. It's too good. Yeah, they're just incredible. Yeah, they are the best, but it is close because of 254 being a very good driver. And yeah, they might be better than 2056. You know what? They might be better than 2056. They're too good. But I do want to see what happens when the dumper gets starved by teams like Madtown and 1323, because I think that's when you have 2056 and 1690 get their most value. But yeah, I mean, that's so good. It's just so incredible. When are they ending for today? Seems like after the next match with ItCon in it, they're gonna end. Let's see. Who else is up right now? Orbit's about to play on Orbit's about to play with Wildsing. And then 9483 is about to play. All right, let's go to Orbit's match. We were talking about them. Let's see it. Rank 24 right now as well. I mean, I think if there's going to be an alliance to break High Tide and 1323, is it ItCon and Jack in the Box? Can they break them? Actually, it might be. Yeah. If there's an alliance that'll beat them, it's probably going to be ItCon and Jack in the Bot. But I think that they won't, because they're just going to get starved out by 1323 and High Tide. Wildsting was looking good, but they weren't looking like 750 plus good. Something to watch out for. Like, they looked good. Their die rotor's also shorter now, so the trench as well. But I don't know what was going on, but they weren't doing the greatest. Yes, 1323 not 2. They pick up drop some fuel. They pick up the drum rebuild meta. Drum rebuild is not going to win worlds, is my opinion. 1323 High Tide are going to win worlds with the die rotor. And so when people say starve High Tide and Madtown, who are the alliances that are going to do that? Because in order to starve them correctly, you need to have a robot that can move and shoot, because you need to be able to both defend your all the robots that are going to go attack your starvation, and you're going to also have to score at the same time. And those two have to be turrets. And I don't think there are two turrets on any division other than maybe 2056 and Denim Venom or 1706. Maybe those two together can play the starvation game. But I think that you can just have Madtown and High Tide play it better than anybody else if you're going to play the starvation game. Newton, I know they definitely got enough turrets. Newton, yeah, but if you're going on Newton and it's going to be ItCon and Jack in the Bot, then they're going to have a turret as their third. If you have a turret as your third, then you only have one turret there that's going to play defense on two robots trying to jump you. I don't know if you're going to be able to do that, or you're going to have to sacrifice ItCon or Jack in the Bot scoring to go stop High Tide and Madtown. And either way, what you can have them do is they can just sit here. You can have Madtown and High Tide sit here and just wait for you to score and just funnel that all out, and now you can't play the game anymore because they'll just defend you coming back in. I don't know. I don't know if High Tide and Madtown have that idea of starvation. If they don't, then I think it's definitely an open worlds. But if they do know and are thinking about that kind of idea of starvation using their die rotors, then I think this world's is kind of done. Unless Jack in the Bot pulls out something insane. And ItCon can obviously do it too. But it will have to be very impressive.
And 1690 looks fine, guys. They look pretty good, I think. Yeah, yeah, 170. You know what? No, 1690's driver. No, I won't say that. They're not better than 2056's driver, but their 1690's driver might be the second best, third best, second best driver in the world at the neutral zone collection of turrets. I think High Tide is better because High Tide's better because they're High Tide, but I think 1690's pathing through the neutral zone is so beautiful to watch. And if you want to watch inside of the neutral zone, inside of your own zone, I think you watch 2056 for driving. Like, oh, caught in the trench, caught in the bump. Nope, they're good. I mean, okay, no, you were right. They dropped 750 plus, I guess. 400 points right now in 2 shifts, and they're probably they're gonna pass back the entire way. Well, I guess a lot of it does come down to whether you're getting defended or Red Alliance is trying to actively steal or not, and it seems like Red just doesn't really want to. So yeah, I guess go for world record. It probably won't happen, but go for it. Yeah, I think if they wanted a world record, they'd probably have someone sitting here passing back the entire time. Oh, they have someone there. Okay, wait. It's only 300 from here. They have 30 seconds to get 300. It's definitely doable, especially because they're passing here. It might be possible. Okay. No, they're not going to end up getting it. There's not enough fuel on their side. They'll break 700 though. Right? Yeah, they'll break 700. 750? 780? Oh, well, I guess some of that is penalties too, but still 720 fuel is incredibly good. Okay, so the reason the best starvation turrets are Madtown and High Tide, and also Denim Venom. But the Denim Venom's robot has been iffy, which is why I'm confused about them. Because I think they can very much be like High Tide and Madtown if they end up getting their robot to work the way it's intended to. 770, yeah, no, incredible. Yeah, you were right, 750 plus. It's 755 clean. Wow. 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 Okay. But yeah, no, Orbit's probably also top 6. You know what? Orbit's probably better than 1678. Yeah, I think I'd say that. Yeah, no, it's impressive. But if you're gonna, if Denim gets their bot working, I think that division can very much contest High Tide and Madtown. Let's see. Is there any other good matches on today? Who's up? Oh, well, let's just go to Denim. Sure. They're playing against them in 3015 are playing against Wyndham or 3467. Oh, they're FTA on the field. Okay, we'll come back to this. Who else is playing? Itcon playing right now. Guess last match of the day. Yeah, maybe. No. Zone deep. What do you mean? Zone. Okay, so zone defense. Actually, let me just pull up a field here from Hopper. Okay, so zone defense is kind of just what I'm talking about when I'm talking about starvation. Where you have the this is, I've never actually explained the entire thing, I don't think, but this is kind of what I'm thinking about when I think 1323 and High Tide are going to win the whole thing, is because my idea is that if you win auto as 1323 and High Tide, I guess even if you lose auto, you know what? Even if you lose auto, either one is good. You're basically, the idea is you have 1323 and High Tide and probably a third robot. Let's say a third robot here, whatever their third robot ends up being, are all actively passing from the neutral zone back to their zone. And then what you do is you have High Tide come here,
and you have Madtown come here. And if they send Steelers over, you block them off and score at the same time. And you block them off and you score at the same time. And you have one person in the middle that is not allowing anybody to go into the bumps. And now you've essentially made it so what you can do is you can have because they only have 3 robots, right? Oh my god. So if they only have 3 robots and you have one robot here scoring while being set up there to block, one robot here scoring while set up to block, one robot here scoring while set up to block. If you see that there's a robot here, then one of these robots can block. And another one comes here, you can shift this one over to block. And a third robot, whichever way they come, you can shift this to block. And if you have gotten all of the fuel on your side in the first place, what are they going to do? How are they going to score? Because you can just stop them from getting fuel at all the entire match if you just shift this theory down, because there's no world in which they'll be able to move around faster than you can if you shift like this correctly. Because even if they say, okay, well, we'll go through the bump, and we'll go through the bump, and we'll go through the trench, well, we can just move this robot down, we're blocking your bump, you move down, we're blocking your bump, and you're here. And because going over the bump takes time to get over it, you now have extra reaction time to go block them. And so if you have gotten all of the fuel on your side and you can do that little movement around there, they're done. Like, the game's over. And then I think that defense applies to any defense in general, where I think this is kind of the best way to play defense is if I'm a Blue Alliance, if I'm a Red Alliance robot defending a Blue Alliance robot, I will never play man defense on you. Well, I'll play man defense on you, but I will never try to go outside of my neutral zone. I will always just sit in here and block off whichever path you're taking, because it is the best way to do it, because you kind of force them to make the decision before and you can react to the decision, versus you have to react on the fly to them trying to outdrive you in the open field, which is making life hard for yourself for no reason. In their zone during your shift. Well, yeah, I think that's kind of just defense. I don't think there's any other defense. Oh, Icon's up, thanks. I don't think there's any other type of defense in this game that's good. Like playing push defense is kind of just bad. Unless they're already inside and there's a robot that you think you can rotate, sure, go for it, I guess. But playing zone defense is the only real type of defense in this game, I think. Like, hitting a turret's not going to give you that much value. Especially when you play against good teams that are weighted at the bottom and will not move. You're not going to get value off of that. I'm on the wrong match. It is Newton, right? Okay, thumbs up. Nice. Yeah, I mean, Icon's so good. Okay, so the only thing that I think might be an issue with Jack in the Bot is that they don't have the extendable hopper, where you can, where it kind of allows you to use the waiting auto as an advantage, like Symbiotics does. That's my only thing with Jack in the Bot. Other than that, they're a perfect robot for a dumper. Because Icon has that right now, where now every time they win auto, they're able to fill up completely. And because their hopper space ends up being bigger, they actually are able to utilize the transition shift scoring to like the maximum potential, which is really nice for them. Yeah, I mean, it's so good. Like, Idcon's robot is very good. And obviously, you'll look at Jack in the Bot and be like, wow, they have a higher BPS. But there's a reason Idcon is the 10th highest EPA robot in the world. They're incredibly high scoring. Although they're getting defended pretty heavily here. Having to pull a lot of resources on their team to get them off defense. And still, okay, look at the bottom left here, because you can't really see it from the hub. But they were kind of getting hard defended there. To really kind of just getting fried. Okay, and now, I mean, Red's keeping this close? How is this? The defense is making this close. What? How is this close? Okay, no, it's not close anymore. It won't be close because Ikon will be defended. Yes. No. Ikon will just get the fuel off, and it won't be close anymore. Six seconds. Now you can't play defense anymore. Yup. You have to bail because you can't play defense because the tower is now protected. There's no point being there. You're gonna get penalties. You're gonna get penalties. You can see the refs looking at him really intently to make sure that they don't touch him. Okay. I mean, the match is over. But they did play really good defense. They did play very good defense. Do you see 5940? 5940 is Bread. Bread is on Archimedes, right? Bread's on Archimedes, right? I think they're on Archimedes. But yeah, it's possible if 27 and 9470 don't end up together, then 9470 takes Bread as the second alliance captain, then yes, it's definitely possible. Oh. No. All right. Okay, we're back. But yeah, no, Ikon's good. I think that if they weren't Captain 1, I'd have more faith in Newton. Like if it was Robotaggers or no, actually it's the only team I'd like more is Robotaggers, and it's just because they're a turret. It's really no other reason. Ikon's very good. That defense match just scared me a lot for no reason. They're an incredible team. And that's what happened to Denim Venom. I was not watching them. What? Oh, did they try to do a follow auto? What happened here? So Denim Venom collect. Oh my god. Okay. So the reason I like Denim Venom so much is because if you look at their robot, it's literally just High Tide Madtown. It's just High Tide Madtown. Are they? Don't tell me they're broken. Come on. They might be jammed. Okay, no, they're good. But this match is almost for sure lost because you allowed 3467 to get 171 and your autos kind of failed. But I do like 8044 if they just work. Like, they're kind of the X factor on this division, I think. And I know I didn't put them in my upsets, but I didn't think they were warranted to be put as an upset because they were too good. Which is why I kind of changed the risers to this division so stacked. Because they're too good to be considered an upset. But they are an incredible team. And actually, you know what? This match might be winnable. If they don't let Wyndham steal... Okay, 3467 stole. Yeah. It's really hard to win this one now, especially with the 3467 stealing. And they also take from the neutral zone as well, so you don't have any fuel to collect from there. Yeah, no, 3467 just plays it so well here. Any chance they have of coming back just gets completely taken away by 3467. It's very nice. And they do also... You have a chance to come back here. But you need to pass. Okay. And if they completely starve the neutral zone here, nope. 3467 too aware. It's going back to the neutral zone before going back to their own side. Wait, no, there's a lot of fuel there. Actually, no, it's possible. Maybe. They need 1625 to start passing back to themselves now. They need passes. Or just dump the entire hopper. No, it's not gonna happen. Yeah. No, 3467 just played that really well. They kind of just saw what was happening there and just ran away with it. Every single chance that they had of trying to make back the game, 3467 was aware and kind of just went and denied it from them. Very well played by them. Very, very, very well done. And yeah, no. I mean, this is again why I'm like, I don't think Den and Venom will end up getting picked by 2056, but if they want to win Einstein's, they don't want to just win their division, they want to gamble their division, then I think you take Den and Venom. Because they're a ridiculously good turret. And also, I guess you could go with 1706, but both of them are very good. But yeah, I believe that is the last match of the day. All right. I'm going to be a shill for a sec here. I have some merch. I have merch. I made merch. If you're interested, there's hats. There. This is the hat. It's a cool hat. If you want to get it, you can have it. The Robo replay. I'll put it in a description. It's in the previous one's descriptions. But yeah, that's it. Thank you guys so much for watching. I will see you tomorrow as well. I think 2910 Alliance 2 is probably going to be 316 and under control, baby. Maybe 5736. One of the two. 316 and one of the two. Whoever they end up deciding to go with. 2910 not having a net as a roof is an advantage because they never have to worry about being able to go under the trench. I don't know, because their BPS is so fast for shooting that they'll be able to just go under the trench anyways by passing all of it away. I would rather have them be able to maximize the transition period by putting a net on top of it, or like at least an extendable hopper. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. I will see you guys tomorrow, where we check out the rest of the matches, and hopefully we'll try to predict at the end of the day tomorrow what alliances will end up happening, and see what divisions maybe will end up pulling out. They actually consciously decide not to have a net for that exact reason. Yeah, but I've seen like 254 specifically like be aware of that issue and pass themselves out of it, where they just pass, where they'll just see that there's a robot trying to defend them on the bump, and they'll just be like, okay, we'll just pass the rest of it out and then just go through the trench, because they'll never expect us to go through the trench because we have a net that's full. And then it happens, and they just drive themselves out of it, which, yeah, it's an issue, but I think that the net benefit is higher. But thank you guys so much for watching. See you guys tomorrow. Bye.